and the static on the dial. A steady hand to hold you while you walk that lonely mile. From the heart of restoring families, internet radio, the light begins to break. For every parent sleeping with a heart that's bound to wake. It's the voice of the voiceless, standing tall and standing strong, proving that silence isn't where your story should belong. The microphones are open as the marathon begins, a sanctuary of truth where the healing finally wins. It's a Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night, restoring families is leading you toward the light, joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line, giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CPS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airways for the world to seek and find. The guests arrive with wisdom and they speak of better days, of reforming broken systems and their dark deceptive ways. They talk of parental alienation and the walls that must come down for every mom and dad who's lost their voice inside this town. With names like Mark, Ludwig, Carlos, Rivera, and the champions of the cause, they're calling for a future built on fair and just laws. No more bargaining for minutes, no more lies upon the stand. Just the love that's owed a child by a parent's steady hand. It's the Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night, restoring families is leading you toward the light, joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line, giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CBS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airways for the world to seek and find. They can block the phone calls and they can lock the gate. They can tell a child that love is just a thing to hate, but they can't stop the signal and they can't kill the hope when we're tied together by this broadcast silver rope. Through the uncertainties of family law and the shadows of the past, we're building up a foundation that is finally gonna last. It's the Christmas marathon, a beacon through the night, restoring families is leading you toward the light, joined by the warriors of the equal share parenting line, giving hope and wisdom when the stars refuse to shine. Against the core corruption and the CPS's hand, we're broadcasting a message to every corner of the land. You're not alone this Christmas and you won't be left behind. The truth is on the airwaves for the world to seek and find. So keep the radio playing, let the wisdom fill your soul. We're taking back the pieces and we're making families whole. Merry Christmas to the fighters, to the ones who won't give in. The marathon is rolling and the truth is gonna win. Restoring families, we're listening. Restoring families, your home.
Merry Christmas, everybody, and welcome to this year's 2025 Christmas Marathon live. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. Ladies, I cannot believe it. It has taken so much time to put all this together. And I got Zack Martin here from Kids Deserve Dads, who's going to be helping me out all throughout the evening, all throughout tomorrow, because like him, or like me, he doesn't have his kids this Christmas, and and I want to thank Zack for definitely joining me here. You want to say a few words to open it up?
Yeah, Merry Christmas, man. Blessed to be here. A song was incredibly powerful, and I had a couple of texts. Had a couple of texts come through about a friend that just got put in jail for not paying child support, and then a baby that was killed by a mom in a standoff for a custody exchange. And so just
Oh wow,
there's a lot of people going through a lot of hard times and stuff. And I'm blessed to be here with you, Brian, and blessed to be in this world with everybody else. And a lot of hard things happen, and I just want to give out a lot of love to everybody and let them know that I'm so excited to be here with you guys right now, and that I'm gonna let that stuff go, but that how to get it out, you know?
yeah, absolutely.
It was a powerful 2 text messages back to back.
Wow, the times are rough, and that's the reason why RFIRN and many others have put on these Christmas marathons. This all started back in 2012, 2013 with Carlos Rivera, which later on we'll see a clip of him that was pre-recorded. Thank you to Carlos. But he literally started this back in 2012, 2013, and he offered me to come join him. And when he had to go into the shadows because it just got so overwhelming, he asked me to take up the reins, and that's the reason why every year, with the help of a few others due to timing and location, where I wasn't able to do the hosting of it, and I want to thank those individuals as well. But we have to do something like this every year, because there are parents out there, moms, dads, grandparents, even our children who just don't know how to deal with the stressors of dealing with the system and not being able to see their loved ones and be able to talk to their loved ones. And so that's one of the reasons why we put on this Christmas marathon. But I want to let people know that over the last week, I have been having some internet issues. They were working on the system on the lines, and unfortunately, it's caused some complications. So we may go down for a short period of time. If we do, just stand by. We will be right back. I may just have to reset the router real quick, but we will be back. It should take a matter of 2 to 5 minutes, and we'll be back up and running again. But I will be posting a link here in both the chats because we are live on YouTube and we're live on Twitch. We prefer people to go over to Twitch because it's a much better platform. There's not less hassle over there. There's a lot less censorship because YouTube is starting to become like Facebook, where they're starting to censor everybody now. So Twitch is
not AI. So if
exactly.
it's not AI, listen,
exactly.
only give me the AI slop, and then I'm okay. But
exactly. So if we do happen to go down, just bear with us. We'll be back up and running within a matter of 2 to 5 minutes. Like I said, I'll just have to run down, reset the router because it's literally right below me downstairs. I just have to run down there real quick and reset it. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, from here until 1 a.m. Okay, so from now until 1 a.m., we'll be doing a live discussion. This will be an open forum discussion. If anybody wants to join, you are more than welcome to join us. If you want to share a few words of wisdom, you want to talk about something, you want to find out ways to be able to cope with this because you just don't know how to, you will be able to do so. So with that, I'm actually going to post a link now. Oh, wait, no, that's not it.
Oh man, that link.
That's for the YouTube. That's for the YouTube. There we go. Okay.
Private link, guys. Don't go to that one.
Yeah, well, that's going to go take you over to the page. So that right there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pin them to both.
Yes.
Manually unpin. There we go. I'm pinning them both to the chats and on YouTube and on Twitch. So if you want to come on and join us and share a few words and get stuff off your chest, you want to wish your kids a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, or if you're the child want to wish your parent a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, that's the link you want to click right there. That will bring you on right here onto StreamYards with us, and I will be able to bring you up. Now, I can only have 8 people at a time up on screen. So those who come in on a regular basis, we're going to get to you. Don't worry. Don't log out. We're going to get to you. We're going to allow everybody to have at least 5 minutes. And you don't have to just come on once. You can come on multiple times. So if we have to, get you out to bring somebody else in, you're always welcome to come back in again at a later time. So from now until 1 a.m., we're going to be doing a live forum discussion. And then from 1 a.m. until 9 a.m. is going to be a full 8 hours of pre-recorded stuff. We're going to have documentaries. We're going to have commercials talking about the system. The documentaries, I want to talk about the documentaries real quick for everybody, because we got 4 of them this year. 4 of them this year. And I am so ecstatic that we were able to get 4 of them. One we haven't been able to play the past 2 years because I was asked not to, because they were having on the platform to where you have to go and actually pay for that platform to view not only this documentary, but also all the other videos or movies that this individual's been in. And that's Yahya McClain, ladies and gentlemen, the 2-time heavyweight boxing champion of the world. And also, fellow brother of mine, fellow activist of the equal share parenting community. Much love to him. Let me just tell you a little bit about Yahya before I get into the documentaries here. Several years ago, when one of our fellow comrades, I guess you could say, took his own life. And some people may know who I'm talking about here. I was asked on several occasions the day that we found out that, I'm not going to mention the individual's name, but the day I found out that his sister found him in his basement, deceased, and everyone kept messaging me going, hey, why haven't you said anything yet? I'm like, can a guy grieve? I was just, I was so distraught because this individual had been to every single one of my events that I had hosted for Nancy Schaefer and for Family Law Reform down in DC. But later on that night, after I got off work, because I went to work that day just to be able to get it off my mind, just to be able to cope with it. And then as I was going over to my overnight job, I did a live, and Yahya had literally just gone live doing his cigar review. And I just this is how humble this guy is. Okay. When I went live and I posted, I was talking about this individual who took his own life because of not being able to see his children, that he literally on his live said, look, I got to go. I just got some bad news. I'll be back on later. And he immediately came over to my live feed and started watching. It's hard to talk about this because so many parents that we've known throughout the entire movement have either taken their own lives or have tried to take their lives. So suicide prevention is one of the biggest things I talk about. But while I was talking and everything, and unbeknownst to me that he had just gotten off his live, I literally went back and watched it, and sure enough, he was like, I just got back some news. I'll come back on later and finish the review. And not more than 30 seconds after I finished my live that night talking about this individual, my phone rings, and it's Yahya. He was down in South Carolina at the time. He's like, do I need to come get you? And I was like, I'm fine. I'm getting ready to start my overnight shift. But that's the humbleness of Yahya McClain. And if anybody knows Yahya and has ever got to meet him, like in 2016 during the Million Parent March with Cash Jackson when he did a cross-country tour. And we ended with the march in D.C. That, that's the humbleness of Yahya. He's there for anybody. If you're that close to him, he's willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that you are okay. And, thanks to him for that, because that really meant a lot. But he had created a documentary called Casualties of War. So that's one of the documentaries that we're going to hear later on tonight and tomorrow too, because during the 3 to 4 hour segment where, it's going to be all pre-recordings again, you'll see that documentary as well. But Casualties of War, Warriors Against the Regime, that was based upon everything that he has gone through. And, he did a lot of interviews with parents that were actually at the Million Parent March in 2016. And so you'll definitely see that. And then we got Ginger Gentiles, the Erasing Families documentary, which we'll be playing for the umpteenth times, every Christmas. marathon, we played hers. And then we also got the Elizabeth and Mike McNeese's documentary. Where's it at? Oh, come on.
It's the oh my gosh.
We the Parents.
Yep.
We the Parents. So we'll be playing their documentary as well. As a matter of fact, they're going to be joining us tomorrow at the 9 a.m. session. So they're going to be coming on live, and we're going to have a discussion with them as well.
I like that.
And then I'm so looking forward to that. Love speaking with them. You know, as soon as they found out that I did these type of marathons, they're like, "You got to play our documentary." I'm like, "Oh my God, thank you! Yes, absolutely." You know, it gives me a chance to be able to get some sleep at in the middle of the night as well. And then we have another documentary. The fourth documentary we're going to play this year is called Overhauled: Government Intrusion of Your Parental Rights. And this is a parental rights organization who created this documentary. And it's only about 45 minutes long, but it's powerful.
Making you think. I know. I apologize. Putting you on a spot.
Yeah, I have the
I may have to check it
email.
out.
I can't. What was it?
I've seen the other three, so.
It is Parental Rights Foundation. It's the Parental Rights Foundation.
Okay.
Created this documentary.
Okay.
So I had to go and look at the emails real quick.
Yes. Okay.
But yeah, it's amazing to the amount of individuals that have been battling the system. That there's many people that I still don't even know. You know, when I was down in D.C. with Mark Ludwig back on early November for that big event where we were even at the Capitol Club, you know, of all places. I've never been to such an event. I've met so many new faces. You know, there were several old faces there, which I love to see. And, you know, Kathleen Arthur, love her like a mom, you know, and I'm hoping that Kathleen will come on as well. But it amazes me to the amount of individuals that have been battling the system that we're all just finally starting to collaborate together for the greater good. And, you know, what Mark has done with the Americans for Equal Share Parenting and now with the National Council for Equal Share Parenting, it's absolutely amazing. You know, what we did in early November was just phenomenal. You know, people are like, you know, well, who's really listening to us? I'm telling you, we had legislators, we had congressmen, we had representatives that are literally on our side now. We got members of HHS and the federal government on our side now. We're starting to get the White House, regardless if you like who's in the White House or not. I don't care what your political views of Trump or anything, because it's not about Trump. It's about what we're doing as a family law reform movement, as a 50-50.
And he's going to be gone eventually, right? And the same thing.
Exactly. And
all the people that are the career employees are the same ones that are there all the time for the next 20 years or whatever. And those are the people that are going to be actually determining how all these things work. We got to be there in front of those people. They have to know who we are and how we're here to support them making the right calls, because all they're getting to see is what everybody else tells them. And so they need to see us. So
absolutely. Yeah. So you know, it doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. You know, we need to be in the White House. We need to be speaking with the individuals of the HHS. And Mark is, you know, one of his friends, and he's known for 20 plus years, is one of the leading members of HHS. You know, Mark has got his foot so far in the door for us. You know, if it wasn't for a lot of his efforts, we would not be where we are today. We would not be, you know, in the Capitol Club. You know, that was the first time our movement has been in such an event, you know, and those, I'm telling you, it takes money. You know, everyone says, oh, well, he's just trying to do this because he's trying to live off the backs of the people. No. That's not the way it is. These events cost money. If you want these representatives and senators and congressmen and members of HHS and other government factions to be able to show up to these events, it costs money to make this work.
Yeah. Well, I think things like interviews, and I've seen some documentaries, and I can't name off the top of my head, but they talk about how when they get into Congress, like we saw the Eddie Murphy movie, right? You get into Congress, you just start dialing out numbers to get more donations. Like, all right, I'm in Congress now. Now I need more money so I can get in Congress again next time. And they're constantly looking for more cash to help get them going. if you got cash, they're going to talk to you. And that's
absolutely. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join in on this conversation, you got something to say, you want to, give a few words of encouragement to those out there that are suffering this Christmas season, this holiday season, this Christmas night and the Christmas day, please, the link is in each of the chats. It is pinned there. Just click on that. It'll bring you right into StreamYards, and we'll be able to bring you up. We love to hear from everybody. We want everybody to come here. We want to hear your thoughts. We want to hear your concerns. And, I may not be able to answer all of them. Zach may not be able to answer all of them, but somebody else who may join may be able to answer that.
I got Gemini and ChatGPT, so answers going to come, whether they're real or not.
So, yeah, we have the capabilities of having a lot of people on, but it takes it takes everybody to make it happen. And, we're only the stepping stone. We're giving you that option. Restoring Families Internet Radio is the home of the voice of the voiceless. We give everyone that voice. So if you want to come on and join, come on. Click that link. Come join us. Come celebrate in the festivities here that we're doing, because we have it's not even 9:30 yet. We still have 3 hours and a half to go before we even get into the late night hour of the pre-recorded segments. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, Zach will tell you, because I made a commercial for Kids Deserve Dads. I've made commercials for a lot of other people using an AI program. And, a lot of it is I put the words into the program for them to do the voice. Same with the music. And you'll be hearing the song that you heard at the very beginning of this marathon. It's a song that I created just for this marathon. And I got 2 others as well based upon the Christmas marathon. One you'll also hear later on, going into the 9 a.m. hour. We'll play that too after the pre-recorded segments. But it's so amazing. I've created so many songs. I've created at least 8 regular songs, and then over the last 2 weeks, I've created about 8 Christmas songs that you guys will hear, and you'll hear them throughout the pre-recorded segments. You'll hear them throughout tomorrow as well, and it's just this is
using
for
Suno?
everybody.
I
am using Suno.
Yeah,
Yes.
I love
Yes.
Suno.
But a lot of people think, oh, you're just putting in a description of what you want. No, these songs that I wrote, I physically typed out on my computer after, jotting them down on.
You physically type nowadays?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, they have this thing called Flow. I don't type anymore. I just talk into my computer.
Are you talking to your computer?
Well, I swear to God, I'll have to show you how it works. But I am typing or speaking 145 words per minute, and that's how this system is done. Dude, it's amazing how much better it is. Punctuation's beautiful, paragraphs. It's freakish, and like everything else. Right Dude, the whole world is kind of getting crazy right now. I mean, the AI stuff is wild. So,
wow. Yeah, no,
Brian's real right now, so I can't touch him.
AI has gotten it is wild. It really is, and but a lot of people goes, well, how did you write these songs? I said, well, I put the lyrics together myself. So I've always been musically talented. I've always been a musician. I've never been a singer, but I've always been a musician. And over the last 6 months to a year, I've really gotten more involved in the movement again from where I was before. I had to take a step back. Just like Carlos Rivera did, I had to take a step back. I needed it. It was controlling me.
Mm-hmm. Well, so many people that go through this thing, a lot of people come and go as they need it, but even ones that come and get involved who are committed and focused on it, it does wear people out. I mean, it is a serious thing that takes a lot of effort to stay in this every day. Like, even just like when I got on a call and I literally had during that song had 2 messages about the murder and my friend being in jail, and it's like, oh my, and and when you're in this movement and you're getting this connections, those things come like every day. Like it's it's not like it's like that's a once in a lifetime thing. It is a daily occurrence.
It is absolutely.
And the unfortunate thing is that it's so difficult to go through that stuff, and everybody feels like it's only them that's going through it, and you are not alone, unfortunately. And fortunately, there are so many of us out there that are having these experiences, and this is a place where you can come and be connected and having these groups has really allowed people to be in much more connection and have that family of people. It might be a family around tragic events, but that having people who have like experiences to bond with and stuff. And I would say some of my best friends are people that I've met through being in this movement and stuff, like Philly Slim. I've met
Oh yes,
and stuff.
absolutely.
And, yeah.
We'll hear one of his songs tonight too.
Yeah, hell
throughout
yes.
the night,
I love some good Philly Slim songs. So
absolutely.
he's got some more good ones coming out too, man. There's some powerful stuff coming his way.
Oh, I know. I don't talk to Philly as much as I used to, but he and I are still in contact. And he sends me stuff all the time. But yes, great guy, great individual. His music is very powerful, and I'm so looking forward to seeing the new stuff that he comes out with. It's absolutely 100% fantastic.
Him and I've been playing. He came to my water gun fight on Father's Day 2 years ago, and I did our first water gun fight. And he performed live on stage to start the water gun fight. And he was
wow.
So he sang a song, and and then we did the water gun fight after he finished, and it was a powerful moment. It was really fantastic. So,
I am going to try to get out to one of your events out to where you are. I really do want to get out there.
I need to get you out here. You need to come out here and hang out anyways.
So. Oh, absolutely. That's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. When you're dealing with this type of situations, you want to be able to collaborate with others. You want to be able to meet up with others and do these fun stuff, because one, you still need to live. You can't keep it bottled up. If you bottle it up, it's just going to drag you down, and it's going to affect your work life. It's going to affect your personal life, and you just don't need it to do that. You need to speak about it. You need to get with others that are going through it. And, this is the time to do so. There's so many great organizations out there, so many groups, not just organizations, but groups out there that are willing to, help you, regardless if you're dad, mom, grandparent, aunt, uncle, niece, nephew, because this in one way, shape, or form affects everybody across the family, structure. So, you got to figure out ways to cope with it. And the best thing I do is music. That's why I wrote these songs.
That one was fantastic. That's a great song, man. So I look forward to hearing the other ones you've done and stuff too. And I've made a couple of pretty good bangers. Me and Philly have been hanging out, making songs and stuff together. So I can't share any of them today. He'd probably kill me if he heard me that I played the song.
Hey,
he's a serious artist, but I do know that he really loves that stuff. I mean, we work out, and I love rap. I not a rapper, but we really have a good time, like going through. Man, I tell you what, the flows and stuff he has, is extremely powerful. So
I'm not a rapper either. So, some of my music's got a little bit of rap into it. Let's see here. I would like to wish my. Let's go ahead and show this right here. I would like to wish my 4 children, Ariana, Tommy, Bianca, and Charlie Sherlick, a Merry Christmas. I love and miss them so much. This is my 6th Christmas without any meaningful contact with our with the 4 of them. Wow, man, that's hard. Trust me, I've been there. I did talk to my kids today. For a lot of people don't know, for 12 years of my 15-year battle are fighting this system to get change, and for moms and dads and children and extended family. My battle itself, my personal battle, was 12 years, to the point where I had to cut the strings. And now I have a good relationship with not only my kids, but also their mom. We're doing the co-parenting thing, which is what all I wanted to begin with, was to be able to co-parent with her. But I was getting backlash for those 12 years. And why did it take 12 years? Well, it's because of the system. The system strung us along. And one of the songs that you'll hear throughout the night is called Cut the Strings. And it's cutting the strings of the puppet masters. And it's a song that I wrote because that's something that is very dear to me. When I cut those strings, it just literally just did a complete turnaround. Oh, Zach, just to answer your question, I did post it to my Facebook page, the 2 live links, the YouTube and the Twitch. If you go to my Facebook page, you can share them to your page.
I was on there. What I was trying to do was actually be able to go live on the Kids Deserve Dads page.
Oh. Oh, I don't know if that's even possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think once we're in the live, I'm not sure you can add it in the live. I think it may have to be added prior to the live. But anyways,
Yeah.
that was what I was trying to
Maybe.
do.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying not to do a lot of live streams on Facebook because of the censorship.
Yeah.
Especially even I've been hit on my own music by doing on Facebook, and I'm like, it's my music. I'm the one that wrote it.
I literally
I'm just
wrote
like,
this song. Like we typed it into the computer, so now it's ours. So
kids deserve dads. There you go.
yeah.
So
I just got
but
on. I
yeah,
got a little bit more, but yeah, no, I thought it'd be cool to be able to get that get it out there for more people and that kind of stuff. But I mean, dude, I think Facebook is a problem, and
yes,
YouTube's been something I've been dabbling in, not consistent. So
yeah,
but it's okay.
it is not consistent, and that's the same thing with YouTube. YouTube is not as strict as Facebook yet. It's getting there, which is the reason why I try to push everybody over to the Twitch channel.
Yeah.
And both, like I said, I shared it both to my on my Facebook page. So if anybody, if you want to share it, please go to my Facebook page and share it to your page and share it to all the pages. So people can, the more people we have come in, the merrier. Literally, this is Christmas. There's a lot of parents out there who are not seeing or being able to speak to their children, and that's what this Christmas marathon is about: is to give the people a voice to be able to come on and wish their child or parent, their loved one, a Merry Christmas. If your loved one is in the military and they're overseas somewhere, they're serving their country and they're not in the States here. If you want to wish them a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, this is your time to do so as well. I know the very first Christmas marathon that we put on here on RFIRN, it was Stephen and I, Stephen Ball, who lives in Washington State, and he may be popping in here in a little bit. I know he's doing things with his two girls and his wife with the rest of his family. And but the very first time that we did this, we were on Blog Talk Radio.
Okay.
And
I heard that
Blog Talk Radio, which doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't even exist anymore. They literally shut that down. I want to say 2017. I think they shut it down.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, the Blog Talk does not exist anymore, which is shocking.
It was pretty good though, huh? A good.
It was. We were there. We were there all up until about 2016 when they decided to up it to from the $35.99 a month to the $199 a month, and I was like, yeah, that's too much for my blood.
Yeah.
They literally they upped the price big time. I said, nope, we're done. We're going to Facebook, and then Facebook, and now we're on YouTube, and now we're on Twitch.
I'm just signing into Twitch right. I had a Twitch account, which is kind of funny, so I'm changing it around a little bit because my profile name is not what I want.
Love Twitch. I do Twitch for my gaming platform, Crazy Chipmunk Crew. And matter of fact, we actually that community where I game stream and everything on Twitch. A lot of people don't like listening to the music of the genre that we do over on my Twitch channel. It's more of the underground stuff you don't hear on the radio. But the Sewer Crew, which is a group that I'm a part of through Twitch, it's a group of game streamers. And at the beginning of December, they do a Streams for Tots marathon.
Okay.
And it's an 8-day loop. Literally, each streamer, it's a 2-hour stream, and then you raid right into the next. Okay. And for 8 days, streamers are on for 2 hours at a time, raising money for Toys for Tots, the Marine Corps Foundation Toys for Tots.
Wow.
We raised over $15,000 for Toys for Tots.
Dude, that's amazing.
I was so ecstatic. Yes.
It's a ton of money.
This was the 5th year. Oh my God, yes. This was the 5th year that they put this event on Twitch, and I've been blessed to be able to be a part of it. And I've done some crazy things. For those who follow my Facebook page, the challenge I did this year, knowing the fact that we're going to reach our $7,000 goal prior to my Thursday stream, I said that I was going to do one of the hot challenges. Now, in the past, I've done the world's hottest gummy bear challenge. Hated it. Never again.
Too hot or not hot enough?
Oh no! Oh, that was rough. It was 9,000 skulls. That's how hot it was, and I don't wish that pain on nobody. But this year, I said that if we reach our goal, that I would do the world's hottest chocolate bar, which is also 9,000 skulls.
Okay.
And I did. I did do the challenge. I beat the challenge. The challenge was where this. I don't even know if I have the. I don't even see the box anymore. But it was a little box, and there's a little piece of chocolate about yay big. But it had 12 squares, and you had to cut them up into the 12 small squares, and then every minute you took one of those squares, and it's just how and then the 13th minute was to see if you can withstand the heat from the 12 for an extra minute to make it a 13 minutes of hell. And I got through maybe the 8th piece, and I was just like, I'm done. I can't. I was like, can't do it, because it literally the 8th piece hit the back of the throat, and it hit the Adam's apple, and it just lit me on fire. Oh my God, it lit me on fire. And I was just like, I can't. No. And I was like, fuck. And I didn't do it. I stayed with it. I didn't. I tried to reach for the milk, and I just couldn't do it. I said, no, this is for the kids. I'm going to beat this challenge, just like I beat the gummy bear challenge and all the other challenges I did. And yeah, for anyone who had donated $10 or more, I literally did this. Now this is a fresh bottle of sriracha sauce, but I use this stuff on everything, pasta, you name it. I use it on everything. It's like the French Red Hot sauce commercial. I put that shit on everything.
Everything. Yeah, I love good hot sauce, man. I don't use steak sauce. That is not my thing, but I do love some good hot sauce, and I put hot sauce on all the things, like hot sauce, everything. But be a little bit hotter.
But yeah, anyone on that stream, on any of the streams that I was doing for streams for Tots on Twitch, that if they donated $10 or more, I would either take a shot of this, literally a full shot, of the sriracha sauce, a spoonful of jalapenos, and I love jalapenos. Or I would do one of the gummy challenges. The one where it's the hot challenge, as well as the if it tastes good, or if it tastes like dirty socks or vomit, and so the jelly bean challenge. Okay. And so whoever donated got a chance to either pick one of the three, and oh my God, loved it. I love this so much. But yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join for this Christmas marathon, please click on that link. It is pinned to both chats in YouTube and on Twitch. Come join us. It doesn't matter, where you're at. Come join us. We want you to join us. But I know, Zach, that you have something that you would like to discuss. So I'll put the floor to you.
Oh yeah, no, I've been working on a few things and stuff, and I think one of the things that we've talked about ourselves, and is that there I go. That's what I was looking for. I wanted to get onto follow your podcast on Twitch. All right, now I'm on it. All right, I'm on Twitch and I can hear myself.
There you go. Yep, I heard me.
Yeah, I made it. I have figured Twitch out. Was setting up for the year, right? I think one of the big things that a lot of people talk about, and that I've heard from a lot of people with regards to family court and just being in this experience, people get lost in all the pain and the hurt, and they stay locked into that. They stay like a slave to that energy, right? And beating themselves up, and like, I can't do anything else. I just got to get my kids back. And so then they don't do anything. They sit by themselves. They get frustrated. They get, and the suicides and all this other stuff happens when you're isolating yourself and you don't have a vision for anything besides being a dad. Like, I just got to be a dad. And I've had times when haven't had my son. It's not been as long as a lot of other people that I know have and stuff, but I've had long extended periods of times where I haven't gotten to see him. And with that, it's about the other things that I do that sustain myself, that have allowed me to get through that the best that I can. And I think one of the most important things we can do is to focus on how do we show up in these days, release that energy, that hurt, that pain, and focus on what it is we can do for ourselves in each moment to actually be that person we need to be, because one day, most likely you're going to get your kids back. You're going to get to see them again, at least. Right. And when you do, how do you show up? Who do they see you as when that time happens? It might be years down the road, or it might be, 3 months. And if you're sitting there not sleeping, eating too much, being depressed and angry, and you see them, and that's the energy you put off, they're going to be turned off by it. And if they see you as being somebody who's worked hard and putting in the work on themselves and being focused and doing all the stuff, like having hobbies. I think the first time my son told me, when I told him I was going to go do something without him that we both like doing together, but I do it without him all the time. And he goes, Dad, you're going to go do that without me? And I was like, son, I do it without you all the time. He's like, what? Like, you do things without me? And I was like, yeah, dude, listen, when you go to your mom's, I am a fully functioning adult human who does all kinds of random, awesome things, and none of them involve you. And it's totally cool. But getting out of that, right? And I think that's one of the most powerful things you can do for yourself, Brian. I mean, I'm sure you agree, right? When you've had your most trying times, it's the focus on finding the joy for yourself in your life and pushing yourself forward that has sustained you and allowed you to get through it, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So one of the things I want to do tonight, I'm excited about it. And I was going to do it on my birthday, which is a couple of days ago, and I just didn't do it. So then I was talking about today when I did a live for an hour and a half on Facebook today around kids deserve dads and where we're going this next year. Was around building a life plan. What does your life in the next year look like? And how do you organize your life to actually set up a vision for what that looks like? And then give yourself guardrails and a target to hit. Because I think what a lot of people end up doing, I'm 46, and a lot of people that I know talk about how, oh, you went by, I hope it's going to be better next year. I hope I have this next year. I hope all these things, man, that year wasn't what I wanted. But then what are they doing to make it what they want? Mm-hmm. And so one of the things that I do, and I've done it since I was young, but I've really honed my skills for building a plan, for designing my life in the last like 6 or 7 years. My son and I have an amazing relationship and connection, but I was fully committed to like making sure that every moment I had him was absolutely impactful, and that I saw the vision in my head of what that looked like, what it felt like, what it was in what kind of joy were we having? Were we laughing? Were we giggling? Were we wrestling? What was it? What was happening, and how were we feeling in those moments? And then I went and made sure that we lived them, but only by having that vision did I get there. I know you can probably name off hundreds of thousands of guys that have talked about this. And I know tons of my friends and people that talk about how they have their kids every other weekend, and all of a sudden they have their kids, and then it's Sunday afternoon, and all they've done is sit around the house and watch TV and play on their phones all weekend long. And they're like, dang, we didn't do anything together. What should we go do now, And then they ask their kids, and what do your kids always answer?
Yeah.
I don't know.
There are so many, literally over the 15 years that I've been in the equal share parenting movement, the family law reform movement, I have met so many people, countless people, that have come up to me and I don't know. And the friendships that are built by going to these events, it's just, I've met so many wonderful individuals, and I hate mentioning names. I really do. Because you leave people out. Yeah. And, but Mark Ludwig, for instance, he hasn't been within the movement as long as I have. He's only been in it for 11 years. And he actually brought it up. It was actually the 2016 Million Parent March where he and I first met. Okay. And we literally stayed in a room down in DC where literally we had to step over each other just to be able to go to the bathroom, because so many people came to this, and we wanted everybody to come and be part of that, and that we all crammed into this small little place.
Right. There are 2 adults in this room, we swear.
Yeah. But no, but over the years I've worked with Mark, and I really didn't see his vision at first. I really didn't. But I kept following him, and I kept following him, and I started working with him, started doing a lot of behind the scenes work for him, like his conferences that he's done. I've done the behind the scenes work for him, other things that I've done for him. And just literally, he and I were actually in DC on the east side of the Capitol building on January 6th.
Huh. Wow.
When January 6th
when all went down, huh?
When it all went down.
Yeah. Holy smokes.
We were there for a legal permitted event. Our contact was actually in the Capitol building.
Huh.
And we were trying to find out where the stage was, because Mark was supposed to get up there and speak, and I was going to do the film work, recording him and everything. And, so I was there doing that, and all hell broke loose. And both of us were just like, what is going on?
How do we get out of here right now? Like, get the camera rolling and let's go.
At this point, there was no getting out of there. But sure. Mark heard a commotion that was coming down in the center of the east side, where the rotunda's at, and he got up on the wall and said, "Brian, they're breaking through the center." So I took my camera and I was like, immediately like this, and that was a weird day, a very emotional day.
Yeah.
For those who follow me on Twitch, on YouTube, there is actually 2 videos up on YouTube that we posted. I actually beat the U.S. State's attorney because they were trying to use RFIRN's material. They were trying to get the person that did the recording of that. It was me, but right. I refused them to give them the source. I'm like, I'm not giving up my source. And they subpoenaed me to the Proud Boys trial that was happening down in DC, and wanted me to testify and get them the use of my video. I'm like, no, that's not what the videos are meant for. That we do. It's meant to show what's happening in the moment. And I will not give up the source, even though the source was me.
I don't know who that guy is. Who's him?
Yeah. So yeah. But yeah. No, so. I've been in many positions with Mark, and being down in DC at the beginning of November for that event, and it was just phenomenal seeing the work that he's actually done. The fact that he's got our foot now inside that White House, regardless whoever's in the office, he's got us in the White House. He's got us with HHS now. We got these individuals backing us. We're making those connections. So when we're writing the bill to get reform for equal share parenting, to make it the norm, and to stop the abuse of powers that these judges and these attorneys and these guardian ad litems and CASA workers and CPS agents, to get rid of this corruption. Now, are we going to get rid of all of it? Probably not off the start. Is it going to happen this year, this upcoming year? Probably not. It's going to take a while. We're taking baby steps because we're doing it right. There is a logic to the madness. It's just like in the military. And I'm, for those that don't know, I am a Marine. I served 8 years with 22 Easy Company at Camp Lejeune, did 2 tours in Iraq. I know what the strategy system is like. We want to do this right. If we don't do it right, we're just going to shoot ourselves in the foot, and it's not going to be good. We're going to get these people against us that we need on our side. So I see the logic. I've been part of that logic now. I've, for the first time in my 15 years of fighting this system, I actually stepped in front of legislators.
Congrats, man. How'd it feel?
The first one was a bit nerve-wracking because I was nervous. I was fumbling my words.
Yeah.
But the more we did it, the more comfortable you get with it.
Mm-hmm.
And, for the longest time, I've been the ground pounder. I've been the one out putting the stage up, setting the sound system, running the sound system. And now I am in a suit of all places, and Mark will tell you, I don't even remember the last time I had to even put on a pair of pants. I live at the beach now. I am a shorts guy. I've always been a shorts guy. I don't care if there's 5 feet of snow outside. You'll see me out there in shorts.
Right.
So to see me in a suit, Kathleen Arthur would tell you, it was a sight to see. It really was. And, some people said, "Oh, you look like a gangster."
Right.
So
legal reform gangster right here. I'm doing the best kind of gangster work. I think I was talking about earlier today, and I've talked about it quite a few times. People are like, "Oh, I'm not comfortable in front of cameras. I'm not comfortable talking to these people." Stage fright and maybe like a status thing that they're fighting with, and it takes practice, but you're only going to get good at it by doing it, right? And so, like you talked to the first one, you fumbled over your words. They probably didn't even notice you fumble over your words, but you felt it on the inside. But then, as you got used to it, okay, I'm more comfortable, and this is easier. And I tell everybody all the time, it's just about practicing, like coming on a live like this and actually having a dialogue and stuff. It's about just.
Well, I tell you what, this is what really worked for me.
Yeah.
And it's not about going and actually physically doing it. It's doing the behind the scenes work for Mark.
Mm-hmm.
When we were putting on the conferences, the yearly virtual conference.
Yeah.
I had these representatives, these congressmen, these senators contacting me because I have to do a pre-recording with them for the conference. Because if they can't come on live, they would contact me. I would do a pre-recording with them right here on StreamYards in a private session. But before we do the pre-recordings, I was sitting there talking to them like you and I are talking right now. It was like they're human just like we are.
Right.
And at that point, they're asking me questions. They're like, how long have you been in the movement? Why did you get in the movement? Why did you do this? Why did you do that? So it's like that right there just made me realize that these are just individuals just like us, regardless of their political affiliation. They're just like us. And there's so many out there that are just like us, that have gone through the system or know or have a family member that have been through this unjust system.
Right.
And they know that Jamie Ray Gregg is a prime example, Representative Jamie Ray Gregg. He's a prime example. And we're going to hear from him sometime, probably, I don't know if tonight or tomorrow.
Okay.
I know Mark said he was going to bring them on
tomorrow.
And I'm getting Facebook messages left and right here.
I put it on Facebook. I put it on the link to the Twitch. So sign into Twitch and come watch this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, no, this is Facebook messages. People are sending me Facebook. How do I join? I'm like, click on the link in the chats. It's literally pinned to the chat. So yeah, definitely. If you want to join us, click that link. I actually just posted to my Facebook as well. That if you wanted to join us, to click on that link, which will bring you directly on to here with us live. And
I could post that one. I did the one for what's it called? The Twitch link. So just send it to Twitch. So, but I think I can put the StreamYard link up too, and then I could do just straight into.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I will put it in the private chat here. Okay. So you have it. That's the link to the StreamYards that anyone can join us. You can share that to all your pages as well. Yeah. But it is at the top of each chat. I'm sitting here looking at them. Both of them are there. So all you got to do is click on that link, and it'll literally bring you right in here into Streamlabs with us, and I'll be able to bring you up. But we are going to take we're going to step aside just for a brief moment where I'm going to play a song for you guys, one of the songs that I wrote for Christmas. Beautiful. And we'll be back right after that.
Snow is falling softly. The lights are on the tree. But there's a heavy silence where the laughter used to be. The calendar is marked in red. The season's drawing near. But the Grinch is at the doorway, freezing out the cheer. The phone stays on the counter, the ring is turned to low. The messages are mounting, but you'll never let them know. You wrap the house in bitterness and lock the garden gate, trading Christmas spirit for a heart filled up with hate. The children ask for daddy, or they wonder where mommy had stayed. But you brush away their questions like the plans that you delayed. You tell them that they're busy, or they didn't care to call, while you hide the very heartbeat of the meaning of it all. Oh, you're playing at the hero while you're acting like the thief, feeding on the tension and the children's quiet grief. You've stolen every phone call and you've hidden every sign, building up a wall across a disappearing line. Yeah, the Grinch is in the hallway and he's wearing your disguise, stealing away the holidays right before their eyes. Yeah, you're child isn't a prize, but I see the stolen moments in the sadness of their eyes. You're counting up your power while you're tearing them apart, stealing away the magic with a cold and Grinch-like heart. The stockings hang in balance, but the joy is spread too thin because you won't open up the door and let the other in. You might own the winning schedule and you might hold every key, but you're the one who's losing in this lonely victory. Oh, you're playing at the hero while you're acting like the thief, feeding on the tension and the children's quiet grief. You've stolen every phone call and you've hit it every sign, building up a wall across the disappearing line. Yeah, the Grinch is in the hallway and he's wearing your disguise, stealing away the holidays right before their eyes. Yeah, you're turning green in your tower of pride, keeping the love of a parent outside. You've stolen the Sundays and the holiday cheer because you're the Grinch of the atmosphere. You think that you're winning by locking the gate, but you're feeding the child on the diet of hate. The tree is bright, the fire's warm, but the air is turning cold. A story of a holiday that never should be told. You've won the day, you've kept them close, you've had your selfish way, but the Grinch is all they'll remember when they think of Christmas Yes, that is all they will remember this Christmas
Wow. Whew.
That's a good one, man. That's a really
God,
good one too.
it literally got chills down my spine just even just listening to these songs that I wrote, and was able to use Suno to put music and the voice to it. And some people are like, well, why is it a woman's voice if you're using? Well, it's just a voice.
Right.
It's a voice that's using my words
Right.
that I put into the program, and I'm having fun with this Suno program. I really am.
Do you have like
Thank you,
the
Blue
top
788.
level version, or do you have what version do you have? Do you have the top level?
Say again.
What do you have, like the free version, or do you have like the top level version? How much?
Oh no, I have the top level version. I pay for the services. I want to be able to provide the best quality work that I can give.
Oh, I don't have that one, and I imagine it's fantastic, right? Compared to
It
the other one?
is. I have to do like 6 to 10 different renders before I get the ones that I'd like. And of course, while I'm rendering, it comes with 2 at a time. And so when I'm doing it, I have to tweak my words a little bit in order to make it flow even better. So when I'm doing it, I literally hear it a couple of times, and then I render it again. It brings up 2 more. Then I render it again. I go through and I'm making changes and just to make it flow, and then boom, once I final edit and I put it through, render it again, it just creates the perfect song. But Blue7880 over on YouTube, thank you. I do appreciate that. And but yeah, it's if anybody wants to learn how to do something like this, AI is a wonderful program. You can go in and just type in a description of what you want, and it will provide something for you. If that's what you want to do, if you can't write your own lyrics, you can do that. I just choose not to. I'd rather have something that's more meaningful. As I'm sitting there watching it, and I don't know if you could see me in the background on your screen below you, because while we're in StreamYards, but I'm literally sitting, I'm jamming, I'm singing to it. I'm having a blast over here. But all the songs that I've wrote, I'll be jamming out to them over here. So, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to join us, please click on that link in the chat. It is the pinned chat, the pinned comment at the very top of the chat. You'll be able to join us right here live to share some words of encouragement, or to wish your children a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Or if you're a child, you'll be able to wish your parent a Merry Christmas as well. And it's so many great things that can come from this. And I know Mark talked about it on his live feed the other day, talking about the Christmas Marathon. I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we will have an individual come on here throughout the marathon. He'll probably come on a couple of times throughout the 24 hours. David Grove. He was one of the individuals. Yeah, he was one of the individuals who, when I first, I so did I very briefly through Messenger, because I was at work. But the first year that he was going through this, going through the turmoil and not being able to see his kids, he was thinking of committing suicide. He wanted to end his life because he just couldn't deal with it. He didn't know how to deal with it. And he came across the Facebook Live that we were doing for that year, and it said it saved his life.
Yeah, he does credit that. Him, we talked about today. He's actually
he's got a book. He actually credits it in his book. Thinking of that we gave him a purpose. That this does not last forever. I'm a prime example of this. It does not last forever.
Yeah.
How
long did you go without seeing your kids? I know we've talked about it before, but I think
12 years.
Yeah.
12 years I went periodically. It was like I had visits, but visits were interfered with. There were months where I didn't see my kids. I was supposed to, during those 12 years, because technically, there's still a court order in place where I'm only allowed to talk to them twice a month and see them once a month. But ever since the last hearing on 2022, I cut the strings. I literally cut the strings. But I have a wonderful relationship with my kids now. My son actually, he's an ROTC in his high school, his senior year.
Okay. Heck yeah.
And he's now getting letters and everything from the military going, hey, we want you to come join us. And he already knows what he wants. He wants to become a Marine, but he wants to go a step further than I did as a Marine. He wants to go in as an officer.
Okay. So he's going to go to college first then?
He's got to go to college for at least a year.
Okay.
He's got to keep a certain grade average in order to show that he's committed to it. But he is. Wow. He wasn't a troubled child, but his 10th grade, he kind of fell behind a little bit because, COVID hit. Yeah, teenager, thought he knew everything, and he didn't. He came to realize that real quick. But
no way.
Yeah. But I told him, I said, if you want to join the military, they're not going to take you if your grades are like this. And he did. He did a complete 180. I've spoken with this recruiter, and I've been in contact with his ROTC command, and I was like, please help me get him on the right track.
Yeah.
If he wants to do this in the military, or what he says he wants to do in the military, we got to get him on the right track. And he did. He's on the honor roll now. He's been on the honor roll every year for the last 2 years. And he's loving the ROTC, and
that's so cool.
It's just amazing. When he told me he wanted to follow in my footsteps to become a Marine, but also go a step further and become an officer in the Marine Corps, I'm like, really? Now you got to get me back in shape in order to be able to get back in uniform myself to give you your first render salute, which I am. And for many people who saw me, for many people who saw me over the years, I'm not where I was back in my core days. I'm not at all. I've gained a lot of weight, and
they wouldn't probably let you in right now.
Oh no, absolutely not. Or if they did, they would consider me a fat body and put me through extra PT.
Yeah, they might let you in just to torture you. Like, oh yeah, you know what, Brian? Come on.
I'm too old now. I'm 43. They won't even accept me in the military.
No chance, man.
Go back in. But I am. I started doing gummies, green tea gummies.
Okay.
And I'm also doing the GLP remedy.
Okay. How's that working? Do you like that?
I've started it a week ago, so
okay.
It's still getting through my system, but I'm looking to slim down the belly and be able to get back in that uniform one last time. I won't ever wear my dress blue uniform again, because I promised on my grandmother's deathbed that, because she was my biggest supporter, that I would never wear that uniform again. The dress blue jacket, because she was my biggest supporter.
Yeah.
And so that Jack has been laid to rest with my grandmother. Awesome. But I will get in my modified dress blues, which is the khaki shirt and the blue pants with my red stripe, because I was a corporal when I got out.
Yeah.
But I will be getting back in uniform to be able to, when he graduates his boot camp and his officers training school, to be able to render his first salute.
Nice, man. What's your goal this year then? How much weight are you gonna lose this year?
This year, because I will have to go. He has to go through college for a year.
Yeah.
So I got at least a year and a half.
Yeah. So where do you want to be at?
I want to get back down to where I was in the Marine Corps. I want to get down to 160.
Oh wow. Okay.
So it's about I'm about 260 right now.
Okay. Oh, 100 pounds. Okay.
So it's 100 pounds that I want to lose over the next year, and I'm going to do it gradually. I'm not going to do it all at once, but that means a lot to my son. That I want to be there for that. And my daughter, when she graduated 8th grade of her graduation ceremony going into 9th grade, I was there for it.
Yeah.
And it was just amazing, absolutely amazing. I'm telling you what, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a success story. Yeah, it took 12 years for it to happen, but here I am. I have access to my kids. I can go see them whenever I want now, and that's just between me and the mom. The courts are no longer even involved. We cut those strings. And I'm going to play another song here. It's called "Cut the Strings" here momentarily. But I want to talk about I really want to talk about cutting those strings, because the court system is not your friend. Mm-hmm. They are stringing you along. They want you at each other's throat. They want you and your ex at each other's throat. Why? Because the longer you're fighting in the system, the more money they make. It's all about the money. It's all about the power they have.
Well, I went to law school, right? And get to pass the ethics exam. The ethics exam is all about lawyers maintaining how they get paid. And they talk about in the video, and I wish I had a copy of it still, but it's all, the professor from Arizona State talks about money all the time. And he's always saying it like that. And the whole ethics exam is all about how do lawyers get to keep their money. They don't care about doing the right thing. It's the right thing for a lawyer is how do they keep their money?
Hi, Mark. We see you in the chat.
What's up?
Hey, click on the link. Come join us, brother.
Yeah, come on in.
I don't know if you have your son tonight for Christmas Eve, but yeah, you're more than welcome to come join us if you want to, Mark. The link is posted in the chat. It is the pin post. I got it. My chair is falling here.
Don't fall. I'll say your backdrop looks really nice, man. I love that thing. That's a fantastic festive backdrop you got.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just a backdrop. My home, my room does not look like that. I'm really in my bedroom. Like. Yeah. Jingle bells. People are not tired of you, Mark. They are not tired of you. Come on, Mark. Come join us, brother. But yeah, no. So yeah.
So good that you got to have that time though and stuff, and
yeah.
Well, and you picked up your relationship like right away, right? Like it was like
no, it didn't pick up right away, and it was after like I was saying, it was right after the last hearing that happened in 2022. The man of the hour, there he is.
Am I live?
Yes, Merry you're Christmas. Live with us. Yeah. Merry Christmas, brother.
Hey, how you doing, Zach?
Good to see you, man. It's been a while. Yeah, Merry Christmas, man.
I'll share my story here in just a second. I want to give. I know, Mark, you're going to be on tomorrow as well for a little bit whenever you get a moment.
I was going to say, I don't want to take too much time. Like I said, they hear me all the time. They're sick of me. I just wanted to say hi. I appreciate you guys very much. And this really is an important night because, as you guys know, there's a lot of dads out there that this is a rough night. So I appreciate you guys doing this. You guys literally could be saving a couple lives tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know if
we actually mentioned that with David Grove. Literally the first time that he was going, the first year he was going through it. He even mentioned in his book that he wrote that the first year he was going through it, he just didn't know how to cope, and he was contemplating taking his own life. And he came across this marathon that we did that year, and he's literally said it saved his life. It gave him.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. You've saved a lot of lives over the years. So, like I said, that's why I said not to be humble, but it really isn't about me. It's about saving lives tonight. It's about
it is.
dads
that's why we do it
tonight. So,
and And
Yes,
you know, I
appreciate
don't
you guys.
want
I just want to come on just real quick and say hi. I do have Levi tonight. He's sick, unfortunately. He's in here
Boo.
playing.
to.
He's playing
No
Call
fun.
of Duty in the other room.
Oh,
So
Call of Duty, I love it, man. Yeah.
Our thing is to watch Survivor, so we watched a little bit of Survivor and had some pizza, and then he's back playing a little bit of video games. And then tomorrow, his mom and her husband are taking him to North Carolina for a couple days. So,
Oh wow!
but I
Nice.
got Christmas Eve with him, so I got my tree decorated.
Looks good.
I mean, you
Very
can see,
nice.
and then I don't have the lights on right now, and I actually put lights for the first time in years.
Yeah, we see him
I'm
up
not
there in
dyslexic, so I have a hard time
yeah.
figuring out which way the camera's going by. But yeah, I actually put lights up and even a little baby tree this year.
Dang, baby
Nice.
tree and everything, huh?
I went all
Very
out
nice.
this year.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. It's a fun time,
That's
man.
awesome.
And
But
decorating it all
the
up,
rest of
great.
my place is a mess from all the legislation I'm working on. I have like papers everywhere.
Hey man, you're a busy man, man. Much power to you because
Getting a break. I'll
I've
be
seen
in
the work that you
14 states in 90 days. So I'm
Ooh.
enjoying a couple of weeks at home to get some rest here.
Yeah, get some rest, man.
do. Yeah, definitely get some rest. But we'll definitely we'll see you on sometime tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. Just shoot me a message. Whatever time's good for you, I'll arrange it. But
Anytime we're doing from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m., 4 p.m. to 7, and then not 8 to whenever we decide to close out.
okay, sounds good. Well, like I said, I appreciate you guys very much. You guys, Brian, your leadership on this has been phenomenal over the years, and
Yeah.
Zack, you've been a strong leader for years and years and years in this community, and I love all of your ideas. I still will never forget that genius fundraiser idea you came up with in Cheyenne that time.
It's gonna come back again. You know, the hard part is, and Philly and I have talked about it. I don't live there anymore, and I live in a new town where I don't know everybody, and it really made a big difference having those connections. But having I mean, that was a great night, wasn't it? 300.
Oh my
people in
gosh,
that room?
that was the best I've ever seen. Better than any of mine.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. We'll do it again. You know what? What I want to get is everybody out here for the water gun fight here, either this year or the next year, and have a big old throwdown and set the world record for largest water gun fight in
that's
that'd be
cool.
awesome.
Father's Day.
Oh, that'd be
That'd be
excellent.
awesome.
We'll get Philly on the stage to jam out for us. Maybe we'll get Brian just to put on some Father's Day tracks that he makes for Suno.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do something. I'll trust me. I'll come up with something.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, man. No, I think it's great, man. It's a powerful group of committed people who continue to keep showing up, and so it's been a blessing to be in connection, and I'm thankful for this opportunity to just be here today and be with everybody else. So with Brian, with Mark, and just looking forward to what's next, man. I got some big things coming up in 2026, so I'm excited to bust them out.
Cool.
Big
All right, well, I'll let you guys get going, and appreciate you. I'll talk to you later.
See you later,
All
Mark.
right, see you then.
All right, Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas.
Give Levi some love.
But yeah, so that was Mark Ludwig for the people that have never seen him before. Great individual. But anyhow, I want to get back into what I was talking about. I was sharing my story, and I want people to understand that it wasn't easy. After the last hearing, I literally and for those who were at the event this past summer for the Family Forward Project with Connie Rigoli and Kathleen Arthur, they were all there, and I had a very special moment that I shared, and I'll get to that because my story leads right into that. So in 2022, when my last hearing hit, it was to the point where I just could not do it anymore. I said, I can't continue to fight in court, and nothing ever changed. It didn't matter what I said, what I did, what I do. It was never going to change the narrative. I was never going to change that narrative. So I had to make the most devastating decision in my life. And before I could do so, I had to reach out to my own mom and dad. And they live down in Florida. But I asked them, I called them up, and I was in tears. And I was like, would you guys be mad at me if I stopped fighting for the kids in the court? And what really shocked me the most was my dad's response. I never thought you would get to this day.
Right.
And caught me off guard. And I was like, what do you mean by that? He goes, I've seen you fight and fight and fight and fight. And not to say that you weren't right in fighting. It was the wrong way to fight.
Mm-hmm.
I was more focusing on the negativity and not looking at the good that could come from all this. And they told me that if I were to stop in the courts, that they would not be mad at me, that they would actually support me. And that was the most biggest thing that my parents have told me in years, my own parents. So I did. I cut the strings. I said, I refuse to allow the courts to string me along because I saw what they were doing.
Yeah.
You know, and when I cut those strings, the pressure on my chest just evaporated. It left me.
Yeah.
And shortly thereafter, I had gotten a phone call from my kid's mom going, "We need to meet." Huh? Right. I'm like, why now? You know, right. And she's like, things need to change. And I was like, all right, well, since I worked at the local mall in Maryland where I used to live in Gaithersburg, I said, all right, meet me at the mall. I'll meet you on my lunch break. And we sat down over coffee. I drank tea. I'm not a coffee drinker. I drink tea. But she drank coffee. And literally sat there and talked. And she's like, this needs to change. The kids need you in their life. And I'm like, why such a change? And she told me why. I'm not going to go into exact details, but the fact is that it happened.
Yeah. And
then about a week goes by, and I'm at work. I am on a ladder, ladies and gentlemen. I am on a ladder. And I was putting something on the very top shelf, and people know me. I'm only 5'5". I'm not that tall. So I'm at the very top of the ladder, and I hear my boss, and who's been with me through this whole process. I've known him for 20 years, and he's been supporting me and whatnot, helping me and helped me fight my case pro bono behind the scenes. And, you know, he's like, hey, Brian, look up. Look down. It was my daughter, who I hadn't seen in almost 2 years.
Holy smokes.
My boss will tell you, he'd be the first one to tell you. I didn't climb down that ladder. I slid down that ladder like Mission Impossible and grasped her. I was like, big hug. And oh my God, that was the first time I've seen her in 2 years. Oh my God, my son, he's watching right now.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah.
He's watching on Twitch. Hey, buddy. Yeah, you do remember that part, because I shared this back in the summer event with Connie and Kathleen Arthur. But yeah, so it was after that, everything just started literally taking a 180. It's like, I got to talk to the kids more. I got to see them more. And, you know, my son has always been a supporter of what I did, and love him for doing so. And literally just things just took a turn for the better. And I'm telling you this story, ladies and gentlemen, because I want you to know that it is possible.
Yeah.
It is possible. There is light at the end of that tunnel.
100%.
And at that event this past summer, both my kids and their mom were there. They've never heard me speak of the traumas, and not just me, but everybody that was speaking that day, because it was the last day of the event.
Yeah.
And so they came down, and they've never heard. I literally choked up in my speech on several occasions, and you can actually find the video from that event. There's 3 videos. There's one first day, second day, and the third day.
Yeah.
And I literally bring them up. I gave them the opportunity to speak if they wished, but they chose not to. But the mom, she went through a similar situation that I was put through the ringer. And the first person she called was me.
Yeah.
I need your help. And I helped her. I told her what to do, what needs to be done, and case was closed. And, you know, we've got to cut the strings of the courts.
Yeah. Yeah. I was talking today about it with a friend of mine and stuff, and it's like we got to be pushing for mediation and getting people out of them, because what happens is these courts drag this stuff out, and they're all incentivized to have you at arms. And the more that you're fighting, the more you're not communicating, the more money they make. And they make this whole thing designed to keep you in conflict.
It's all about that Title IV, the Title IV funding.
Yep.
Whether it be Title IV-E, Title IV-D, Title IV-C, it doesn't matter. It's all Title IV, regardless.
Right.
You know, the longer they keep you in the system, the longer they keep you and your ex at each other's throat, the more money the federal government gives to the state. Yep. And that's one of the reasons, one of the things that we're trying to change, that the National Council for Equal Share Parenting is trying to change, is the Title IV-D. You know, the Family Four project's worrying about the Title IV-E.
Right.
The National Council for Equal Share Parenting is worried about the Title IV-D aspect. So go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to control.
No worries, man. Yeah, I mean, I was like, oh, is he done? Oh, not done. I'm we're talking over each other. I apologize about that, but that I was reading up on the documentation for the 2024 profits that they made and how they made money. And when I think the most interesting thing that I read about it, and all of it was awful, right? They're making tons of money off of like destroying families. Like that's the whole basis of this. But that 93% of the cases that they do are all cases that aren't requiring any federal or any dollars from the state to support these people. They are just putting people through the mill to go make as much money as possible. So all 93% of the money that they're paying out from the federal government to the states is all money from parents who aren't needing any services from the government to get taken care of. It's just a profit mill for the state to go and fleece families, and that's it. Yeah. And make you an indentured servant. I mean, because basically you're an indentured servant. And if you don't pay, they're going to throw you in jail. And they don't call it debtor's prison anymore because it's a responsibility.
Well, debtor's prison is illegal, right? It's unconstitutional.
Right.
But yet they
obligation.
Do it in a different format. Exactly.
It's an obligation. So therefore, because you're obliged to pay this, it's not debtor's prison. It's an obligation. Yep. So while we tack on more money and charge you for all that stuff and make sure you don't have a job and everything else, it's a really horrible, horrible system. And it uses kids as weapons to fleece families into basically indentured servant one parent, which is 85% of the time men. So
absolutely. Yeah. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to play the song that I wrote. This is one of the first few that I wrote. It's not a Christmas song, but it talks about cutting the strings and getting the courts out of the system. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Cut the Strings. We'll be right back.
In the courtroom circus, the gavel swings. Family torn apart by invisible strings. Puppet master laughs while the truth is ignored. Lies get a crown, truth gets the sword. One wins the game, one's left to crawl. But the kids are the ones who lose it all. A house divided where loved ones tread. Now it's a battlefield of hearts full of dread. Cut the strings, break the chains. See the evil drive in this pain. Puppet master pulling the strings tight. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight. Cut the strings before it's too late. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. A house divided will always fall, but the love of our children can rebuild it all. The puppet master dangle power like it's a prize. Blindfold justice with their lies. No due process, just a twisted show. Who really wins, no one knows. Children watch from the shattered ground. Silent cries in a world unbound. The scars run deep, the wounds won't heal, but parents still spin on the puppet's wheel. Cut the strings, break the chains. See the evil drive in this pain. Puppet master pulling the strings tight. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight. Cut the strings before it's too late. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. A house divided will always fall, but the love of our children can rebuild it all. Cut the strings, break the chains. Parents, you have to before it's too late. See the evil drive in this pain. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. Puppet master pulling tight. A house divided will always fall. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight, but the love of our children can rebuild it all.
Oh,
Nice, dude. That was dope.
mm.
That was great, man. Dude, powerful work on these songs, man. You've been really putting in some work.
Yeah. Well, it's heartfelt words. It's words that come deep from inside me, and I speak of it all the time that we need to figure out a way as individuals to learn to cope
Right.
with the stressors.
Mm-hmm.
We must not let these stressors win.
Yeah.
And for the 3 years that Stephen and I have not been doing shows on RFIRN, we got so consumed in doing the show, and we just got overwhelmed. And it was to the point where Stephen had just had a new baby girl, and with his wife, and so now they got 2 children. Now he's got to go do the father thing, and again, so he had to take some time off, and and here we are now. Just
Right.
thank you, David. I appreciate it. Great artist, and that I had to come up with ways, especially with after the last hearing. I had to find ways to cope with what I was feeling and dealing with. And I've always been musically talented. Like I said, I'm a musician. I'm a drummer. I played a lot of brass instrument growing up as a kid. Played in the bands and stuff like that. I was a part of a couple pipe bands where I was a snare drummer for a competition band, as well as the PG County Police Pipe Band. And so I've always been musically talented, and I found a new love for music. I've always been interested in music, but I found a new love for music over the last, I'd say, 6 months to a year. And writing songs, it literally, I was able to put my feelings into words. And I encourage everybody to do that. Find something, whether it be painting, writing a song, learning an instrument, finding a hobby. Get something that's going to help you cope with it, because that's the only way. It's the only way you're going to be able to cope with it.
100%.
And join an organization. You'll learn these strategies. You'll learn these ideas to be able to learn how to cope with it. And I highly suggest it for the kids too, for my son, for everyone's child, who might be watching this marathon. Learn those. Mark, he's got his son that son loves to run. He's a cross country runner.
Jump up there.
Yeah, so everybody has something that they're interested in, something that can help take their mind off of it. Whether it be like it's like when you go on vacation, you want to escape everything. I've gone on a couple cruises over the last 6 to 8 years, and when I'm on that cruise, everything is left behind. I don't think about anything as I'm there for the shows. I'm there for the comedy and what the cruise has to offer. And it's like I leave reality for a period of time.
Can I jump in real fast? Because I'm excited about this topic. And I was talking to a friend of mine tonight about it, but I've been talking about this for a while. And I want to put together, and I was going to talk about tonight. And so we're talking about cruises and vacations and escaping. I want to do a men's retreat, going somewhere and like making it tropical and set stuff up. And I've been working on this.
I am down. Let's go. Let's do this.
So I've been working on putting together. We're talking doing Panama, and so doing a trip. You got to have a passport. And I'd be open to doing something in the United States. I got friends and family, but I have connections with people who can get us into different spots for really reasonable prices. And so I would like to actually form a group of guys, and maybe we get a dozen or so to go somewhere. We don't necessarily have to have like a business purpose to go there, right? But we could, and we can also just go somewhere and have a great time and go play on the beach and do fun stuff, go do some hiking. And anyways, I'm putting one together. So Brian, you're in.
Awesome.
So
I'm down. I'm down for that. That'd be awesome to get with a lot of other fathers that are going through this.
And go do
and
something fun, right? Because a lot of stuff's about all the crap, and we talk about the crap all the time, and
right. Well, we can't live in despair.
Yeah.
We cannot. We have to find a ways to be able to continue our lives.
Right.
Even with dealing with the traumas that the system causes, we have to figure out ways to cope with it.
Yeah.
And that's a way. That's a perfect way. You know, people like me, like you, and Mark Ludwig and Carlos Rivera, and all those who now have access to their children. Raymond Swab, you know, great individual who's got, you know, beat the system, got his kids back. And matter of fact, he's coming back to DC for something else.
Okay.
He's planning on sleeping on the streets of DC like he did before. And,
nice. Heck yeah. Got a new mission, huh?
Yep, got a new mission. But yeah, it's just, you know, just being able to get veterans in with a lot of these new individuals that are just now going through it. You know, this is our time.
Right. This
is our time. This is our time to be able to get with these individuals and not necessarily coach them, but give them guidance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like what we did in early November. By going to DC and making those connections, you know, the first part of the A team for the National Council for Equal Share Parenting, you know, we're training new people. We're getting new people involved, and we're going to get them out to the next event, which was supposed to be in February, but I think Mark's pushed it back to March. We'll go more into that. No kid means less money. Let's see here. No kid means less money I have to give to a government who stole them. Also, I'm thinking about starting to spend my money away from this country to buy things. I'm going to start doing what?
Get it. What's up? What's up, Brian?
Yo, what's going on?
Everybody's on Twitch. What's up? I just joined Twitch now. I'm about to get all into Twitch. I play Fortnite. That's the only game I actually play because I only play with my son. But I am open to other games. But
my son, he is a Apex legend. He's done a couple competitions on playing Apex Legends, and it amazed me. I actually watched him during one of his competitions that he was doing, and then for part of it anyway, because I had to go to work, but I would chime in, and he did very well. But yeah, Apex Legends. I don't like to play war games. I really don't, because I've been through time of war.
Right.
Like I said, I am a Marine. I did 2 combat tours in Iraq. And,
and my son's like, he goes, Dad, I want to join the military like in Fortnite. And I was like, son, in Fortnite, when you die, you just come back in the lobby. In real life, that's the end. I was like, it's a different thing. I was like, so let's not get these confused. This is just for entertainment and for fun. So
yeah,
he's 8. So, you know, I mean, give him that. But it was one of those comical moments where you're like, oh shoot, what's going on here? don't say those things, dude. That is not what you want to do it for. But you can definitely make a difference.
Yeah, what I can't stop supporting a country that isn't grateful for my service, wasn't happy that I was a good product citizen that didn't get into trouble or calls. Yeah. You know, that's with most of us, and or the majority of us, because I do want to say this, that there are those individuals that did have legit reasons why their kids were taken, and we do need a system to protect our children. We really do. Nancy Schaefer said it best. You know, it's not to say that there isn't children out there that need protected, because there are.
Right.
You know, but the way the system is, it's wrong. It needs to be overhauled.
Well, they use that as an excuse to just like drag you through the mud and make you be stuck in this thing. And then, oh, well, there's maybe an accusation about it, or well, someone had a feeling and someone felt something that wasn't good. And so therefore we got to make sure this is like a whole thing, and you got to have supervised visits, and you got to go to counseling. And they thought you might have done drugs one time in your life. So now you need to do a drug testing, and they just like money grab from you all the time. And they know how much money you have from day one. So like the first thing you do is, hey, here's how much money I got. Here's all my savings. Here's my retirement. Here's my investments. Here's everything that I have, because you demanded this to even start, which I didn't even want to be here. And now that you know it all, now they know how much they can take from you, and they're going to walk you down the line the whole entire time, digging in your pockets. So,
yeah. So no, if you want to put something together in order for us to do a men's retreat, maybe we can put something together for the women to go do a women's retreat. Who knows? Because it's not just men that's going through it.
I'm even cool with going hang out with men and women. I'm up for both.
Both.
But it was just I was talking with the guy, and I was like, man, there's just so many people that go through this kind of stuff, and I feel like the connections are huge, right? Like, Brian, I don't think you and I have actually met, although I think we probably were in DC for the Eagle Share Parenting Conference in 2018, 2017,
Possibly the one in Alexandria.
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I was there.
So I don't remember meeting you there, but I was there at that one also. And so, but you know, there was a good couple. There was probably 30 to 40 of us that were there in that place, and it was pretty action packed. So, and I was brand new, so I didn't know nobody. I was like, I don't know what's going on.
That was the first time I met Bob McEwen.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first time I met him, and because I know Mark talked about him regularly because he was a big supporter of what we're doing.
Yeah.
And he's a big influencer in DC. So to see him, and I got to see him again at the beginning of the November during the event there.
Yeah. I think a co-ed one would be great. And yeah, I mean, you know, it'd be like, wow, we're not 20 anymore, but we can still go out and have a good time and go out and spend time with people who have shared experiences and that want to work on this stuff. And what a great place to be. Dude, I'd love to be on the beach hanging out and you know, doing whatever and talking about how we're going to make some more changes and do some more things. They're going to make a difference, right? And being around people that are going to do that. So I'm all about it. And I like going and hiking in jungles and listening to spider monkeys. So
spider monkeys.
Yeah, it's gonna be a great time, right? We'll get some pictures with some sloths and stuff, you know. So Panama looks fantastic. But I'll work on getting some more details organized. But I am putting that together. That is the thing, and it's going to happen sometime in 2026. So my intention is probably a friend of mine asked about being in March. That's kind of like early, but I'm thinking like September-ish range once school starts, because you know, let summer roll through and give us a chance to actually have some money. Plus, we all live in America, so summertime here is nice. And when wintertime comes, that's when you want to go south.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm going to play another song here because I know Ryan from Ryan Powell will be joining us here momentarily. So I do want to step away and use the restroom. So I am going to play another song. It's called Shadow of Truth. And I wrote this one based upon as the alienated parent to the, or should I say, as a non-custodial parent to the custodial parent.
Oh, wow.
Okay. On how the parental alienation that, you know, the shadow of truth is going to come out regardless. And, you know, are you going to be ready for it? So this is called Shadow of Truth. We'll be right back.
You spin the tail on them a puppet show. Feed them poison, watching it grow. But seeds of doubt as they start to sprout. And that's when you'll know they'll start to know. With shadows, black and gray, whispering tales, night swallowing the day. Their hearts just stage a script to obey. Who wins when love is the price we pay? But shadows shift, the truth won't hide. No wall can lock the other side. You think you've won, the story's not done. Your love of words, it'll come undone. You control the moment, but time won't bend. Truth has a way, it always finds the end. Pull the strings, the devil sings, but truth's the fire that burns through things. You control the story, twist the light, but stars don't hide in the dead of night. The house of mirrors, warped and cold, each reflection a story you've sold. But children grow, their eyes unfold, and the lies you plant turn bitterer and gold. You think you've won, but the story's not done. Your love of words, it'll come undone. You control the moment, but time won't bend. Truth has a way, it always finds the end. Pull the strings, the devil sings, But truth's a fire that burns through things. You control the story, twist the light, but stars don't hide in the dead of night. You think you've won, but the story's not done. Your web of words, it'll come undone. You control the moment, but time won't bend. Truth has a way, it always finds the end. They'll hear the echoes, the silence will shout. A tide of memories, washing doubt. No lost in home, what's meant to be. You can't cage a parent's love, it breaks free.
Oof.
Good one.
Yeah, that was actually one of the very first songs that I wrote, and I wrote that about a year ago, and it was just something that I put together because, like I said, this is something that I was able to deal with the stressors. Yes, I wasn't going through the system anymore because I have access to my kids, but I was still behind the scenes. I was working with family members, and even though I haven't been as verbal as I once was over the last, couple years, I was still behind the scenes. I was still doing the events and stuff like that. And, it's just music has always been a thing. And, when I'm traveling to these events, I've always got music in my ears. And, I just started jotting down phrases and that's what worked for me. And I encourage other people to do it. And look who we got on here. What up, Ryan?
What's up?
I gotta turn y'all up. I don't know why y'all are turned down so much on my I'm not on my computer that much. I tried to do this through my phone, but I had to jump on here. I was gonna have the whole background and everything too, but
that's okay.
I had to jump on my computer.
It looks good. So. You got a nice back. You got a little Barbie princess dream house back there and everything.
Yeah, believe it or not, no. Story about this. So I got this 2 years ago when I was broke. I didn't have any money. I got on social media or, with Tough, the unmarried father, and I had someone say, hey, we're going to help you out for Christmas this year. And I said, no, I don't need any help. It's gonna, I'll figure it out. They're like, no, I'm helping you out for Christmas this year. Okay.
Right.
That was the present. That was the one thing that she wanted that year. And the craziest thing about all of this tonight, y'all, it's blown my mind. I just got back home from my parents' house.
Okay.
And I see a dad in the We Are Tough group, and he's struggling, and she's asking for money or, posting about what's going on with him and everything. And I just said, hey, man, what's your PayPal? And no bullshit, y'all. Within 2 minutes of me asking, what's your PayPal? I had another dad send me money that I haven't even asked for money. Another dad gave me money to give money to another dad. If that's not fate, if that's not destiny, if that's not, hey, that
right.
I'm feeling this whole Christmas magic right now. So
100%, man. No, it's so impactful to have this group, to have this kind of a space nowadays. This would have happened when Brian started going through this stuff, right? I mean, MySpace was a thing, right? So we didn't have this kind of connection that we have nowadays. You didn't have these kind of videos. Our parents' generation was going through this stuff with us, my parents were married still, but you didn't have this kind of opportunity to connect with all these people. And now to have this kind of connection, it just helps us out to help so much more and be so much more impactful. And so it's amazing. I mean, I love what you're doing to help all these guys out and stuff, man. It's an amazing thing. And so
it's crazy.
Yeah. How much money did you give away this year?
Oh, this whole year, probably about $8,000 total, I believe. That's another thing for Father's Day. I wasn't making any money on the Unmarried Father because it was already demonetized, but I was making money on TikTok. TikTok is now demonetized, but
yours or all of TikTok?
All of my TikTok, not everybody else's, but mine demonetized. Don't know why. It's probably the same reason why the Unmarried Father got demonetized, with just speaking
Right.
So we
You hit some buzzwords.
we built Tough, and Tough is making money. And I told everybody back then, I said, you know what? I don't have the money right now. I've got a little bit of money in my savings, and I'm going to make some money working myself. And I figured out a way to give like $3,000 away just for Father's Day.
Yeah.
And I said, look, the money will show up. Somehow, some way, the money will show up. I got monetized that month to Tough on Facebook. So I don't know what it is, but if you're doing the right thing and you're giving away, if you're giving to people the way we are all supposed to be giving to people, giving to others, helping other people out,
it comes around, right?
Right.
It's the giver's game, right? Like
call it Jesus, call it religion, whatever it is. It works.
Yeah. No, it's the giver's gain. I mean, it's like you get by giving, and all the real joy comes from the experience of giving away. When you're giving of yourself to other people and pouring into them, then other people see that and they want to pour into you. I think and that's the real thing that comes from doing this and walking down this path. And it's so true. It comes across all over the place that when people are out there doing the right things and supporting, people want to support supporters. They want to see you going out there and helping somebody out. And when you're giving that money away, they're like, man, I know somebody needs it. I don't know who it is, but if I give it to Ryan, that guy's going to get it, And so then, and so that just pops up. And because you're consistently out there talking about it, guys just know that that's an opportunity they have to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, congrats, man. That's a wonderful spot. And there's so much hard times in this time of year, especially where, there's this stigma about like, you got to have all these things, right? You got to have the tree and you got to have the presents and, and everybody wants so much because they see all this abundance everywhere of getting. And especially as a dad where you're already giving so much and nothing's left for you, you still feel like you have to give more and that I'm only valued for what I can provide. And I have nothing left to give for something like a present or two.
Sure.
And this time of year, especially with those kind of stigmas and this kind of family court system, you're battling against opportunities where people get desperate and get depressed and isolated, and that's what they need to be stepped up with. So don't let anybody get isolated, man. If you know somebody who's going through hard times, reach out to them. In fact, I'm going to call a friend of mine tonight as soon as I'm done with this because I've been thinking about a friend I haven't heard from in a while. So just crossed my mind on him. So, and there's those kind of things, especially this time of year, it makes it really challenging. It's dark, it's cold, and you need people. So reach out. Ryan, you come with us on the trip. Did you hear us talking about we're going on vacation?
Where?
Probably Panama.
That's Panama City Beach or Panama?
No, Panama.
Oh man.
Why not? Well, you got a problem with you hate Latinas or what?
No, man. I got shit.
I probably won't want to come back.
I think it'd be a lot of fun.
I'm not fully passport bros yet.
Well, hey, let's get it started, man. Let's go. I was talking to a friend of mine tonight about it. He's like, man, I want to hang out with some guys that are going through this stuff, and there's a lot of cool guys that are out there. And why don't we don't have any kind of like fun trips?
A full retreat. I think I was on my phone, which we can see, I'm on here right now. But I think I heard you talking about that when I was trying to get set up and everything. But a whole dad's retreat would be the only downside to it is we can't constantly be talking about our crap.
No.
Hey, I love talking to dads, and I will do a phone call with the dad all the time. But someone I love talking to all the time is Randy, the present father.
Yeah.
Because I'll just tell him. So straight up, he will be in the back. He will be driving his cop car on duty. And we just talk about whatever the hell. And there's sometimes, I'm just going to say this because it's late. I don't think enough people are watching right now. But there'll be times he will have a damn crackhead in his back seat taking them to jail. And we're just having a full-on conversation, and we can just talk about whatever, and it's not just our situations, but being around other dads that have been through the situation and still make us feel like we're human, where every once in a while we can talk about the situation.
Right.
That is what we truly need. You know what I mean? And that's what a great retreat would be.
Dude,
if we could just get together, play some volleyball, play some whatever.
Go do some some surfing lessons and
Yeah,
go do
Snorkeling,
and
whatever.
if we want to hang out and shoot the shit, we can. But hey, we're gonna be on vacation, so we're not even with our kids. Our kids gonna be with their mom doing whatever. And hey, we'll send you pictures. We'll let you see it when we get home. So, but getting a bunch of guys together and go and party,
and not party like getting wild. Get in trouble with the women that are there though.
I heard they like American guys, so it sounds terrible. Hey, we're going to have a good time, and I think just going to doing that kind of some zip lining, to hang out, just kind of do some stuff, relax by the pool, and just shoot the shit. And a bunch of guys that I like hanging out with and stuff. Like Ryan, you and I hang out. We've actually never met in person, but I mean, we talk on the phone every once in a while, So it'd be good to get to hang out and actually do some stuff. And you guys are like most of my favorite people I talk to all the time, anyways. So to actually go and do something that I want to go do with the people that are impactful, and it's only gonna make us better together by going and doing those bonding experiences. And I want to go to Panama. So there's a place called Red Frog Beach, and I will send you guys the link. Red Frog Beach. It is not on the surfing side. It is on the Caribbean side, and it looks unreal beautiful, like unbelievably beautiful. That's a spot that I want to go to. So it's kind of like a destination inside of Panama. It's a little bit of a challenge to get there, but it could be an excursion maybe or something. Anyways, but I think that's important, is to have that connection stuff, right? And we can go do those kind of trips and getting groups that are local, being involved with people, like going and being part of the communities, right? Being part of the Unmarried Father, going on there and engaging with other people, talking to people. Choose in, don't just like something and leave it there, but be part of the conversation and work on doing the things you need to do, right? I mean, interaction is the best way to get involved and to let some of that stuff go. And when you're bottling it all in, that's when you have all the trauma and all the stress. Let it out.
I don't know if you're seeing the chat over on
I'm trying to get YouTube right now.
I don't have the money to, but not only that, I will not participate in buying a human being I had. Oh, which one are we talking about?
It's read the whole comment list that she's made the last 9 comments, and I'm just reading. Brian, I pray. Let's see here. Brian, I pray more parents find this marathon. I wish I had found this community 6 years ago when my nightmare began. I had no clue my story was happening all over the nation. I spent so many of my holidays alone, depressed, and closing to end it all. I am now on a mission to educate others. Heather Bend, or I don't know if that's I don't know if it probably got looks like some of it got cut off.
I think that's her last name is Bendel.
Bendel. The E looks like it may have gotten cut off.
No, there's no E. It's a silent or no.
Oh,
it's like the new way. Like all the rappers now are spelling their names like Young is YNG, right?
My apologies, Heather. Thank you for your comment. I really do appreciate that. And
that's her name.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why we do this marathon every year. Oh, it's German. Okay,
there we go.
It's German.
Bendel. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, this is the reason why we do these marathons every year. I'm just I want to go back to Jennifer here for a second because
I
understand
why. Mine's not.
I understand your frustration. I really do. There is a way to be able to cope with what you're going through. It's not easy. You have to find your own way to do so. And there are people out there that are willing to help and guide you in that direction. And I wish we could. We may not be the right people to do so. But having our connection, being able to connect with us, can give you that strength to be able to cope with it. That, again, this is the reason why we do these marathons. It's the reason why I'm getting back into podcasting. It's the reason why I did podcasting to begin with. This is the reason why Zack does what he does, and why Ryan does what he does, and Mark why he does, and Kathleen Arthur, and Connie Reguli, and so God, I hate mentioning names because I don't want to leave anybody out. Charlene
and everybody else.
Yeah, and there's so many people out there. I am so sorry for what you are enduring, and I've heard so many people that's in the same situation that you are. It's not easy. It's not. It wasn't easy. For me, it's not easy for anybody else. Like I said, I spent 12 years battling this system. I'm still fighting the system, but just I'm not in the courts anymore.
Right. And everybody's got a different level of things they go through, right? I mean, years, right? A dozen years that you're going through it, and years of not seeing your kids and stuff. And the thing is that you have to live for you, and when it comes back around, they're gonna see it. But if you are in the hurt and the pain and only focused on all those things, when they do come back around and they are in your life again as you want, they're gonna still only see you stuck in that hurt and that pain, and you aren't gonna be healed from it. And you have to release those things. You have to find the joy and the passion in your own life to do what it is. And I will say that one of the most impactful things that I ever did for myself was to start Kids Deserve Dads and get involved in this stuff, because I was in a lot of hurt and pain. But then I was there supporting other people going through it. And in supporting them, I healed. It helped me heal myself and understand what was going on. And I think if you listen to Ryan talk about the stuff he's experienced, and Brian, the same thing, that helping other people, being involved. When Ryan came on talking about the giver's gain, right? Giving to other people helps you go through that process. And you get, I would say I help a lot of dads. I talk to dads all the time. I talk to 3 people on the phone tonight. Like, I've been on the text having these conversations and stuff. And through all of that, the most impactful thing that I have is I get back from that. Like, I get to learn about myself. I get to know that I'm making a difference for other people, and I'm making an impact. And your pain that you're going through is real, and you are not the only one. And somebody needs you to go out there and be in support, because they are looking out. They are looking for somebody like you to help them, because there's somebody in your spot or worse who needs that love and connection. And you have value to give to those people. And when you heal yourself and your kids are back in your life, they're gonna be drawn to you. They're gonna be attracted, knowing that, man, my mom's on this level, man. Why is she not here? I'm so glad to be with her right now, and they're gonna want to be with you all the time.
You know what, Jennifer? I don't know if you heard my story about the biggest question I had to ask my own parents towards the beginning of the show. Your comment here, the only thing I can do is just let it go and face reality that I would never have a relationship with my son anymore because of what this country has allowed. I don't have the money or the mental power to do it anymore. I chose to let it go. Don't let it go. There's another way to fight. There's absolutely another way to fight.
See, I was reading this through my phone. That's the reason why I keep holding my phone to try to read it.
No, you're good, bro. You're good.
Jennifer, I talk to dads that are in the exact same situation that you're in. Now, I understand that women are going through this as well. It's primarily dads, but it's the unmarried father that's going through this more than the divorced dads. Just like, divorced moms, or it's hardly ever an unmarried mother, but women
it does happen.
This. And overall, when I talk to dads that are going through the exact same situation that you're going through, somehow, some way, it's just like myself, I found a way. And there's some dads out there that I've had conversations with at once they get to a certain age. Yes, that is when I tell them, okay, let it go. They've got 3 more years until they're 18. 3 years. You're going to let it go for 3 years. You're going to stop you're talking about money, about spending money, this, that, and the other. How much money are you going to spend for 3 years just to be in their life? If you show up when you're allowed to show up and you document what you're able to document, at some point in time, they're going to be adults. If they're young right now, continue to fight. There's no reason to stop. The money, somehow, some way, the money shows up. There has been time. I got hit with a restraining order for doing videos just like this. I could be hit. Brian could be hit. Zack could be hit right now just for doing this video tonight, and have Zack could not see his son for the next 6 months because he's got to fight it because he's doing a video like this
or longer.
I've experienced it, and I don't have the money to go fight it. So what I'm saying is Zack and his son, my daughter are young enough right now that you fight, you figure out a way to fight. The money shows up somehow, some way. The money it showed up for me. She
literally said that her child is 6. I want to tell you something, Jennifer. Because I'm a father. I'm speaking on the father's intuition here. My situation started when my son turned 3, and my daughter was just turned 1. Okay, 12 years. I went dealing with parental alienation, thinking that I won't ever see or speak to my children again because of what was being done. Look at me now. Yes, it took 12 years. Unfortunately, it took 12 years.
Right.
It's the
unfortunately, right?
Circumstance.
It could have been 20 years.
But now I have a perfect relationship.
And now you have it. Yeah.
My son, I don't know if he's still on Twitch or not watching.
He's on there.
I know he was.
That was awesome. Yeah, I got chills when your son was on there.
Oh my God! It had me get literally teary-eyed. But
you hit me, bro.
There is light at the end of the tunnel, and I want to share this story with you, Jennifer, because this deals with a young daughter. Okay, she grew up without her father, thinking that her father abandoned her, that he didn't want nothing to do with her. And this happened on a day that I went to court fighting for my kids, and get out of court, got my ass handed to me for God knows how many umpteen times. But I met up with another father over at the Green Turtle, which is right there in Rockville, just around the corner from the courthouse. And we're sitting there at the bar over a drink and over a burger and everything. We're just sitting there talking, blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that. And, what he's going through, what I'm going through. The bartender, which is a female, she was 23 at the time. Okay. Now, this is a child of the system that's coming up and talking to us. But she comes up to us. She goes, I hate to interrupt your all's conversation, but can I share a story with you? We're like, absolutely. And for the longest time, she did not know that her father was fighting for her because she was told that he abandoned her and didn't want to be with her. And now that she was 23, she reached out to her father when she turned 21, scared out of her mind because she wanted answers. She wanted answers. But when she reached out to her father for the first time when she was 21, she, like I said, she was terrified to reach out to her father. But she wound up meeting up with him for a lunch in a public area and hit it off with her father very nicely, from what she was telling us. But she was still hesitant. She wanted answers. And he goes, well, let's meet again. I will bring you documentation proving that I was always there for you, that I was always fighting for you. And this is the reason why I'm telling you never to give up, Jennifer. Never give up. This is the reason why I'm telling you this. Okay? Continue to fight for your child. Because if that father then continued to fight for his daughter that I was speaking to that day after just getting my court case pretty much handed to me, she would never have had a relationship with her father. But because she met up with him for a second time and saw that he was fighting for her, and that for years of her childhood life, that she was told that he abandoned her, didn't want nothing to do with her. Now she's got a perfect relationship with her father and has nothing to do with her mom because of what was done. So this is the reason why I'm telling you to fight, because your kids are going to come to you and they're going to ask questions. Document everything. Keep everything. Don't throw nothing away.
Yep, keep it on.
Have that, and see,
Dead
this is
serious with that. Keep everything. Keep everything, because straight up, at some point in time, the kids are going to ask what happened. You're going to have dad say what he said, and you're going to have what really happened with your documentation. It goes the same way with us dads. Mom said what she said. I've got a whole box over here that has everything. Honestly, I've got a full transcript right here.
I got binders after binder after binder in boxes, for the day that my kids come to me. Even though I have a perfect relationship with them now, I'm able to see them and talk to them whenever I want. I don't even think they even want to know because, we don't want to dread on the past. But when your child comes to you and they want answers, you've got to be ready for it.
Yeah.
Until that happens, document everything. Find ways to be able to cope, and do like I did. Write music. Join an organization that's fighting to get laws changed to fix what you're going through.
I highly recommend. I journal. And I don't do it like how Mark does. Mark's got like 5,000 binders and stuff, right? Like, but I the day my son was born, I started an email address for him, and I had a relationship with my son's mom. I thought we were going to stay together because of our son. It didn't happen, but I started an email for him, and going through that, I kept that email, and I still use that email today. Like, I email him all kinds of stuff. I send him pictures of the stuff we do together. I talk about the things I feel about him, about our life, about the trials I'm going through, the difficulties I'm struggling with, and it's a way for me to let those things go, and then go do something physical. Like, go. I don't know if you work out or not, but like when you're stressed out and stuff, I don't know if girls are the same as guys. Write something down and then go freaking bust your ass in the gym and go as hard as you possibly can until you can't go no more. And no matter what, at that point in time, you'll be too exhausted to feel anything. So, and it's a good time to go home and take a nap.
And see, she just made another comment. I understand that but on the legal side, I can't do. You know what? I was the same way in 2022 after my last battle, Jennifer. I broke down. I was in tears. I had my boss. I had a fellow coworker who's seen me struggle over the 12 years. There watching me literally bawl my eyes out because why is this continuing to happen? Why? I couldn't find the answers. And it wasn't until that I reached out to my own parents and I asked them, would they be mad if I stopped fighting for my children? And my dad's exact words is, I never thought you would get to this day. It's not about fighting in the courts, because the courts we know are corrupt. So fighting in the courts is pointless because, one, you're just paying into the Title IV for the federal government to get to the state. Stop that. Cut the ties. Cut the strings of the puppet masters, which is the judges, the guardian ad litems, the CASA, the caseworkers. Cut the strings. Don't let them control you no more, because the more you let them control you, the more you're going to go down the spiraling hole that you're going through, thinking that there's not another way or another way how to fight. I'm doing it a different way. I'm not fighting in the court system no more. I'm even out of the court system, have the relationship with my kids now, and I'm still here today fighting not only for my kids, because I don't want to see my kids have to go through it when they have my grandchildren. I don't want to see them do it because we know it's an ever-revolving door. So I'm fighting a different way. There is another way for you. You just haven't found that yet, but you will. I promise you, you will. I think, Ryan, you got any feedback in the background, like a TV or something?
Your phone?
I have the stream muted from YouTube, but then I have StreamYard going. Let's see if
we're getting some feedback. It wasn't there. Yeah, it wasn't there before you came on. So
okay, so I just closed out of YouTube. Let me know if it's still there, because I guess I couldn't hear it on here, but
it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there. We can hear it. Even the screen's glitching a little bit.
Screen. Just mute your screen in general, and we'll know right away.
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
I guess some kind of back feedback.
Yeah, as soon as he muted himself, it's gone.
Gone.
So we know it's on your end. It's not a big deal.
Right.
We'll
Way to
figure it
go.
out further.
Way to go, Ryan.
So, but yeah. Again, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Never give up the fight. Yeah, fighting in the courts, because we know that the problem lies within the courts. We know that.
Yep.
So,
And that's and they
trust me
want
when
you
I
to be in
tell
there,
you this.
and they want you to fight it out like that, and they're not gonna make it easy on you. They're gonna make it so you're going through this whole entire thing, and they're gonna drag it out. But the way you're gonna fight and you're gonna win this thing is by showing up and being the most exceptional version of yourself that you can be for you and for your kids. And when you are that version of you, no matter how much time you get with them,
Nobody
whether
can.
it's every other weekend or it's once a month and stuff. Yeah.
Nobody can. The financial stability within the courts, it's impossible.
You can't
Trust me, I know.
Yeah. And so whatever you get used, you just get to make the best of every bit of it. And you get to cherish all those moments, and you get to step up and build the plan of how you're gonna take that on. How are you, if you get them, whenever you get them, you get to do that stuff. Set up your mic, says.
Yeah, set up your mic.
He's doing it on his phone. Yeah, he got it to work. There we go. Man, work out before I go to the court. Every time I go to court, I go to work out before I show up. Like, I go throw weights around heavy. I get a good steam room in and a cold shower, and then I go to court.
That's the thing. You know what? This is a good question. How can you keep emotions out of the courtrooms? You can't. It's impossible. If you don't show emotion, you don't care. If you show too much emotion, you care too much. You can't win for win at all within the court system.
Right.
This is what I'm saying. Cut those strings. Get out of the court's grasp.
Right. I mean,
they are the puppet masters.
If you can get into some mediation and do those things that way, that's the much better call. Try to stay out of those things as much as possible, because they are there to suck all the money out of your accounts. You know what? I will try to see if I can get access to that program again. Maybe I'll just buy it again and do it, because I'd love to record it and show it to you guys. You guys would get a kick out of it.
Oh, much better. We don't have
money. What up,
money?
Dude? It's,
hey, look, I got the background now too.
Dude, you're
check it out. Yeah,
have a holly jolly Christmas, my friend. So
I can't see myself that well now, but hey, here we are.
We understand that you don't get to see or speak to him, and we do. We are so sorry that you have to go through this, but there will be a time that your child, will come seeking answers.
Yeah.
Be ready for it. You got to be ready for it.
And you may not have money today. Your son's 6, but you can set yourself up to be able to go back and get this stuff organized then. If you are supposed to get visitation with him, show up where you're supposed to be at. If you're supposed to be getting phone calls, make those phone calls. Keep it organized, keep it in a file. And keep track of all that stuff. Never ever stop keeping track. And if you get time you're supposed to be with your son and you're not, go to the spot every time. Be there, get a photo of it. It's stamped, meta stamp crap, whatever. I don't know. They're tracking us, right? So they know, and it's all on there. Keep track of all those things. Keep showing up. Never stop doing all the stuff. And yes, is it gonna suck? You also know when you show up that you're not gonna get him. So, but you go there because eventually you will, and you have to play the long game. You can't just be in this moment right now.
Bingo,
this moment right now is going to end, and this next one's going to keep coming. And you have to find the joy and the passion in your life for what you're doing, and also know that what you're doing in these moments, when it's your time to make that phone call, you make that phone call and you let it go to voicemail, and you screen record it and you let it go to voicemail, and you show that you did what you needed to do, and then move on. Go do something. Go do something that finds and brings joy for you in your life. Go for a hike. Go for a walk. Call Ryan on the phone. Watch his TikToks.
Use this time to focus on you.
Yeah. No, Jennifer, I've got a woman that I work with that has been through exactly what you've been through. And I want to connect you with her. Her name's Jenny. So So I've got Jenny in my mind. Your name's Jennifer, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So Jennifer, if you can find me on Facebook, go find Tough. And then in the comments, you'll see Ryan Powell. I'm in there all the time. Message me personally. If you message the page, you're going to get Sean. You won't get me. So if you can find me, I've got women that have been through the same thing that you're going through, because I know that talking to a man, we're not going to completely understand what you're going through. We understand, but at the same time, we're dealing with the man side. And there's other women out there that have been through the exact same thing that you're going through. And believe it or not, Jenny now has a great relationship with her son, who is now, I mean, he's 18. He might be 21 now. But she's got a relationship with her son now. And she got royally screwed. She kind of she didn't realize that. I don't want to speak for her, but she basically got screwed when her son was just 2. And she didn't have any money. She didn't have any way to fight, and she didn't have family to help her out with it. And she gave up. And then after a while, she met me. She met the Father's Rights Movement. She actually kind of helped me build my page. And here she is now. She's got 2 other kids and living her life, has a great relationship with her eldest son, and just don't ever give up. Don't ever give up, because at the end of the day, those kids are going to come and look for you. And they came and looked for Jenny when he was just 14, 15 years old, getting on Facebook. Looked her up on Facebook and messaged her on Facebook and said, "Hey, I think you're my mom." And it started, and it also happens with dads. There's dads that I know that I work with as well.
Not to cut you off here, but look what's just happening in the news, where a 40-year-old was just arrested for kidnapping their daughter
40 years ago.
Who has never seen her father, and now has a relationship with her father. All of a sudden, it is possible.
Melissa Isaac, right? I mean, Jesse Weiner, right? Like, I mean, there are so many of these women that are out there that understand what you're going through. And there's women out there. I mean, I know dozens of them also. They're everywhere. And these women are just going through the same stuff. And I think it might be harder for women, because at least as guys, like, we're expected not to get our kids, right? But as women, what would you do wrong? Right? That's always going to be the thing. What'd you do wrong? Right? Because you had to do something wrong. The only way a girl could not get their kids is if they did something wrong, and that's completely not true. It's just the court decided that you're not going to be the one, and they're gonna punish you instead. And they have to do that sometimes, because otherwise they would be completely biased. But so they just, you have to go out there and find these people. And there are these women out there, and there are women's groups out there that are working on this stuff too. But in everybody's page, you're gonna find it. And I don't know what Brian's YouTube looks like and stuff, but go find Tough, man. Tough's got tons of stuff. He's growing like a freaking weed over there. And there are women in the comments every day. I'm in there all the time, and I see
that are dealing with the same stuff, and they're constantly telling. It's not just men. Now, straight up, I'm going to speak the man side and what men are going through, and especially the unmarried father, because we truly are the only parent that has 0 rights. Everyone else has rights until they're taken away. But overall, there's a lot of women that follow me as well, and it's those women that you see in the comments that you need to connect with. The only downside is there are certain women out there and men that have gone too radical to just say that all women are bad, all women are, or all men, all women are bad whatsoever. I've had some that have shown me groups that, I'm the guy, and this is hate all men groups. You don't want to join those. Hate all women groups. You don't want to join those. But find your person. They're on Facebook, I promise you.
Yeah.
And like I told you, I've gotten in the comments. If you can find me, I will do a phone call with you tonight. I will jump off here. I will talk to you tonight.
Yeah.
You know, I think this will be a good moment to play another one of my songs, because what we're talking about is like, you know, never giving up, you know, never stopping the fight, regardless if it's in the courts or, you know, going into legislation work. You know, I wrote a song, and it's called Never Never, and it's like never giving up the fight. So I think it's be a great time to share that. And Jennifer, I want you to listen to the lyrics, because this is something something very dear to me. A good friend of mine, Brandon Madrid, he back when we were on Blog Talk Radio, when we started back in 2012 podcasting, he would always come on our show, and he always had the saying called "Never, never, never give up, never quit." You know, because eventually the time will come. And when I wrote this song, and I put the music to my words, and this just hit me so well that there was no other way to even name the song but to name it Never Never. So let's go ahead and play this song. And I want you to listen to the lyrics, Jennifer. I really do. And, you know, and understand that what we're telling you, yes, is from the man's point of view. And, you know, it may seem a little off put because it's coming from a man, but don't think of us just as men. Think of us as colleagues in the equal share parenting community.
Right.
Because it's not about us being men. You know,
we don't want anybody to go through this. I mean, I don't want women to go through this stuff. Right. I don't have a little girl, but my friend Ryan's got a little girl, and I don't want her to have this experience. And it could happen to her, you know. And I don't want my son to go through this stuff. And I'm fully committed to making sure that nobody goes through this stuff. And no one should have to. So
all right. So this is Never Never. We'll be right back.
Never Never.
Change is a whisper. It's the roar in the crowd. It's a silent prayer as we scream out loud. It's the hands that hold and the hearts that mend. Change is a story that will never end. Yeah. Family core got us twisted in the system. Dreams of the kids, but the gavel won't listen. Two parents, one love, split down the middle. Broken hearts play in a bittersweet fiddle. Fighting for rights, but the road hasn't played fair. Justice been blindfolded, acting like it don't care. Let us through the law, seems like they're gathering dust, but we continue to march on because change is a must. Never, never, never stop the fight. Equal shepherding and shine in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the rope. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken homes, this is the dream we evoke. Courtroom circus, they juggling pain. Tears on the gavel, lives down the drain. Family split, hearts severed in twain. But the future's a canvas, we splatter the stain. Yeah, 50-50 vision, balance in sight. Fathers and mothers both deserve the light. Kids need both, wrongs turn to right. Family law reform, we ignite the fight. Never, never, never stop the fight. Equal shepherding and shine in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the rope. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken homes, this is the dream we evoke. Speak out loud, don't be afraid. A future's built on the stands we've made. For fathers, mothers, children too. Family reform, it starts with you. Never, never, never stop the fight. Cold shepherding and shine in the light. Change is coming, it's within our sight. Never give up the hype, we're gonna make it right. Never, never, never give up hope. Seeking justice as we climb the rope. Every tear we shed fuels the fire we stoke. No more broken is the dream we evoke. It's the dream we evoke.
Yes, it is the dream that we invoke. And I hope you listen to those lyrics, because that right there, just there's no other way to describe it. The Never Never, the name of that song, it fits it just perfectly.
It's a good one too.
I wish I would have been able to see Brian just over there.
You know, right?
He was doing this number the whole time.
He made a comment earlier about how you can probably see me down below, Zach, and I can't see him.
Could you see me, Ryan?
No, you can't.
No, I didn't. I didn't. But I couldn't see anything. But I knew that you were just.
I'm literally over here rapping to it. I'm singing the lyrics as I'm listening to it. It's like I said, these are my words. These songs were created by my own words, by my own feelings, my own passion, my own existence of having to deal with the system. So,
yeah,
somebody was asking in the chat, where can they find these songs? Some of them are already up on the YouTube channel. All the others will be up on the YouTube channel in the coming days, especially all the Christmas ones, the ones that you'll be hearing here. I know we've played one already, one of the Christmas songs, and I got
don't wait
so
for
many
days.
more.
Put those bad boys out there. Let's go.
Yeah. But it's just
Christmas is tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
Christmas is over.
So, but yeah, I thought that was extremely fitting to play that song, Never Never. And I hope you really, I hope you find your path. For 12 years, I didn't know where my path was. I thought it was fighting in the courts. And then I had to cut the puppet master strings and get out of the grasp of the courts. And now I have, regardless if you're out of the courts now and the kids just don't want to see you, they will eventually. Keep fighting for them. Don't ever stop.
Don't ever stop. 100%.
Yeah.
And if they're not in your life and you're not getting time with them and that kind of stuff, keep being focused on how you're going to show up and what you're going to do when you get to have that experience. Because if you stop and you get focused on all the pain and anger and sadness, and they do come back around, that's what they're going to see, and that's what they're going to experience of you. Focus on being the best version of you. I know, right? Like get your ring light out. That's what I got mine up here. and stay focused on being that version of yourself, that when they are around you, when your son's back with you, that they love everything and they feel like they missed out and they want more of that of you. And you're not going to get that by being angry and bitter and vengeful and all those things. Those emotions, those below the line feelings are going to support you in not getting to have your kids. But by finding the joy in your life, finding the passion, finding the purpose, diving into the things that you enjoy and living above the line, having that good vibration of your life. And then when they come back and they see that in you, they are going to be attracted to it and they're going to want it and they're going to crave it. And then you're going to have everything you wanted, and you're going to be that mom that you are destined to be, and they're going to love it. So keep going, Jennifer. You got this.
Yeah. But no, they go back to, Ryan be like, and thinking if I'm over here really just jamming out. Oh yeah, man, I was jamming out. I was rocking it out. So I said, these are my heartfelt words, and that I put on paper, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
How do you rate letters to a 9-year-old that the conversation only goes one way? You know what? Do it regardless.
I do it.
I did it. I spent hours, writing stuff to my kids. Not only that, being on the phone, it was always me talking to them, not them talking to me.
Throwing me kisses? I can't wait for Panama. Anyways,
this is G-rated, okay?
We're past midnight.
Trying to get my trying to get my OnlyFans ready, my only dads. Well, the ladies can come, but
right. We charge
Jennifer, I understand. Trust me, I was in the military too, and I worked with kids all my life. Hell, I can go work in a daycare. I can go work at a preschool. I went to college I never did get the degrees because I stopped, when the government shut down in 2013, I stopped going to college because they weren't giving me my VA benefits were cut. And but if I would have done just the math section, I would have graduated with not only my criminal justice degree, but physical fitness and child education. And I got my certificates now. I can go work in a daycare. I can go work in a preschool. I can go work at a school if I wanted to. But I just wasn't the field that I wanted to go into. As much as I cared and wanted to make sure that no other child goes through this, I couldn't do that working in that field.
Yeah.
So
you can be more impactful doing this stuff. And the idea of writing a letter to your kids and stuff, it's not necessarily about them reading the letter, and maybe you give it to them down the road and stuff, but it's about you letting it go. It's about you getting those feelings out, those thoughts, that energy out. Because what happens when you just keep it inside of you, it keeps playing over and over again. But you write it down and you get it out there, and you type it into your thing and you send that email out, and then it's gone. You've put it out there into the universe. It is in a place now that's safe, and you don't got to keep running through it over and over again. Yeah. And so it's a way to let that stuff go that is draining your energy and your power to go on and do the things you need to do in your life. And so it's so impactful to do that stuff. And I recommend it to everybody, especially when you're going through hard times, man. It's just a journal. It's another way to journal that not everybody does, but also you can share stuff. And I send photos of myself and with my son. I tell funny stories and stuff. Like last year for Christmas, I had him and we're hanging out and I'm getting in for bed, right? And he's like about to go to sleep and stuff. And we were reading Christmas books and doing all this stuff. He's all getting into it. He's 7, right? And we're diving into it. And he goes, he's falling asleep. He's almost asleep. I feel him like kind of getting that little twitch, and about to pass out. All of a sudden he sits up and goes, "Dad, I think I heard a clatter." Like up on the rooftop, you hear a clatter, the roof clatter and stuff, and it's a Christmas song. Anyways, he goes, "I think I heard a clatter, Dad." And I just started cracking up. And I was like, "Son, then you have to go to sleep because Santa Claus is going to leave. If you heard a clatter and he's here, he's not going to come in if you're awake." And
trust me, Jennifer. This comment here literally hits the heart so much. Yeah. Because, trust me, being around somebody else's kids, yes, it hurt. Knowing the fact that I could be around, like my little nieces and nephews, being around other people's children. I work in retail. I'm around kids all day long. Mm-hmm. Should they really be in my store? No, because it's not meant for kids, but.
Your store is not. No, I went in there the other day with my son.
Jennifer,
okay, this section's not where I was not sure what I was getting myself into.
Jennifer, I just messaged you back from the Tough page. I asked for your phone number. You send it to me. I'll jump off here. We'll do a phone call real fast. But
yes, being around other children, yes, it did hurt. However, work on that hurt. Let it hurt. Because it's just going to fuel your fire even more to continue to want to fight. That's the way I saw it. I love it. A prime example. Freaking mom brought in, came in to look at some jewelry in the jewelry case and everything. And she's got a little girl, and she's got like 5 others that are running around there, much older. But this little girl was in a stroller, and here I am again in shorts. Because I'm a shorts guy. And as I'm helping the mom at the jewelry case, this little girl in the stroller literally reaches up, grabs the shorts, and is tugging on my shorts. Literally just tugging. It's like my heart's melting. I was like, oh my God, I wish this was my daughter. But she's literally, I look down at her, I'm like, what do you want, sweetie? And she goes, and she's pointing at the strap that she's strapped in. She wants me to unbuckle her so she can get out and escape the clutches of her mom being in the stroller. And I was like, oh, no, sweetheart.
I'm going to do that for you. I think, Erica, that's an interesting situation. The court ordered you to write a letter to your 9-year-old daughter. I mean, if we're going to be honest, she probably didn't read it. And if she's not being allowed to see you and that kind of stuff, it's not her doing that stuff. She's in a spot. The thing is called triangulation, right? And so it's about how one parent gets a love bond that then forces the kid to choose, but she's with the other parent more often, right? So your daughter knows, if I don't choose dad, what's going to happen to me? What's going to be my penalty I'm going to face, right? And she knows where that could lead to. And so she has to do what he wants her to do. And the court should know better. Like that's an absolutely inappropriate thing to do. And any court official who orders something like that is a criminal.
All right.
So get out of here.
Guys. I'm going to jump off here. She just gave me her phone number. I'm going to do this phone call.
Do it.
I love y'all.
Love you too, man.
Merry Christmas. And
we'll chat. We'll probably chat at you tomorrow.
Yeah. Chat tomorrow. Hey, and I'm setting up that trip. We're going to Panama or somewhere else. But Panama,
let's do it.
The idea. So I'm going to hit up. Yeah, man. All right. See you, man. Have a good night. Merry Christmas.
Right. Love you. Kisses.
Wisconsin, man. Oh, God. And they're in Tennessee. Really strange. Is the court case in Tennessee? Anyways, honestly, it's definitely, Amanda Silers is a good one. There's a lot of stuff anyways on Parental Alienation, because Erica, what you're doing with that's Parental Alienation, that's triangulation. You know, it's using a love bond for your daughter as a weapon to hurt you, and your daughter's stuck in the middle. And for a court to order something like that is absolutely inappropriate, especially at her age. Like maybe she was 16, maybe, or something like that. Okay, like at 9, she has no concept of what's going on, and she's only getting what she's being told by her dad, and it's not anything good. And he's guiding her towards the States, and she knows if she wrote back to you a letter and said that I love you, Mom, and I can't wait to see you again, and I wish I lived with you half the time, the letter would never be sent anyways. And she knows that if she said that stuff, it goes against what her dad wants that she's with all the time. And so a 9-year-old's not stupid, right? And the science behind it is very simple. Like, she has to say the things that are going to keep her dad on her side so she can be safe. And if she doesn't say those things, she is in jeopardy. And kids know those things. They can't articulate them as you and I would as adults, but that she understands those things, and those things are real. And so her being in a spot, it's not about her, and it has absolutely nothing to do with her desires or wants, but it's what she has to do to survive. Yeah. And she's in a horrible spot. And the fact that a judge would say that, it doesn't surprise me. And it surprises me because it's just these educated, ignorant people.
it's literally heart-wrenching to see these parents go through these types of traumas, regardless of mom or dad. Is parent regardless. You know, it's
100%.
Jennifer, I hope you find your peace. I hope you find your way. And you know, in for some, it doesn't happen overnight. Hell, sure as hell didn't take me overnight to figure it out. It took me 12 years.
I did not get it overnight. I got it in a couple years, but a year and a half or so. But it wasn't overnight. So coronavirus is when I started really healing a lot. It was over when coronavirus hit. I got to be by myself. I did a lot of exercising. I walked. I did like 2 million steps through Rocky Mountain National Park is where I was living at during coronavirus. And so I did like 2 million steps through the national park by myself. It was epic. No, this is a fantastic, comment here. It doesn't matter the age. Think of prisoners of war. They sign papers under duress to avoid more pain. Absolutely, 100%. Right.
And that's what the courts do. That's how they string you along. Because they have you sign this, you sign that. Oh, we'll guarantee you this. We guarantee you that. We'll allow this to happen. We'll allow you to do that. And it's just. It's all a game to them. It's called strings, and they're being puppet masters. They're stringing you along. Right. Again, take that pair of scissors. Take that knife. I'll take my little trusty Spyderco knife here and cut those strings. Cut them. Yep, get out of their grasp.
100%. 100%. Don't keep playing their games. Find a way to get out of it. Work on some mediation. Take what you get. All they want to do is they want to abuse you. I was in law school one time. My judge came to my law school class, and we were talking about family court. And he showed him in my law school class, and my professor warned me ahead of time, like, don't say anything. He shows up, and he says that he goes to family court. He decides before he gets there who the winner is and who the loser is, and he punishes the loser to the furthest extent of the law. And that's what he saw his job was. And that's the kind of criminals we have running this whole entire thing. And I sat there and I was like in the third row. Like the dude and I were like eye to eye, you know, and he said those things knowing that he just did that to me. And I know that he knew that, and he knew that I was in the class. And dude, it was unbelievable. And I went to the next class and I told my teacher, I was like, I'm going to speak first. And I talked for 20 minutes at the start of the next class about how inappropriate it was. And that's exactly everything that's wrong with the system. And that's the only reason I'm in law school is because of things like that. And that it wasn't acceptable. And that's what we have to change, is that kind of perception and those kind of thoughts. And these people do these things all the time. And they think it's funny. They get off on it. This dude got off on abusing people and using kids as weapons to hurt people. And he thought it was amusing. He thought he was cool because he did that kind of stuff.
Sad.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's not the only one. Then I went to when I went in front of the bar examiners, right? Like I went in front of the bar examiners to become a lawyer, and I sat there right in front of this judge, and she said that I have that she is worried about letting me become a lawyer because I've already said things about lawyers and judges and what they've done. And if they ruled against my client for whatever reason and I didn't like it, then I might tell the truth to the public. And they're afraid that the public might hear the truth from somebody who's on the inside. And that's why I couldn't be a lawyer. So I'm not a lawyer today. And I never will be one because I've spoken the truth too much. And they're afraid of what that means. And fuck them. Here I am. I'm gonna tell the truth every damn day.
Exactly. Tell the truth. Tell that truth. Don't ever let anyone stop you from telling your truth.
No. And the truth is that they're out there abusing people, and they're doing it for money, and they're doing it for pleasure, and they don't give a shit about you or your kids. And so you have to disassociate from that kind of stuff. And honestly, you know, it's why I'm motivated to break it down. I'm not going to put up with it, and my son's not going to go through with it, and I don't want you guys going through this anymore. And so I'm committed to changing this thing. You know, and we got some good stuff going on here in South Dakota, and this year might be questionable, but I think we're going to make some. We're going to go back again. I didn't read what she said. What's up? They live quite a far ways apart.
Is left up to the 9-year-old daughter now. That don't make any sense.
Right. Yeah, and that's not true. So who set that up? CPS?
Apparently the courts did. So because our previous comment is the daughter, even she had no contact with him until CPS stepped in. Now CPS is out of the picture, and we are in family court. I did the contempt of court because he was not following court orders, and I was not getting my scheduled visitation. The visitations are up to my 9-year-old daughter now, but I have not had any visitation in months still.
But it's not up to your daughter, right? Like it's not. I mean, I'd love you to send me that kind of stuff. I think you need to appeal it. Because
you need to,
that judge is absolutely inappropriate in what they're doing. And honestly, I mean, the hard part, you can't really bring them up on sanctions, right? Because you know who's gonna be deciding if they're doing things following the rules or not is other judges, and they're not gonna hurt. They're not gonna hurt their friends. So, because they don't want their friends to hurt them, and they all know that they're all doing evil and inappropriate stuff, and so they all have dirt on each other, and they're not going to let it out there.
Yeah, it should not be left up to a child at 9 years old.
Yeah, it's inappropriate. And a 9-year-old child does not know what
it can't make adult decisions. This is an adult situation, and it needs an adult to be able to make those decisions.
Damn right. And a child that's like that is in a spot where they are being manipulated and triangulated against you. The love bond has been formed, and they have chosen you as a target parent, and not your daughter. Yeah. She's doing it out of necessity for survival. And they have to then take the side of the parent who has them, because if they don't, there'll be ramifications.
No, I think in your situation though, Erica, where there's definitely parental alienation, or should I say parental interference. Mm-hmm. Things are being said to your daughter that's keeping her from wanting to come see you. And you need to get that on record.
And you can't necessarily prove it, but you know what? The fact that she doesn't want to, and you didn't do anything wrong, and I don't know, but assuming then it's alienation. You know,
if you can't cut those strings right now, and you have to go even further, being strung around like a puppet by the puppet masters, I would request that a intermediate, a counselor of some sort, to be able to be present. Like I said, I'm not an attorney. I'm not, but this is only based upon my own personal experience of helping others. I'm just giving some advice, some personal advice based upon my own personal experiences. But I would seek and even request the courts to, and maybe Zach, you can back me up on this, maybe, but request that a intermediate, a therapist or something like that, become involved in order to begin that relationship with your child again.
Yeah, I mean, I think having somebody. Hard part is you're paying somebody else to be involved, right? And so many things are about feelings.
You're
right,
Blue.
Your daughter said, I'm afraid, right? And then, well, she said she feels afraid, right? But she's only afraid because the dad told her she has to be afraid. And so then it's like, is that her feelings, or is that what the feelings that she's being imposed upon her? And I really have a problem with all that kind of stuff. And so there's a huge issue with that. But you need to go back and fight the courts and say this is inappropriate that a 9-year-old is being allowed to make these choices, mostly because she's in a spot where she's being manipulated or can be manipulated by this other person who doesn't want me involved. And so then and so I would look into like, there's some research and Craig Childress writes some very short, like 30-page books that are they're very detailed, but they're not dense. And so it's just very clear on exactly what this stuff is. And it gives you like a playbook of how you can articulate this to a court. And I would highly recommend getting his like 3 books he has about this whole topic. And I would be filing for that kind of stuff. Also, I'm going to plug my friend's new website thing that he's doing. Are you cool with that, Brian?
Yeah.
My friend.
Send it to me and I will post it.
Okay.
Because if it's a link, then I know YouTube won't allow it. Only the channel holder can post links.
Okay. Yep. I was just gonna say it out loud.
Oh yeah, you can say it out loud.
Oh yeah. So it's the Institute for Family Justice. It's a nonprofit. He's in Michigan, but he's been building his own platform and stuff. And I've been helping him do some beta work and stuff on it. He's getting pretty close to having things done really well. But that 100%, you need to go and get with somebody who can actually help you organize all these things and articulate the situation appropriately before the court, because what's happening is that they're not getting it right. They're not understanding how this stuff goes, and they don't care. Like they're just filing papers and pushing it through the motion. And they say that she says this, and that's good enough for them, because they want you off the docket and they're done.
Yeah. I love the last part of this comment here. Make it make sense. I wish I could.
It makes no sense.
It makes none whatsoever.
Yeah. No, it makes no sense.
Wait a minute. Here's another one. Let's see here. The last visitation, she told me that she wants to see me and she misses me, but when it comes to the visitation, there's always an excuse after excuse from him. Exactly. It's called manipulation of the child.
Yeah.
You know what? Wow. Oh, Jesus Christ. One of my actually 3 of my Christmas songs deal specifically with this type of topic. And it's more of the lines of, well, if you go see your other parent, you won't be able to see your grandparents today because they're coming over.
Yeah.
It's the manipulation. That's what's happening.
Yep.
Oh, you really want to go see your other parents? You can go hang out with your friends. You can have a sleepover.
Oh man, you would have got to go to your cousin's birthday party this weekend, and you're gonna have so much fun, and they're gonna have your favorite. They love chocolate cake like you love chocolate cake, and you could have had that, and you could have gone to the jump house, but you're gonna have to go with your dad or your mom.
Yeah,
and that is a real thing. And you have the documentation, you have the stuff. You need to get a platform where you can organize all these things, because what's happening is you're probably racing, and there's all this stuff going on, and this stuff's not super simple. It's not like, well, he wrote me a check for $100, but the bill was $105, and so he owes me $5. Like, that's a very simple equation of like things not being right. But like, this is extremely complex, and there's layers on top of layers of little nuanced things, and so many things that you have absolutely no clue of exactly what's going on, but all the signs are pointing to it happening. And so you need to get in with the ability to use a platform and stuff, and he's looking for new people to test it out. And your stuff is intense, and I think there's a very clear. I mean, I have the answer, and I think I could show you I could get there and stuff. But it could help you get organized. And I'm gonna tell you what, go and get the stuff by Craig Childress, because it's like 3 little books. They're like 30 pages each, and you can get them on Amazon. And I have copies of them. I just don't have any. I don't know where they're at. They're probably in my garage. But you can read them in a couple hours, and they're gonna have all the things, and you're gonna just see boom, 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 like exactly what's going on in your case, all laid out right there in a book with incredible detail. Good. And you should record all your conversations. I would record everything. So at every moment, all the time, I don't go on dates without girls or anywhere where I don't record. If I'm around my son's mom, you better believe my stuff's being recorded. I live often my watch is recording and my phone. So in case one stops, I have a backup, because you never know what's going to happen. And if you don't protect yourself, it's your word against theirs. And in our system right now, if someone's an accuser of something, that person is believed 100%. And then when they are proven to be incorrect, they go, well, shoot, we didn't get that one totally right, though. Oh, well, yeah, no harm, no foul for us. And they walk away and they don't care. And so I'm sorry you're in that spot. And I hope that one thing you can do is find a path to use your pain to support others and make a difference in this world, because you're not alone, and you shouldn't be going through this, and no one should have to, especially your daughter.
Well, we are coming up on the 12 o'clock hour, about 7 minutes away. We're going to play a song here, and we're going to give anyone who wants to come on and join us the chance to, come on. At the top of the chat, there is a pinned link. Click on that, and that'll bring you in to StreamYards right here with us, and I can bring you up on screen. And we can have a discussion even further. If you want to bring up a different topic, you want to talk about something else other than what we're talking about now, that's perfectly fine too. That's the purpose of these things. We want people to come on, to share either experiences, some words of wisdom, some thoughts, some prayers. You want to, wish your parent or your child a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. You want to wish your parent a Happy New Year and Merry Christmas. Come on. Click that link, come join us, and we'll be right back. This is one of the Christmas songs.
Porch lights throwing shadows on the fresh laid snow. I've got the cocoa waiting and the tree all aglow.
chose to leave while my heart is aching. You'll never believe it.
can I give when the only thing wanted is how we used to live? I don't need the silver, I don't need the gold, just a heart that's been stolen. Out in the cold, they can block every call, they can lock every gate and tell you that love is just something to wait. But the only wish a parent has, the only true plea is for the walls they built up to fall down to the sea. I'm not missing presents or a star on a tree, I'm just missing you and who we're allowed to be. Does it bring them comfort to see you in pain? To make a child question a bond that remains. The calendar turns, a new year starts near, but the echoes of absence are all that I hear. I hold on to the memories, the laughter, the light, and pray for a future where everything's right. I don't need the silver, I don't need the gold, just a heart that's been stolen. Out in the cold, they can block every call, they can lock every gate and tell you that love is just something to wait. But the only wish a parent has, the only true plea is for the walls they built up to fall down to the sea. I'm not missing presents or a star on the tree, I'm just missing you and who we're allowed to be. So I'll keep the hope burning, a small steady flame, whispering your name, though it feels like a game. They can keep us apart, but they can't make me forget the love in my heart that's not over yet. Yeah, it's not over yet. Merry Christmas, my child, wherever you be.
Dude, that's great, man. You're doing great stuff, man. You're really making some great music, man.
Well, I just got
I'm
to. Well,
gonna go on to once we're done here tonight, which is something we're here in a few minutes, but I'm gonna go on to the
Suno.
YouTube.
YouTube. Okay.
I mean, I love Suno. I'm not going on there tonight because what happens is I start diving in, and then all of a sudden,
Yep.
it'll be freaking midnight, and I get up every morning at 4:45. So I do like a group meets call with a bunch of dads every morning, and we plan out our days and our weeks every morning on Google Meet. And so it's like a hangout thing, 4:45 or 5:30 my time, 7:30 every single day. So I can't stay up all night playing on Suno. Although I could.
Well,
I have.
I will say, and I'm sorry to munch while I'm talking here,
You can watch your talk.
but I gotta get some sugar in me because if I'm gonna be up half the night.
Hey, no, you need to not do the sugar. Your body will produce it, and you got to be 160 pounds in a year and a half, bro.
I got a year and a half to do it.
Don't wait till the end, dude. Let's go. Hey, let's hang out. Let's work on it, man. I'd love to work with you on that stuff. I got some goals too, but what else?
But yeah, I
music.
got a text from my son roughly about a half hour ago. Going, I'm still listening. Just got you in my background while I'm playing VR. So, he's hearing these songs. If he's still watching, which I'm pretty sure he is, and if he's got me in the background, he's hearing these songs for the first time too. So some of them his mom's already shown him, or let them listen to. But they know where the YouTube channel is. They can go listen to them there too. But for anyone who's looking to get or to listen to these songs even more, make comments on them and whatnot, they will all be up on the YouTube channel. I'm trying to figure out how I can make albums on the YouTube channel. It's one thing I am looking into. And so all the Christmas songs will be in a Christmas album. All the other songs will be in another album.
Love it.
So, but yeah, no, it's like I said, these songs I'm creating that I've wrote and putting the music behind and the videos behind them and the voices and everything. Because I'm not a singer.
The videos are great.
Maybe in the shower do I sound good, but
right.
So
the showers up real loud. The guy that putting his hand on his heart and stuff, and the heart starts like, I did. That was a beautiful moment.
He just commented, "I'm still listening and learning." So actually, that was actually on the YouTube channel, and I know he was over on Twitch first.
No, I think he was on YouTube the first time also.
Was it?
Yeah. I think he was. I'm pretty sure. Ninja Matt,
that was that's also his Twitch channel as well.
Is it? I thought maybe he was back and forth, but I thought I saw him on YouTube and stuff also.
But yeah,
dude, Erica, go message. I hate to plug my own stuff about anything.
Oh, it was YouTube.
Yeah, go message.
Yeah, but if anybody else wants to join while he's doing that, please click on that link. Come join Matthew if you want to, come on and say a few words.
Come on. Let's do a game plan. Erica, that's my you can message me to that and stuff. I'm sure you can message through YouTube. I intend to get better at YouTube, so that might be helpful for me to get started doing that stuff. But and I think I can go on there now and have your stuff. But I think it's important to like find some people to get some support. Like there's a lot of things going on, and getting those things organized and how you can take it down. And the problem is that if you have a lawyer, they probably don't even know what any of this stuff is that I'm even talking about, because they just do this, they file the paperwork, they turn it all in, whatever happens, and they move on, they get paid, and they're done. And what you're dealing with is some real serious stuff.
Well, so it's like, let me put something on, LOL.
You know what? This is going live across the globe. It said,
no.
It's at least put a shirt on.
Yeah.
Or have the camera up high. I guess it doesn't matter either way. Then so, but yeah, man, I think it's just so important,
Well, at least I got the background on, because I still got their Christmas gifts behind me that I haven't yet.
They haven't wrapped yet.
Well, I'm not wrapping them. They're going to be put in a bag. They're pretty much, they're like, give me a gift card. That's all I want, But I did get them some things. I just with my e-bike had gotten stolen and a bunch of other stuff, and the holiday season, trying to send something out, it just literally. I went to UPS the other day to try to send out the box, and they're like, yeah, it's going to be at least 2 to 3 weeks before they even get it. They're on so much back time right now. It's not even funny. So yeah, if you're waiting for a package, you'll probably be waiting for a while.
Yeah, if you didn't send it out 2 weeks ago, it ain't gonna be there in time. So yeah, I think and like all this AI stuff, just making it so much more accessible for people to get together and do some of these things and stuff. Like,
if my son does come on here, I'm going to sit in the back. You can talk to him.
Yeah,
I will keep my mouth shut on this one.
I mean, shoot, I don't know your son, so it'd be cool to get to hear him and hear his experience and stuff. And he sounds like he's a pretty awesome young man. Oh, he's a senior, right? Going to graduate in the spring.
He's a senior, yeah. He's graduating in the spring. He's an ROTC
and what school is he going to go
student. So, say again.
What college is he going to go to? Because you guys are in Maryland, so.
Well, he goes to Magruder High School.
What college is he have a plan for college or?
It could be a community college. It doesn't have to necessarily be like a 4-year college.
Okay. Like there's not like a certain school he has to go to. Speak of here he is. What's up, Matt? Nice to meet you, man. Merry Christmas. It's Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Yeah, 5 minutes ago. Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Is your room clean?
Yes, it is. I'm still not going to show it. No.
Oh, don't make me come over there with the white glove and start inspecting it.
Do not become a drill sergeant looking for every dust particle.
Right?
Practice it right now. You're gonna be.
I was about to say, hey, practice makes perfect.
Right? Yeah. When you gotta make your bed tight, you might as well get some work on it and get it done right. My bed is not made, and that's okay. So
my bed is not made.
Oh man! So what days are coming on? What game are you playing? Do you play the same games your dad plays?
Not really. I'm more into like the more action stuff, like co-op, like Tactical Assault VR, where I actually go into missions and I have to rescue hostages and stuff.
Okay. Hostage Assault?
No, Matthew understands the reasons why I don't play those type of games.
Yeah.
There is meaning behind it, and I just let me put it this way: being in a combat zone, seeing the stuff firsthand, having to deal with that, playing those type of games is a trigger, and I don't want to be triggered.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why I don't play those games. Now there are games that he and I do play together.
Yeah.
And as soon as we are able to get him a new computer as well, because we're looking to get him a desktop.
Okay.
And we'll be able to play games like what was it, Terraria and stuff like that. Maybe Phasmophobia. Yeah. So games like that, games that I can play that don't give me triggers.
Right. Hey, no one wants that. No one wants that. My son and I we all got a thing when I was studying and stuff, but he loves Fortnite, and we started playing some football. He's getting into like Madden football now, so we've been playing some football together. But he likes playing on like the super easy level. He's like, "Dad, look at I scored 77 points."
They can get a hard level. Watch him struggle.
Oh no! He always says, "Dad, I'm playing on all pro right now," and I'm like, "No, you're not. You're not putting up." He's 8. You're not putting up. You're not putting up 77 points on all pro. You're getting 77 points scored on you. So,
Matthew, tell about the Apex Legend competition that you were in not too long ago.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was a while ago. It's a community that I'm part of. We play a lot of different games, mainly Apex Customs. It's a friend I've been roughly about a couple months. He was hosting a tournament with about 40 other members inside the community with 20 other Apex coaches. I was put onto a team. I was put on a team with 2 of them. I know for a little bit, but we've placed about 17th. Not that well, but good enough in my books. I got to experience something new, and it was my first tournament I played in.
Yeah,
how was it?
You did very well.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, to even get there and play is pretty incredible, right? Like, I mean,
yeah.
They wouldn't invite me to go play. I actually never even heard of that game. Apex, is that like is it a shooter game or?
Yeah, first person shooter.
Okay, so kind of like Call of Duty, right?
Like Call of Duty, yeah.
Okay. I mean, Call of Duty's intense. It's intense.
Call of Duty is more toxic. It has a little more toxic community than Apex.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, a lot more toxic, and I got a couple friends of mine that play COD, and they're always trying to get me to do the zombie version of COD, and I'm like, no, still same concept, and I can't do it. It's just
all the blood and all that kind of stuff. I mean, like the Fortnite's nice.
Well, it's not necessarily the blood; it's more of the combat action that happens within the game. It is a trigger, and a prime example. I don't know if I told you this, Matt, but I was at work, and I've been through a couple IEDs while overseas, and some metal bars were hanging or up against the wall, and they came crashing down behind me, and I went into full panic mode, to literally hyperventilating everything. It reminded me of an IED explosion, being on the Humvee and the 7-ton and whatnot. So I wound up having to go and sit in the back, and just like stuff like that. Still, it is a trigger. I don't have like episodes like that for the most part, but for something that I don't see. Another one, Hacksaw Ridge. I don't know if you've seen Hacksaw Ridge.
I have.
I went and saw it in theaters. Wrong mistake.
After you leave.
I left halfway through the movie because I'm just sitting there going, "Oh my god, I got to get out of here."
Right.
It literally brought back memories, the anxiety. I had to get out of there.
Yeah.
So
that's
what. Yeah. Huh?
Did you finish it?
Eventually, I did finish it. I left it. I left the movie theater. I couldn't watch it. I couldn't finish. I couldn't watch it by myself.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where I don't want to relive what I endured over there.
Right. Yeah, you already have the memories and stuff, and you already have the experience. And
exactly, I don't want to relive it. I live with it every day, and I will live it for the rest of my life. And that's just one thing I just don't want. I don't want the constant reminders of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's the hard part. You go somewhere like that, and you have to do things that you would never do in your real life in any other situation, right? And you're in spots where like those things are okay, and more than okay, I have to survive, because if I don't, then my fate will be determined, you know. And so you do what you have to do in the moments, and I have not ever been there, and thankfully, and I hope I don't ever have to do that kind of stuff. But thank you for doing that for me, you know. So, and I'm sorry you had to have that experience. So.
Well, better me than somebody else who is not able to withstand it.
Yeah.
You know, I get thanked there because I wear a military veterans hat all the time.
Yeah.
You know, I am proud. Don't get me wrong. I am absolutely proud that I have served, because I want to make sure that the war doesn't end up on our own front doorstep. I'd rather have it be somewhere else than here. And I joined because of 9/11, because, you know, well, at least what I thought of 9/11.
I almost joined up then too. I was in college then, and I didn't join, but I was.
So there are things I learned when I was in that were just okay. I joined because of this, but you know, don't get me wrong. It's something I was always going to do. I was actually going to join the Army first, and 9/11 happened, and I just gun ho. I hadn't graduated high school yet, but it just happened, and so I kept going into the recruiter's office. They were never there. Finally, the Marine Corps recruiter stepped out, be like, "Hey, you interested in joining? Come have a seat." And I was hooked from there on out.
Ready to go. Is that
Matthew? They didn't offer you a Dodge Charger?
Nope.
Not then, man. People were just signing up back then. They probably didn't give you nothing, right?
Yeah. No. They gave me a sign-on bonus, but it wasn't that much. But
yeah, did you get Dodge Charger, Matthew, or what? I might be joining up.
Did they offer you?
Nah, I can't confirm or deny.
But when
Stop stealing my words.
Is it black or is it red? What color is it?
Probably red.
Yeah, heck yeah, do a red one. That'd be dope. Super flashy.
Awesome. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 45 minutes left before we're going to get into the pre-recording stuff and the documentaries and everything, you know, for you all to watch. And I'm going to be able to. I have been working throughout the day today as well, and you know, I'm trying to get a little sugar here just to keep me up until 1 a.m. Here Eastern time. Like I said, we got documentaries coming up, and it's so much more information for you. We got Judge Judy. We got a long video of Judge Judy when she did an interview about the family courts and how she sat as a judge on the family court bench for a while, and how she believes that cameras do need to be in the courtrooms for accountability. Yeah. And then it goes into some of the trials where, you know, a father's coming asking for paternity and so forth. So it's a good video, but you'll also hear things about Nancy Schaefer. I got the big Nancy Schaefer video that you can find on RFIRN's YouTube channel. And of course, the documentaries, Yahya McClain's Casualties of War. You got Ginger Gentiles, Erasing Families. You got We the Parent by Elizabeth and Mike McNeese, which will be on tomorrow morning, by the way, around the 9:30 a.m. session. And they'll probably be with us on for a while. And then, you know, we got the fourth documentary as well, which we'll be playing for the first time, and a lot more information. We got commercials that we're going to be playing. We got quotes from famous people and some unknown people that you'll see throughout the pre-recorded segments. But if you want to come on and join us for the next, 45 minutes, the link is right there, ladies and gentlemen. It's right there in the chat. It's pinned to the chat. Just click on that link. It'll bring you into. Got on. Yep, Matthew got on. Exactly.
I can check out. You guys can get my sister on.
No problem.
Yeah.
You can see if Sophia wants to get on camera.
Yeah, let me try.
So, again, ladies and Jennifer, I know you're dealing with Ryan at the moment, but this right here is a prime example of the reason why we're telling everybody not to give up, because you're going to miss out on opportunities like this. I never thought in the 12 years that I would be at where I am at with my kids today. Yeah. Never would have thought. And here they are. They're joining me on my Christmas marathon. That's to me, that's big.
She's passed out.
Oh, she's passed out. Yeah, no. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe, who knows?
I mean, you go through those things, right? You start this thing, and you're like, it's all not where you want to be at. But like, you probably had a vision of like this being the thing, right? Like, one day you and your kids would be hanging out, doing your marathon together and stuff.
Never would have thought.
Never crossed your mind, like you would.
Never. Well, I always wanted it to happen.
Yeah.
You know, because especially now that they've seen everything, they've seen what I've had to endure. Now they've seen what their mom had to endure during that time. And you know, to be down in DC for that event during the late summer, and you know, hearing me speak for the first time, Matthew, you want to talk about that on how you felt?
Yeah, love to hear how you felt.
It felt weird the first time actually hearing you speak that out, and I don't really know how to explain it because that was the first time I've heard you talk about what the system's doing.
Yeah. You know, I will tell you, I know when you guys heard me speak when I was up on, before I even brought you guys up on stage at that event, I literally, it's like as soon as I started speaking, I'm like, oh my God, my kids are hearing me for the first time.
They're going to hear me say this out loud.
I felt proud.
Hell yes.
Don't tear up now.
What are you talking about? I was tearing up at the event, regardless.
He teared up when your name popped up on the screen. He was like,
yeah,
that's my son. That's my boy. Oh my God. I got a commercial break, guys. Please, music. Who's got a song on? I'm going to go cry.
Remember the first time I came into here?
Yeah, I remember.
You were crying.
I remember it was another Christmas marathon, and you had came into the chat. And never would have thought. Like I said, I never thought, you know, today now I can, but then, you know, but you've seen how the system is now. It's not just me that you heard other guest speakers at that event. And, you know, it's not just me speaking about it. Zack talks about it. You know, everyone that we've had on here so far, which is only a few, but you know, you and your sister and your mom, for that matter, you know, get to meet several of the individuals that I've been dealing with for 15 years that I've been associated with. You know, Connie Rigoli, Kathleen Arthur, and God, so many other guys. Like I said, I hate mentioning names. Blue, yeah, we're going until 1 o'clock, and then it will be all pre-recorded from 1 a.m. until 9 a.m., and then we'll be live again like we're doing here. So we're going from 9 p.m. to 9 p.m. and even longer. So it's literally a 24-hour marathon. The day is going to come that I will see that in prison. I believe it was a vision from God. No. Let's hope that it won't be seen in prison, Erica. I don't want to hear about you having to go to prison for this.
She said in person.
Yeah, do it in person. Exactly. So, but I know it's been a rough battle for you and your sister, Matthew, and you know I wish it was dealt differently. You guys, I really do. You know, and that goes for all the children out there, not just you guys, but for all the children. You know, the reason, 12 years I fought for you guys in the courts, and I just, after that 12th year, I couldn't do it anymore. But my battle may be over, but the fight is still in me. And I fight to make sure that you and your sister, that all the other children out here don't have to endure what Zack, myself, Carlos Rivera, James Kelly, Christy Beck, Monica Giglio, and all the other parents out there, regardless of sex, moms, dads, even the grandparents, extended family, to make sure that no one has to fight this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's my purpose.
You just want to have love, right? All you want to do is have your mom and your dad love you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And you've always known. You've always known, Matthew, because you and I, we've always talked on the phone. I know it's, some of the conversation has been one-sided. It's always me talking to you, and you're like, yeah, of course, yeah. Am I right? But you wouldn't have changed in any other way, would you?
Nope.
That's awesome.
And that right there, and Jennifer, I know you probably have us in the background while you're talking to Ryan. Matthew is the reason why I fight so hard. My daughter is the reason why I fight so hard, and the reason why I tell everyone to keep fighting. You know, you don't have to fight in the courts. There's other ways of battling this system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
And the most important battles within yourself. You got to get yourself healed and clean. You got to be that true version and that joyful experience, because if you're angry and all these negative feelings and stuff, those things are going to come out, like, and everybody can feel it. Everybody knows when they go in a room when they're around somebody who's all full of anger and hate, and you may not be able to articulate it, but they feel it. And you get to come from a space of joy and love and grace, and show up in mostly the grace, not for everybody else, but for yourself, you know. And don't.
Yes, we hear you over there on Twitch. We see your comments.
I don't hear you. I see your comments.
Yeah, we see the comments.
I haven't heard any words coming from you, Simon Riley, but you know what? I seen you popping up. What up? Yeah, it's a process, and you just get to just keep working on it every day. And there's good days and there's bad days, and you're always going to have hurt and pain, and it's like letting it go, and like you just get better about being cleaner, faster. You know, you might be.
I will tell you.
Yeah,
I've had many bad days. Even in the 12 years, I had a lot of bad days.
Yeah,
there were nights where I literally just cried myself to sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing's wrong with Matthew. He's having, he's chatting with us.
Right.
But yeah, no.
Busted, Matthew. This is a group for intervention.
There
You're
are
gonna have all those things, you know, and you have to have all those emotions. You have to feel them. You can't.
Yeah, you got to. It's the only way to grow, to learn and grow.
But give yourself a amount of time. If you need to be angry, choose anger and be in it, and be really fucking angry, not like something that everybody can see, right? But like for 2 minutes or 5 minutes, and then stop. And then go somewhere else. Do something that's joyful and happy and brings you back to where you want to be at. But don't dwell on those things. Don't let those things fester and stay with you the whole entire time. Clean them off, let them go, and then move forward towards the life you want to be in, and choose that quality. I think one of the things that I do all the time, and I don't know, I'm probably weird, but I like to choose my emotions. And like, so you can
this goes out to everybody, not just you. It's for everybody.
Oh yeah, no, I like to choose my emotions, right? So like, I don't know if you ever tried doing that kind of stuff, but like, you can choose to feel an emotion, and you can like relive a moment, like sadness, right? And like, that's probably how actors do it, right? They be in that experience, right? They feel that emotion, and then they really dive into it. And so you can actually choose to be joyful, even if you're in horrible situations and stuff. You can be joy in that spot, and so you might be hurting, but how you're going to get out of that is by letting go of that stuff and choosing, and then staying focused and being in that joy in that moment. And you've had joy in your life, and so choose joy, be joy, and every chance you get,
joy,
and find joy. Right
like
now.
I said, there are things that I do, and it wasn't until over the past year that I really got back into doing music again. Not playing it, but actually writing and putting, using the AI program to put music and the voice and to my words. You know, it's a hobby. You know what we're doing here. What I do as far as RFIRN, Restoring Families Internet Radio Network, it's a passion. I have a passion in my heart, a burning sensation in my heart that this is what I was meant to do. This is what whatever deity that you want to believe in, whatever God you want to believe in. This is something that I believe my deity wants me to do. This was my calling. You know, what I do on the side by making the music and or writing the lyrics to these songs, and you know, helping people behind the scenes, you know, going out to these events, putting up the stage, running the sound system, managing the system at the same time. You know, this is, you know, these are all passions, but music, that's a hobby. Playing video games, you know, streaming right here on Twitch, on my gaming platform, that's a hobby. That's how I keep myself sane. You have to find something that's going to help you get your zen, get your inner peace and calm. Yes, it's okay to be angry. It's okay to be mad and upset. That's human nature to have all those emotions. But we have to figure out, and you know, and I've also learned this in the years that I've been a manager for my company too, because you know, you have to learn how to deal with people at the same time. And sometimes dealing with certain people just does not work very well. So you have to find strategies, and there is strategies. Don't offend me, but my philosopher friend said the emotions is only a choice by. No, that's not true.
I know. I'm like, do I say anything about that? I just let it go.
No, I didn't even finish that.
Right.
No, let's try to keep it PG. You know, this is for.
I mean,
for
yeah,
children.
I know it's after midnight. We can get into a discussion about this if you want to, but
we could. But
it's only people of making those choices, and everybody can. And if you can't, guess what, dude? You should probably practice, because it would probably serve you in a lot of spaces. If you can't control your emotions, and whenever something irritates you and you just blow up in anger, that's a problem. And if you're overly sad because something happens to you that's bad and you can't let it go, then it's going to hurt you. And you get to learn how to control those things. And I'm going to tell you what, I have the skill. And so if I get the skill, you could get the skill too. And it's a powerful skill to have. So Brene Brown wrote this book, and it's something I'm actually going to probably start doing this year. But she wrote this book, and there's 81 emotions. So she describes like the feeling of like melancholy, right? And like despair. And like these are like they're little nuanced changes, right? Little nuanced things. So my intention is to go through her book and actually like spend a week processing through each of those different emotions, and then being in that experience and like diving into what that feels like. Because we always thought like, oh, I'm sad, oh, I'm angry, oh, I'm happy, you know, like, and we have 5 emotions like in the movie, you know, but like we have hundreds of them, right? Or at least 81 that she talks about. And how cool would it be to actually be able to like understand that little nuanced difference, right, between like being depressed and melancholy? Like, I don't know what it is. I think they're pretty close in words, right? But what would that be like to actually be able to understand really that little nuanced difference, and how much easier could you then get grasp of it and then choose something different for yourself if you really knew the exact spot you were in, right? Like, where am I exactly at? So,
well, I think it's
I'm gonna go to bed. You got half hour left.
We got a half hour left. We're gonna play one more song
going
here.
Twitch and get a Twitch fight. Do they have? Is that a real thing?
Probably. I don't know. But we are gonna play another Christmas song for you guys out there.
Which one is it?
12:30. We got a half hour left. So if anybody else wants to come on, and Matt, you're more than welcome to stay on if you want. You don't have to get off until 1 o'clock. But if anybody else wants to come on, the link is right there in the chat. It's pinned to both chats on YouTube and on Twitch. Just click that link, and we will definitely get you guys up on here and to share a few words of wisdom, some encouragement, you know, to keep the parents out there who are struggling this holiday season, and the children as well, because there are children out there suffering for not being able to see their parent as well. And you know, this is your time to be able to, you know, say a few words, you know, wish your kids or your parent a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and, you know, that you love them, that you miss them. And, you know, so here's your chance. You know, this is Restoring Families Internet Radio, the home of the voice of the voices. We'll be right back.
Oh. Sparkling, festive, bright. The shadows fill this wishful night. All the presents wrapped, they sit so still. And a Christmas dinner waiting for bellies to fill. Hoping to hear voice distilled. A list of wishes unfulfilled. Oh, I'm wishing on a Christmas star tonight. That my child feels my love with all their might. With all their might. With all their might. Though the miles dividing us in the cold. See the harm they inflict, but in our heart, a parent's love won't ever quit. No, it will never quit. Lies were spun to keep us apart, a heavy weight upon my heart. I picture smiles, I long to hear the gentle voice so sweet and clear. Wishing that it never turns to fear, 'cause all you want is to hear them cheer. We're missing out on every stage, another blank of the unspoken page. Wondering if they feel the same, waiting for the day we can play the same game. Oh, I'm wishing on a Christmas star tonight, that my child feels my love with all their might. With all their might. With all their might. Though the miles dividing us and the court orders are so strict, they do not see the harm they inflict, but in our heart, a parent's love won't never quit. No, it will never quit. Silent tears fall in the dim lit room, cutting through the holiday gloom. A parent silent, aching plea that they'll remember, that they'll see no judge or lie can never mend the love that reaches without end. Oh, I'm wishing on a Christmas star tonight, that my child feels my love with all their might. With all their might. With all their might. Though the miles dividing us and the court orders are so strict, they do not see the harm they inflict, but in our heart, a parent's love won't never quit. No, it will never. Just know, my child, I love you through and through. My only Christmas wish is to be with you. Wherever you are, whatever you do. Just know I'm trying to get to you. Wishing one day our Christmas dream will eventually come true. And hoping that you'll feel the same way too.
You know what? This is the first Christmas that I've actually been able to spend with my son Matthew for a little bit.
Hell yeah, man. Merry Christmas to you guys, man. What a blessing.
So, absolutely. I know you got to get to bed. I know I'm as soon as 1 o'clock and I hit the play button in order to I'm going to go take a at least a 4-hour nap myself.
That's what I'm getting in 5 hours tonight. So, and but just so I can get up in the morning and do some more work and stuff. But I just want to give everybody some love. And Brian, I want to say thank you for allowing me to come on here and get to hang out with you tonight. It was a real blessing to get to spend this time with you. And Matthew, pleasure to meet you, man. I've heard about you and your experiences, and it's a pleasure to see you guys being connected and enjoy, and looking forward to the lifetime you guys have ahead together. So, and everybody else out there, thank you for the opportunity to show up and be in connection. And I'm always here for everybody. So I hope you have a great Christmas. If you need somebody, the best place to find me is on Facebook. And if you message the page, Kids Deserve Dads, my cell phone number's on there and you can reach me. I'm available all the time. So hit me up if you need me, and go make your day great. I'm gonna go for a hike tomorrow, and
sounds like fun.
Work on some work. I'm building apps right now, so I'm building apps. I'm gonna have a cool app. I'm gonna show you the app that I've been working on, Brian. But and I wish you guys all the best. Go make 2026 great. I look forward to being involved, and thank you for this opportunity to show up again today, Brian. Man, it's a real pleasure.
Absolutely. Hoping to have you on again tomorrow after your hike.
Hit me up,
Tell
man.
us about your hike.
I might. You know, I know how to use Twitch on my phone and everything now, so maybe I'll just get up on that. I can go on there on Twitch and log in, right? Couldn't I just do it while I'm on the hike?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
As long as you have the link to join, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna check it out. I literally got my Twitch. I actually already had a Twitch account, but I literally logged on today for the first time I ever figured it out. So I'm gonna do it. But Twitch is where you do all the video gaming and stuff, right? Like they like all the.
I do, yes. My gaming channel is Crazy Chipmunk Crew.
Okay,
that's where I do all my gaming. I try to keep my gaming and my podcasting separate. That's why I have 2 different channels.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
It's
amazing, man. Thank you for coming on and joining me. Seriously,
yeah,
it's definitely been a blessing. You know, all the work that you're doing. You know, it all is happening for a reason.
Yes,
we were
sir.
all meant to be where we are right now.
Yep.
So thank you again for joining me, and hope to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, man. See you tomorrow, man. Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas. Have a good night. Matthew, is there anything that you would like to say, maybe to other children out there? You're not a child anymore. You're an adult. You're 18. So is there any words of encouragement that you want to, tell the children out there that might be listening tonight?
Like, be patient. Everything's gonna happen so fast. Just be patient. Just be patient. Everything's gonna happen so fast. Just think of what's gonna happen in the future, and just don't really think what's gonna happen. Think what's happening right now. Try to support both your parents. You know, it was hard for me to support you because of the court system and stuff. I couldn't really talk to you much. You know,
Yeah,
it was hard.
Yeah, it was. And, I know that the days that, we were supposed to have our phone contact and or Skype, and, Dave told you firsthand, my boss, nights that I was at work and I was supposed to get that phone call, and I was just distraught after every single missed call. And, and this goes out for all the parents out there. Yes, trust me, I've been there. 12 years I was there. But look where I'm at today. My son is on my Christmas marathon. I'm ecstatic, the just to be able to, to be in the presence of my son and actually spend some Christmas, whether it's, I'm physically there or not, it doesn't matter. I'm still spending Christmas with my son. I wish, my daughter was here too, but unfortunately she is asleep. But I'm pretty sure if she was awake, she'd be, on camera with Matthew. So, for a while, she didn't talk to me for a good while because of things that were told to her. And like I said, the songs that I've wrote, come with that experience, because with these raw emotions and what I was feeling in the moment of having to deal with, fighting the system and fighting for, both my children, my love for them, and they know it. They know it now, and they knew it then, and and they will know it for the rest of their life. I will always be there for them, 100%. 100%.
You can't be there physically, you be there mentally.
Yeah, I said, unfortunately, yeah, it's 12 years of your lives. I don't have much memory of because I was never there. And it was not of my doing. I wish I was. God, I wish I was. So much, man. I wish I was there when you had your recitals and, doing your stuff in school, and, and I'm so grateful that I've been able to be part of that and, be part of your school activities and stuff like that, and come in and see you guys. And, if I had a vehicle, I would in a heartbeat more often than none.
My graduation.
Oh, if I have to walk 10,000 miles, you've heard that song, right? I will walk 10,000 miles. How 10? What was it? Trust me, I would. I would, but Uncle Dave won't allow me to do that. He would drive me back to Gaithersburg.
He would.
Oh, he would in a heartbeat. You know darn well.
Yep.
But yeah, no. But ladies and gentlemen, this is why we do this here on RFIRN. This is the reason why we do the podcast. This is the reason why I fight so hard to get laws changed, is because I don't want to see Matthew have to go through the same turmoil. I don't want to see my daughter Sophia have to go through the same turmoil. I don't want to see no child out there have to go through the same turmoil that their parents have had to. So, all right, Matthew. Well, if you want to head off the bags, I know it looks like you're getting tired. I know I am.
I'm not tired.
I definitely need to know. Oh yeah, you're never tired.
Hey, I'm on winter break. I get to stay up.
Yeah. Well, I will say this again, ladies and gentlemen. We do have several documentaries. We got 4 documentaries that we're going to be sharing over the next. Shoot, where'd it go? There it is. Yep. Okay. I was just making sure I have it up and ready to go. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and pop this up here. Want to make sure I have the video up and ready. So all I got to do is hit play. Bingo. Okay. So yeah, all I got to do is hit play. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if by chance, sometime throughout the morning hours, if we go down, I have somebody that's watching that has my number. They will be giving me a call. Or Matthew, you can give me a call too if you see it go down, because I will be on getting some shut-eye. I'm the only one here in the studio that's running the system. So I do need to get a couple hours shut-eye because I have been up since literally 9 o'clock yesterday morning. So if somebody can get a hold of me, Matthew, I know you got my number. My buddy, he's watching, will also be contacting me because he's a nighter, so he'll be up watching as well, lurking just in case something goes down. I will definitely be back at 9 a.m. With Elizabeth McNeese and her husband Mike McNeese talking about their documentary, We the Parents. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, these documentaries that we got, Casualties of War, Wars Against the Regime by Yahya McClain, that deals with the whole parent side of dealing with the system. And then you got Ginger Gentiles documentary that deals with the child's aspect. And there is a great aspect that comes out of this, because for those who haven't seen it, I don't want to spoil it, but there's going to be a happy ending after that during that documentary, and you guys probably be in some tears. I know I was when I saw it, and I was hoping to possibly get an interview with these individuals. Unfortunately, it just wasn't possible. Maybe for a later show, we can definitely do that. But then you also got, like I said, Elizabeth and Mike McNeese's We the Parents documentary, and then we also have the new documentary, Overhauled Government Invasion of Your Parental Rights, by the Parental Rights Foundation, that will be playing. And you'll hear things from like Judge Judy too. There's a video of Judge Judy. You'll see the Remembrance of Nancy Schaefer video, and so much more. So you'll see quotes pop up from time to time. We got commercials that deal with organizations that RFIRN deals with on a daily basis, like the Family Forward Project. You got We the Parents on podcast. You got Dads Can Too. You got Kids Deserve Dads. The National Council for Equal Share Parenting. The Father's Rights Movement, and so many other organizations. You'll see commercials for them on how to get a hold of them. They'll have links and stuff like that you can go to. So much information. And some, I will say that for those that are watching, there may be some triggers that may form while watching these, because it is bringing back memories. But is it what we've been talking about, a trigger anyway? So. Yeah. So if anybody, we got 15 minutes left. If anybody else wants to come on and share a few words before we close out this live segment and get into the pre-recorded, that'd be more than welcome to. Click on that link that's at the top of the chat, and it'll bring you right in here, and I can bring you in. If you want to say, good night to your child or to your parent, you wish them a happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, please do so. And we'll go from there. But this is your time. We are the voice of the voiceless here at RFIRN. But, it's just, I will tell you this doing this marathon each year has been a blessing in disguise. All the people that I've met over the years, it's just great. And I will tell you that some of the individuals that I know are spending time with their families tonight and tomorrow and aren't able to come on, like Connie Rigoli and Carlos Rivera, you'll hear them throughout the morning hours. But there's one more individual that you guys will be hearing from, and she's not even here in the States. She's actually in Australia. She lives in Australia. And she came over here in 2017 for an event that we did on the Lincoln Memorial. Her name is Annie Rossini. And she's a musician. She plays a lot of different instruments, including the drums. I had to have her give me a few drum lessons. But she's also a singer. And she actually wrote 2 songs that we're going to be playing. One prior to her coming on her message, as well as one after her message. But she, I want to give her a shout out. Am I still live? Can't tell. Yeah, I'm still live. Yeah, okay. You look like you're frozen. I was wanting to make sure that was still good. Mm-hmm. She messaged me the other day apologizing because she couldn't get me her video, sooner. She lost her brother this past week. And so I want to give a shout out to Annie Rossini for her dedication, for even still wanting to send a Christmas message to each and every single one of you from the land of down under in Australia. Mad respect to her, going through what she's going through this Christmas. I can't even fathom losing a loved one during the holiday season and what she's been going through. So, my deepest condolences is to Annie Rossini and her family in Australia for the loss of her brother. And we also got to thank all the military men and women that are serving right now overseas, who are not home, being with their families for the holiday season. I was once there. Matter of fact, my first and second deployment, I missed holidays when I was over in Iraq. And so, for every military men and women who are serving abroad, keep your heads down, stay safe, and make it home. Make it home to your family so you can unwrap your gifts when you get home. That is definitely 100% the most important thing, is to make sure you guys come home. And yeah, you want to say anything else before we start to close out here, before we get into the pre-recorded, Matthew?
Yeah.
Oh, you're frozen.
I was gonna say, you guys are not alone. You have all these people you can talk to about your feelings. Just because you guys are having bad days doesn't mean you guys can have good days.
Yep.
You're not alone. We're here to help. My dad's here to help. He's been doing this for so long. The amount of people he's helped, it's changed people's lives.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, my son, you go get yourself some rests or play some more VR.
Okay.
And if you're still going to be lurking in the chat and you see the chat start going down, do call me. My phone is on. My phone's on me at all times. Just let me know. And like I said, for my buddy who's also watching, he'll probably do the same. So either you or him will get to me first. So, just let me know, and I will make sure I get up and reset the router real quick and get things back up and running. But Thank you, Matthew, for coming on and joining me tonight. Thank you, Zack, for coming on and joining me as well. Mark Ludwig, I know we'll see you tomorrow in the morning or probably in the evening as well. We'll see him a couple times throughout the day. But also Ryan Powell. I know Ryan's dealing with or speaking with Jennifer, who was chatting in the chat for quite a while, and we'll go from there. So, and we're gonna end with a song, and then a commercial. Then we'll go right into the pre-recording segment for the next 8 hours. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna play one more Christmas song, and then right into a commercial, and then I'll do the recording. So until 9 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, we will see you then.
Merry Christmas.
Say that again, Matthew.
I was going to say Merry Christmas to all the kids and parents. Merry Christmas.
Absolutely. Merry Christmas. We'll see you guys again at 9 a.m.
You're still my star. I'm still right here, waiting for the day you finally call. Your loving parent on Christmas. The porch lights hum is the only sound, while the neighbor's lights spill on the ground. I bought the bike you wanted in June. It's hidden in the garage a bit too soon. Your stocking's hung, but the name is blurred by a dozen things you haven't heard. I wrote you letters, I called your phone, but the line is cold as a winter stone. They say it's a season for coming home, but I'm celebrating all alone. There's a wall of whispers I can't break through, built by a heart that's keeping me from you. The Merry Christmas on the card I send is a paper bridge to where you went. I'm a ghost in your holiday, a shadow in the hall, waiting for the day you finally call. The stockings are hung, but one is bare, a silent reminder you're not there. The presents are wrapped beneath the tree, just hopes and dreams addressed to you from me. They fill your head with words untrue, painting a picture I never knew. I see your photos, a year goes by, another Christmas beneath a different sky. They say it's a season for coming home, but I'm celebrating all alone. There's a wall of whispers I can't break through, built by a heart that's keeping me from you. The Merry Christmas on the card I send is a paper bridge to where you went. I'm a ghost in your holiday, a shadow in the hall, waiting for the day you finally call. The silent nights, the empty chair, a heavy feeling fills the air. They built a wall, brick by brick, making my heart feel cold and sick. But love remains a burning flame, whispering your precious name. They say it's a season for coming home, but I'm celebrating all alone. There's a wall of whispers I can't break through, built by a heart that's keeping me from you. The Merry Christmas on the card I send is a paper bridge to where you went. I'm a ghost in your holiday, a shadow in the hall, waiting for the day you finally call. So I'll leave the light on just in case, to see the memory of your face. Merry Christmas, wherever way. Your loving parent, Merry Christmas.
Most people don't think about family courts as being unjust and being destructive, that there's a difference as far as in criminal courts versus family courts. Number one, you get due process, right? You don't have due process in a family court. It just doesn't exist. You have constitutional protections. You don't have constitutional protections in a family court. And you know, you can always appeal something. I guess maybe you can appeal it with a family court, but the reality is that when you appeal something, they're going to say, well, we can't overrule the judge's discretion. It's a shame because I want to believe in the court system. I'm a person who wants to believe in the rule of law. I'm a person who wants to believe that justice is going to be done. But I can't do it because I've seen it with my own eyes repeatedly.
Here is my handle and here is my spout.
When I get all steamed up, then I shout.
Tip me over and pour me out. Oh. The smallest moments can have the biggest impact on a child's life. Cheers. Take time to be a dad today.
Single motherhood can be totally exhausting. You do it all. Take care of the kids, run everyone to sports, doctors, play dates, cook, clean laundry. Plus you work full time. I get that when you divorced, this made sense. You were the main parent and maybe even the better parent. Kids can see their dad on the weekend, but they need a primary home, right? Plus your mom, your best friend, your lawyer, everyone told you that's what you should fight for in divorce and pay the lawyer for. But what if I told you the every other weekend schedule isn't actually what's good for kids? That it hurts kids. In fact, there are 60 peer-reviewed studies that prove that it's best for kids when they spend approximately equal time with both parents. That every other weekend schedule was developed in the 1960s, back when June Cleaver was the feminine ideal and women couldn't get a credit card without her husband's permission. Think about it. Your current setup is pretty sexist. You are responsible for the kids while he has time to focus on his career. It turns out, though, when kids spend equal time between both parents' homes, good things happen for everyone. Kids grow up seeing dads juggle family and work, manage households, and be involved caretakers. And kids grow up seeing moms as breadwinners and taking care of themselves, as well as others. After all, now moms have more time to build their careers, build a life, and swipe right more often. Not only do kids benefit from bonding with both parents equally, all that lawyer money can go to the college fund. Everyone wins. So if you believe in gender equality and what's best for kids and what's best for you, start by splitting parenting time 50-50. Simple.
Some folks think shared parenting only works if the parents are best friends. That's not true. Research shows kids do better with shared time.
At Kids Deserve Dads, we believe in a future that starts with a father's presence. We envision a world where every dad is empowered to be the best version of himself. It's about more than just being there. It's about fostering strong, loving, and connected relationships. We envision a world where every child grows up with the love and support of an involved father, a foundation that lasts a lifetime. By empowering men to become their best selves, we are doing more than helping fathers. We are fostering a new generation, children who are confident, compassionate, and resilient. Because when a father stands strong, his children stand taller. Join us in building a world where no child is left wondering, and every father is equipped to lead with love. Your journey to your best self starts here. Visit us at kidsdeservedads.org or find our community on Facebook at Kids Deserve Dads.
If you're struggling with thoughts of suicide, or worried about a friend or loved one, or in need of emotional support, help is available.
Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org.
It's free, confidential, and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Even if it feels like it, you are not alone.
Sparkling, festive, bright. The shadows fill this wishful night.
All the presents wrapped, they sit so still. In a Christmas dinner, waiting for bellies to fill.
Hoping to hear voice distilled, a list of wishes unfulfilled.
Oh, I'm wishing on a Christmas star tonight, that my child feels my love with all their might.
With all their might. With all their might. Though the miles dividing us and the cold orders are so strict, they do not see the harm they inflict. But in our heart, a parent's love won't ever quit.
No, it will never quit.
Lies were spun to keep us apart, a heavy weight upon my heart. I picture smiles, I long to hear their gentle voice so sweet and clear.
Wishing that it never turns to fear, 'cause all you want is to hear them cheer.
We're missing out on every stage, another blank of the unspoken page.
Wondering if they feel the same, waiting for the day we can play the same game. Oh, I'm wishing on a Christmas star tonight, that my child feels my love with all their might.
With all their might. With all their might. Though the miles dividing us and the court orders are so strict, they do not see the harm they inflict. But in our heart, a parent's love won't never quit.
No, it will never quit.
Silent tears fall in the dim lit room, cutting through the holiday gloom. A parent's silent, aching plea that they'll remember, that they'll see no judge or lie can never mend the love that reaches without end.
Oh, I'm wishing on a Christmas star tonight, that my child feels my love with all their might.
With all their might. With all their might. Though the miles dividing us and the court orders are so strict, they do not see the harm they inflict. But in our heart, a parent's love won't never quit.
No, it will never.
Just know, my child, I love you through and through. My only Christmas wish is to be with you.
Wherever you are, whatever you do.
Just know I'm trying to get to you. Wishing one day our Christmas dream will eventually come true. And hoping that you'll feel the same way too.
Hi guys, how are you? It's Carlos Rivera. I want to thank Brian for putting this holiday presentation together, this marathon. It's really important, and I knew years ago how important this would be to fellow alienated parents and how difficult the holidays can be and how heartbreaking. It was a very, very difficult time for me, and I'm lucky in that my children eventually came around, but there was a 16-year span where my oldest didn't talk to me, and then, then my son stopped talking to me for a while, and then my third daughter and my youngest daughter, have 4 children, always stuck by me, and I'm fortunate that her relationship and her input with her siblings changed things. When she moved in with me as a teenager, my youngest, she let her brothers and sisters know that I wasn't the person that I was being presented out to be, and slowly they reached out. But ironically, when they started to reach out, I had reached my point that I just can't do this anymore. It was very, very difficult for me, the depression, and it was just overwhelming how dark everything seemed. and slowly, they came back. And I spoke about this once before in a brief video that I put out, in that there's such a desire to tell your side of the story, and to seek that resolution. But I quickly found out when I was discussing a past event with one of my children, her recollection of the event was completely opposite to mine. And she became very, very upset. And I quickly realized that they went through their own hell, and their beliefs are ingrained. They really recall things a certain way, even though did not recall them that way. I recalled the event a different way. But I learned that it wasn't important. Yeah, I had spent so much time wishing they would come back, or I would just hear them again or see them again. And to try to make my point or make my view more apparent to her was irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was we lost a span of time. We can't get that back, and we just pick up from right here and right now. And I could just try to be the best father that I can be. And that was an important lesson. And I've seen friends of mine try to, try very, very hard to have their side of the story told so they're understood. And I think it causes additional harm. The way I look at things is, if my children ever ask me about past events or, the whole span of time from the divorce, then I'll answer honestly the best I can and do what I can for them. But the other thing that I learned is it's very difficult for me, because I spent over 10 years with friends, and I was very, very close with them. And many of the friends that I made along the way haven't had the good fortune that I've had, and their alienation continues. And for me, there's almost a guilt in that my children talk to me, and I remain friends with these people that I made over the years, because it became, family, a brotherhood. I have brothers and sisters in this fight that I've met, and friends I've made along the way, and protests and speaking out against the court corruption. And they're happy for me. But at the same time, I can't help but continue to have that heavy feeling in my chest and that sorrow for them, because I know how hard it is, and to keep up, to keep up that battle and the hope for things to change. But the other thing that's important is to, you have to get out there and live your life. The days, this time is just gets stolen from you, and we can't get that back. And, I have friends. I was recently on like a quasi retreat with friends I made along the way in family court and other alienated dads. And we went to an upstate cabin, and it was just nice. It was nice to be around guys that they get it. We don't really have to talk about it. We understand each other. And sometimes alienated parents could just look at each other and they know. And that comfort of having a friend sitting next to you that knows what's going on, it's so much more powerful than the well-wisher who's trying to tell you things to encourage you, but they don't understand. Nobody understands this unless they go through it. And it's important that, you have to try to live your life. Like, find the people around you. You find out who your real friends are, and you stick with them and try to do things and enjoy the day. And I've seen people that have all kinds of different methods to get through. A good friend of mine kept a journal of every single day that he wants to share with his son. Other people keep mementos or save gifts. And that's all very, very important. Whatever gets you through spiritually is really good. But then remember that there's a lot of things that we're lucky for, the friends that we make along the way. And I'm very encouraged lately about all the progress that's being made. I see on social media so many intelligent people are out there fighting and making headway. And I absolutely applaud this. I think that the more people that get out there and raise awareness and unite in this fight, we will see a change. We will. There's too many people who are aware of what's going on now, and your voice is important, and you will be heard. And maybe you're too shy to speak. Maybe you're in the midst of a trial and you are afraid to speak, but you can become active in your own way, either by attending different rallies or commenting on people's posts to keep them inspired that they're reaching out. And I had a really unique experience once in that I was going to Alpha Coffee one morning, and there was somebody who approached me, and I didn't know the person. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm a pediatrician, and the person addressed me by name, and I was very, very surprised as I couldn't quite place how I knew them. And they mentioned that my posts got them through, a very, very difficult time period. And I was actually kind of puzzled because this person never commented on videos that I made, and I didn't know who he was. He wasn't a patient's parent in my practice. He was just an ordinary guy going through this. And it really struck me in that whenever you're out there and you're saying things, there's somebody out there who identifies with you and will follow you. And your words of encouragement and sharing your experiences will really do a lot to help people. So I want you to remember that, and I want you to really keep that faith alive, enjoy your life, and realize that the friends that you're making now will be some of the best friends that you'll ever make in your life. So I hope that your holidays are as enjoyable as possible. Get out, go with friends, and make the best of each and every day. So I wish you well, and God bless you.
Family courts only grant shared parenting to 20% of divorced or split families.
That means 28 million children are being raised without one of their parents.
If my parents share parenting, I'll have fewer stress-related illnesses.
If my parents share parenting, I'll be less likely to engage in delinquent behavior.
If my parents share parenting, I'll be more likely to graduate high school and college.
I'll be less likely to abuse drugs, alcohol, and nicotine.
I will be less likely to suffer from depression. I'll be less likely to become pregnant as a teenager.
I'll be less likely to become a teen father.
I'll be more likely to have positive relationships with my grandparents.
If my parents share parenting,
they would be more likely to be in my child's life.
One of the first things you taught me is how to share. Share parenting.
Studies have proven that shared parenting makes healthier, happier children.
Please join us in this first ever national awareness advertising campaign for reform that will benefit children. Please help promote the equal shared parenting message across the country by giving generously. Your donation will help purchase advertising like this, strategically placed across the country. Together, we will make sure that children have equal access to both of their fit, loving, willing, and able parents. Please visit afesp.com today and donate. Thank you.
A common strategy is called the silver bullet, which is where you make false allegations against the other parent in order to win the upper hand in custody. The reason that strategy even exists is because the system is designed to have a winner and a loser.
The courts have a financial incentive to take our children from us, to take us as parents, most often fathers, but also mothers. They reduce us down to visitors to justify child support order. And when they justify child support order, the state then receives federal funding through what's known as Title 4D of the Social Security Act.
I did a great job and raised them myself pretty much. Their mom did what she had to do to help out, but she didn't allow the system to come in and force me to raise my own kids.
My daughter died. No one told me. And her mother still collected child support.
Let's go, Sarah. Come on, sweetie. Yeah, I understand, sweetie.
No, I know a lot of you are going through the very same things that I'm going through right now.
I spent 15 years in prison because I didn't have my biological father there to influence me.
Anything you want to say? You're being accused of shooting a cop, killing him.
Society not letting me see my son. I lash out at somebody that didn't deserve it.
85% of youths in prison were raised by single moms.
I haven't seen my son since November.
Like I said, I got one I ain't seen in 15 years.
I haven't seen my kids since December 2013.
I've been on house arrest for 2 years now for wanting to be in my daughter's life and being a father.
This doesn't just happen to men, this also happens to women. Mothers are alienated as well.
I'm personally a victim of a corrupt family law system.
They're being told by their father that your mother don't want you. She abandoned you. Do you know what this is doing to my children?
As President of the United States, I will do everything I can to address this inequality that impacts
Casualties of war. Warriors against the regime.
Here's another set of myths and truths about shared parenting. Myth: shared parenting arrangements are unstable and tend to turn into a sole custody arrangement except in name. Truth: while a very old 1980 study in California suggested that shared parenting arrangements tended to drift over time to sole maternal custody arrangements, recent research has demonstrated that the living arrangements of children with shared placement were at least as stable as those of children with sole mother placement. Myth: even though shared parenting is better for children, there should be no legal presumptions about parenting time. Truth: legal presumptions of equal shared parenting provide parents and children with assurances that their relationship will be protected. Young adults who are raised by divorced parents wish that they had more equal parenting time with both their parents.
Thoughts of suicide may feel impossible to overcome, but with help and support, you can find hope and meaning. Call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-TALK to speak to a counselor, or visit suicidepreventionlifeline.org. It's free, it's confidential, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And even if it feels like it, you're not alone.
No. Hey, no. In the courtroom circus, the gavel swings. Family torn apart by invisible strings. Puppet master laughs while the truth is ignored. Lies get a crown, truth gets the sword. One wins the game, one's left to crawl. But the kids are the ones who lose it all. A house divided where loved ones tread. Now it's a battlefield of hearts full of dread. Cut the strings, break the chains. See the evil drive in this pain. Puppet master pulling the strings tight. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight. Cut the strings before it's too late. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. A house divided will always fall, but the love of our children can rebuild it all. The puppet master dangle power like it's a prize. Blindfold justice with their lies. No due process, just a twisted show. Who really wins, no one knows. Children watch from the shattered ground. Silent cries in a world unbound. The scars run deep, the wounds won't heal, but parents still spin on the puppet's wheel. Cut the strings, break the chains. See the evil drive in this pain. Puppet master pulling the strings tight. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight. Cut the strings before it's too late. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. A house divided will always fall, but the love of our children can rebuild it all. Cut the strings, break the chains. Parents, you have to before it's too late. See the evil drive in this pain. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. Puppet master pulling tight. A house divided will always fall. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight, but the love of our children can rebuild it all. Cut the strings, break the chains. See the evil drive in this pain. Puppet master pulling the strings tight. The parents' eyes blinded by the fight. Cut the strings before it's too late. Rewrite the story, escape the hate. A a clean slate, the two of you together. And in the pain, cut the strings. Cut the strings.
There comes a time in every parent's life when they have to make a decision. Turn the other cheek or stand up for what they believe in. This is the battle of a father whose determination is so great, it's unlike anything else. A love so strong that sets new boundaries. A man whose sole purpose in life heal the parents, to better the children, to change our future. A battle so great, only one man stands up to the challenge, and this is his battle.
Casualties of war, warriors against the regime.
The civil rights movement has not ended. On 9/11/2016, alienated parents from all over America came together to march on Washington like so many of the great ones have done before.
Are you ready? Yeah!
Mr. President, can't you see?
Mr. President, can't you see?
What the courts have done to me.
What the courts have done to me.
They went and took our kids away.
They went and took our kids away.
That's why we're marching here today.
That's why we're marching here today.
Mr. President, can't you see?
Mr. President, can't you see?
Won't you come stand next to me?
Won't you come stand next to me?
The courts took our kids away.
The courts took our kids away.
That's why we're standing here today.
That's why we're standing here today.
How you guys doing today? Oh, I know you're tired. How you doing today? My name is Cass Jackson. I am a United States Navy veteran of 20 years of naval service. I was discharged from the Navy honorably on 31 August 2016. And on 1 September, I launched a 3,000-mile journey from Washington State to Washington, D.C. I came all the way over here to talk to the Commander-in-Chief. I want to talk to the President about the Fatherhood Initiative. I want to talk to him about how he challenged me as a father to step up to the plate. So here we are. Me and my fellow brothers and sisters are stepping up to the plate, sir. But you guys keep moving the plate further away from us.
According to the U.S. Census Bureau, over 20 million American children grow up without their biological father.
I haven't seen my son since November, and this is almost June. And this shit ain't right. I mean, this shit ain't right. It's killing me over here. My son deserves to have a father. Every child deserves to have both parents in their life. This shit has got to change. This shit has to change.
I got started in this movement approximately 5 years ago. During my own divorce, I was devastated. My own children were taken from me, and I was denied access to them.
The majority of my life, I grew up without my dad. As crazy as it seems, my mom basically kept my dad from seeing me and my sister.
Today is July 12th, 2016, and I haven't seen my kids since December, Christmas, 2013.
Anything you want to say? You're being accused of shooting a cop, killing him.
Society not letting me see my son. I lashed out at somebody that didn't deserve it.
The first time I was involved with the family court system, I was about 7 years old, and my father and my mother were going through a divorce of their own. I was subjected to parental alienation as a child with one side of my family conspiring against my mother, and I grew up not knowing my mother. She passed away about 10 years ago.
You know, I've been going through this battle, if you will, for 32 years, since 1984. I started out a victim myself. I was falsely accused of molesting my 3-year-old daughter, wound up in handcuffs in Jacksonville, Florida, Duval County, 1985. I basically found myself having to prove a negative in my innocence. Didn't know that. I thought this was America. You're innocent until proven guilty.
My name is Zack. I'm a professional fighter. I represented the United States of America in 1996 Olympic Games as a boxer, 119 pounds. I turned pro afterwards, became 3-time champion, 3 different weight divisions. The toughest fight of my life was fighting for my daughter, and it wasn't against her mother, but the court system.
Finally not being able to pay my attorney. So she struck her appearance in my court case, which led me to either let the allegations stick or start defending myself.
Hello, I'm Cleveland James, a Marine who used to guard the President of the United States, and now, due to parental alienation, I can't even see my own daughter.
I am a retired New York City police officer. I served the city of New York from 1989 to 2013. I don't really have any blemishes on my record. I did serve on September 11th, 2001. I worked patrol that day. I was assigned as a driver to a sergeant. And I was down at ground zero almost every day until the cleanup was done.
I got one I ain't seen in 15 years. And I don't even know what she looks like. I don't know what the emotions gonna be like when I first get to meet her. Like I said, I try to find them on Facebook, Google, any search engine, just to look for my daughter. And I'm just hoping and praying one day when I get to meet her that she'll understand that it wasn't me.
I really hooked up with a woman that is, quite frankly, a narcissistic sociopath.
I was alienated from my daughter, Tanea Norwood, when she was only 2 years old in the year 2000.
My name is Neil Shelton. I spent 11 months in a jail cell with a guy who murdered my best friend, all for a divorce. I am a casualty of war.
Hello, my name is Dr. Carlos Rivera. I'm a pediatrician in New York. I'm also an alienated father. I have 4 children. One of my children was alienated from me 4 years ago. She hasn't spoken to me in 4 years' time. Sadly, my son fell also victim to alienation, and he hasn't spoken to me for about 3 months now. Luckily, I still have 2 children that have a wonderful relationship, and for that reason, I continue to fight for the rights of alienated parents and parents subjected to family court.
I had no legal rights because she had a fiance, and her fiance believed it was his daughter, and he named her. Took a blood test, it was my daughter. He understood that, he left. She was bitter and she used the court systems against me. All I'm a victim of is trying to be a father to my child.
When I was 19, I gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. His dad and I split up when he was a year old. We went back and forth in court for about a year and a half. Me fighting for sole custody, his dad wanting joint. Of course, I won because, well, I'm a woman.
My daughter died. No one told me. And her mother still collected child support from me.
We bickered back and forth for years. He was reduced to being a visitor in his son's life, our son's life. He had every other weekend. He got behind on child support at one point, and I didn't let him see his son for the one weekend because I was mad about child support, so I essentially put a price on my son. And The next weekend that he was coming to get him, he had made plans to take our son bowling for his birthday. And they had planned to go fishing. He didn't come because he passed away in a car accident.
I don't need the system to help me raise my children. I have 6 children. I've raised 2 of them are adults now. I did a great job and raised them myself pretty much. Their mom did what she had to do to help out, but she didn't allow the system to come in and force me to raise my own kids. Therefore, me and my kids have a wonderful relationship now. So I would hope that anybody else would learn that, let me do my own thing, let me raise my own kids, and we'll be fine.
My experience in the court system was a breeze. I was given everything that I wanted. I was encouraged by family, friends, lawyers, judges even. That has to change. The system has to change. This is not right. It should not have been a win for me. It should not have been a loss for his father. The one who suffered in the end was our son. And now he's going to go without his dad, and he barely knew him. It has to change. You'll regret it. I regret it every day.
I hate the way it looks from the outside. People judge you. Do you see your kids and everything? And it's more complicated than just seeing them, you know? There's a lot of backstory behind the reasons why a dad doesn't get to see his kid.
It's called the silver bullet technique.
It's so common, it's known as the silver bullet.
It's called the silver bullet by men's rights and fathers' rights guys.
So what that is use either very dubious allegations of abuse or just flat out false.
This is called sexual allegations in divorce, the SAID syndrome. He said, she said, what a child said. There's a chapter in my book by the same title, the SAID syndrome.
You're either making a mountain out of a molehill or you're just flat out lying. And you use these allegations of abuse to get a restraining order. And the reason you use a restraining order is it's much easier to get a restraining order than to put somebody through the criminal process.
The voice of God just came down from out of nowhere. It just said, get up, dry your tears, and do as I say do. I went downtown the next day. I put my name on everything and I started representing myself. Once the attorneys knew I meant business, we had a battle, because now I had the same privilege that the attorneys had with the judges to talk directly to the judges. And going back and forth for over a period of 5 years, back and forth, I was determined to, number one, not be that person who I was alleged to be. And number two, I wanted to show the attorneys that they wasn't dealing with no incompetent person.
My children mean everything to me, and for me to be stripped away from them, it would crush me. But it would crush me more so because I know what they would be faced with without me. You know, a father that wants to be in his child's life, especially in the Black community, it's a commodity. It's a commodity that you cannot, shortchange. Because so many of us grew up without fathers that we don't value being them. So when you find a man who's like, I have to be in my kid's life, no matter what, you need to allow that. You need to be an enabling factor in that.
High Point University said they estimated 23 million alienated parents that's not allowed to be involved with their children's lives.
Everybody's affected. Everybody. I mean, when you say 150 million, I'd almost say we got 320 million in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, 320 million are affected.
Right.
In some way.
Exactly.
Somebody knows somebody, a brother, a nephew, a cousin, that's involved in this.
The underlying problem, though, is just like cancer. Until somebody tells you you have cancer, you sympathize for people with cancer, but you don't care. Right. Until family law, until you are separated from your children, until you lose everything, you don't care.
So I typed in her name in Facebook. Maybe her mom let her put up a page. Hopefully. At least I just want to see a picture of her. I haven't seen her, heard her voice many years. The only thing I have is my memory and a couple old pictures. First thing that pops up is her obituary. No one let me know. She didn't let me know. Child Support Services did not let me know. No one. Be it, this is months after she passed. Months after she passed. What kind of person could do that to somebody?
You have never heard me complain about missing my Ferrari. You've never heard me complain about missing my house, and you've never heard me complain about missing my money. The only thing important to me is my children.
Absolutely, and that, it's the apathy of, the state of the nation is, it was kind of like what you had during the Jim Crow era, and when the large civil rights movement began, where you had so much of a nation who was used to the status quo. They were used to the oppression of minorities, and they were very apathetic to the plight of minorities during that time frame. And it was kind of, well, it doesn't affect me, so it's not really an issue. Yes. We've seen it for so long, it's normal to us. Yep. And because they weren't part of the suffering, they weren't suffering themselves, it was very difficult for them to get themselves into forcing change, where change had to be, where it had to be done.
54 years later, still fighting for our God-given constitutional rights.
In the state of Illinois, where my case is at, I was only given 4 hours out of the month to be with my child. And I had to pay to see my own children. $30 an hour to see my own children. Yep. But yet, on that same hand, in Southern Illinois, in the Menard Correctional Facility, a maximum security facility, a convicted murderer can get 10 hours a month with their child. And they don't pay anything. Now, granted, they are incarcerated. But what you see is we even know and understand that even somebody in prison, they need that family connection.
So a lot of these cases involve men and fathers who have been wrongly accused of domestic violence, physical child abuse, sexual child abuse, dads who are basically part-time distant dads, not seeing their kids like they should be. Perhaps the mother has custody, she's just violating the court order. Or dad has very limited what I call Disneyland dad visitation rights, and part-time with his kid.
My firm represents men in family law matters. Been doing this since 2009, and I started the Isaac Law Firm because there's a huge need for good ethical representation of men in divorces. Men are what I found to be, this is not only my personal experience growing up, I've been on every side of the system, and I've found that men are really at a disadvantage in family law court for no other reason other than they're men.
So I want to know, will you defund Title 4D of the Social Security Act, which takes money from Social Security, incentivizes state courts to take one parent, normally the father, reduces them down to a visitor to justify a child support order so that the state can receive money through Title 4D of the Social Security Act? Because for every dollar that the state is spending in child support enforcement, based on their performance of that collection process, they can then take myself as a father and give me less than 20% of time with my children, and that is resulting in over 20 million American children growing up without a biological parent.
I am aware of just what you're talking about, having talked to hundreds over those years in that same position that you're in. As President of the United States, I will do everything I can to address this inequality that in fact does exist.
Thank you.
It makes sense that the kids fall victim, trapped in the fine lines of the court system. My 2-year-old was stripped from my arms, restrained completely and given to a mom. And there wasn't even one cat call. No violent reports at all, but they hit me with a DV charge. Civil court, no arrest, yet I took the fall.
Yep, making it worse. That's what I am.
Okay, dad's right there, suddenly he goes
I'm a father making it worse.
How's a toddler gonna comprehend that? How's a mom's not gonna condemn that? And all I ever asked for was equal time. But the judge looked at me like my daughter ain't mine. Ripped me apart no matter how hard I try. Over and over, trust me, it ain't right.
My parents were divorced when I was very young, and so I didn't know anything other than living as a divorced child. But my mother was, I don't know how other to call her other than she was a sociopath and a narcissist. She kept us from our father. There were times we didn't see our father at all for long extended periods of time, despite his attempts. And he was a firefighter who worked shift work. And so you can imagine, and this was in the 80s, they were not father-friendly at all. The courts were not very father-friendly in 2016, much less in the 80s. So there was very little option for him at that time. So I went to join the military, got an education. That was my only option for an education, and became a child therapist. And as a child therapist, I worked at an inpatient residential psychiatric hospital for children, and then I worked in a private practice with a psychiatrist. And working with these kids, I really found that the common denominator was bad moms and absent dads.
Father's Day 2012 was the last time I was allowed to see or speak to my children.
This doesn't just happen to men, this also happens to women. Mothers are alienated as well.
I'm personally a victim of a corrupt family law system, and I'm here to support other parents today in cash as we try to advocate for our constitutional rights that continue to be violated by family law judges and attorneys who work together to conspire to pimp our kids in the name of law.
I had 13 children. I have 5 by my first husband and 8 by my current husband. 8 of my children were taken away by defects.
I haven't seen my daughter since January 12, 2013.
We were living beside the lady who had 2 of my children. Well, actually 1, because they kept putting Savannah in the home with me. She'd come out to my house. This is the lady, she just got my case. She'd come out to my house. Kenneth was at work, and I had Savannah. And she come up to me and she said, Brandy, she said, I got a deal for you if you want to do it. I know y'all are having a hard time, and it is really hard with that many children. And she said, she looked at me and said, if you work with me and sign your rights to your 5 kids, the first 5 kids, actually there was 3, my bad, 3 children at the time of my first marriage. If you would sign them over, I will work with you to get the mixed children. And so I was like, first, I was like, no, they're all my children. I'm not doing that. I want all my children. I don't look at that. And then she was like, well, I just don't, she got an attitude and she was like, well, I just don't think it's appropriate for a black man to raise your white girls.
My name is Gwendolyn Chubb. I'm 46 years old. I live in Chicago, Illinois. I have 2 beautiful babies that I haven't seen in 8 years. 8 years. My daughter is 14. She'll be 15 on Tuesday. My son is 12. I'm not allowed any contact with them at all. No phone calls, no emails, no birthday presents. I'm restricted from getting any medical records, school records, talking to the doctor. How is this possible? I have no criminal history, nothing, not even shoplifting. I have no history of drug or alcohol abuse, no charges of neglect or abuse. Department of Children and Family Service don't even know me. Nobody has even said I'm a bad mother. So how is this possible that I can't see my children, talk to them, and they're being told by their father that your mother don't want you, she abandoned you? Do you know what this is doing to my children? My daughter's having panic attacks. She's 14.
Hello.
Hello, Catherine. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. My name is Yahya McLean. I'm doing some background research for a documentary called Casualties of War, and I would like to speak to you. I would like to speak to you about one of the subjects featured in the project, Miss Gwendolyn Chubb.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't talk to you about that. I'm the child representative in the case.
Right, that's exactly what we wanted to speak to you about.
Yeah, there's attorney-client privilege between the children and me, so it would be inappropriate to speak with you. I'm sorry.
Well, would you be able to tell me why Miss Chubb was not allowed to have any contact with her child?
The court file speaks for itself.
Yeah, could you tell me where?
You can access that at the Daily Center, and there's The judge has made specific findings with respect to why Ms. Chubb is prohibited from speaking or having contact with her children. So I don't want to speak for the judge or the court. That's well documented in the court file.
This is for a new order of protection?
No, it's not. It's to continue the current order of protection that's in place for an additional period of years.
I went to get a divorce in 2001 because my ex-husband was beating me. I just wanted to be safe. We went to court. The judge said, okay, what do you want to do? Me and my ex, we go to mediation. He said, let her keep the children. She's a wonderful mother. I was a stay-home mom. All he wanted was visitation every other weekend. Somehow, 3 weeks later, I get an order saying that I showed up to court and gave my babies to this man who had knifed me all up. I know God. And I thank him every day because I don't even know how I'm still able to walk around, work, and live and act like everything is normal when this is my world. This box, this closet, this is my world. I'm boxed in. Everybody say, oh, gotta be something more to the story. Well, yeah, that's an easy way to say I'm not gonna get involved with that. My family is even scared to get involved. They scared to come to court. My mother and father, they got rights to see their grandchildren. They cut off. How is that possible? How is... God, Lord, I don't understand how we live in America. Abandoned children, babies taken and dropped off at the fire station or whatever. And I can't see my children. I'm cut off from my children. Never mind the rights, the Constitution. I'm saying that fundamentally, if there is no abuse, neglect, or anything, children need both parents. I'm not trying to put mother against. I just want my children. Oh God. God. If you're a parent, I can't even ask you to imagine the pain that I have to live with every day. Anybody who knew me, you can go back and look at the pictures of me on my Facebook page where my skin was clear. And I've had two biopsies since 2008. Had a stroke in 2010. And do you know what? When I realized that something was wrong, my arm was getting numb, my head was hurt so bad, and I felt like my head was going to explode. I got ready to dial 911, and do you know what I said? I said, thank you, God. Thank you. I said, because I would rather die than live like this because it's killing me every day slowly. I got these hives. Every time it's time to go to court, I get these big hives with pus coming out of them. And they leave these black marks and they bleed. And I know people want to ask me, but you don't want the answer. You don't want to know the answer. You don't want to believe that this is happening or could happen because I don't know if you heard the term cognitive dissonance. cognitive dissonance, where your mind can't accept what is happening. So it just decide we're gonna make up an alternate reality. That must be what the judges and attorneys are experiencing in Cook County, because for this corruption to just be allowed to go on and flourish at the expense of my babies. What about my babies?
So now we have psychologists working with the kids, programs working with the kids, all that money from the federal government. And now with this Families First prevention, the prevention is on foster care. Prevention services of Act of 2016 will make it possible that any federal money will only be to help families within the home for at least a year. And then if children need to be removed, you can only get the federal money if they're placed with family. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, family, because family is what matters. Dads are what matters. Moms are what matters. Grandparents. I'm raising 3 grandchildren. I didn't have CPS involvement, thank God, but I will be happy to return my 3 grandchildren when my daughter recovers. And that's the way it should be, but that's not what foster parents want. They want to adopt your child.
Title 4E is the major source of federal funding for educating and training the child welfare workforce. The Title 4E Child Welfare Training Program was created as a part of the Child Welfare and Adoption Assistance Act of 1980 to support training in both foster care and adoption services. But the federal funding incentivizes the states to place children that are loved by good, fit parents into foster care.
For this lady to say what she thought of me just because of my skin color is ridiculous. She did not know me. When she even was in my house, she barely looked at me or barely had anything to say to me. Strange thing is though, Landon, the youngest, he called me daddy. I raised her since he was 2 until he actually went to foster care. He hung around me, he stayed with me. I love that boy. To me, that was my first son. So whatever she says, she's ignorant, and I don't care what she thinks, but I think people need to be let known that racism still is here, and that cruelty and manipulation in the world still is here. And so people need to be aware of this. Just because you're in the government, just because you wear a badge or your suit, you got a card, you're still could be a bad person.
There was a warrant issued for my arrest and my mother for kidnapping. I had friends call me and ask me why was my daughter's picture at 4 years old on the back of a Vibe magazine saying missing. Please call if you have any information. It was terrifying. So the police called the FBI, missing child. Police called. They called and told me and my mother that we need to turn ourselves in because I dropped my daughter to my mother's house and I went to my fight. I had a boxing match on ESPN at the time. Well, I wasn't going to turn myself in. I had to fight in 24 hours. I couldn't do it. I would do it afterwards, especially for something that was false, allegations. My mother turns herself in, which all in itself broke my heart. I didn't even know how I was going to fight with so much pressure on my head, with so much pressure on me about my daughter and my mother. So my mother drives from Virginia to Philadelphia with my daughter, turns herself in. The police takes my daughter. My daughter's mother was there. When the police kind of understood that just didn't seem right for someone to kidnap a child and then return them, bring them back when the police asked. So they took my child, they didn't give him back to her mother. They put her in foster care. And this is where it all begins.
So my kids were in the custody of their mother, along with her third husband after me. And at some point in time, there was a domestic fight between the two of them where weapons were used and hands were put on each other in front of my kids. Police were called, Child Protective Service was called, and she made statements at that time that to them, they didn't see that it was best interest for my kids to stay there at their house. So without my knowledge, without even calling me to give me a chance at that time to get my children, they turned the custody over to her father. Her father then, after about 3 months, decided that it was too much for him, and without notifying me again or notifying the mother, he turned them over to the state of Kentucky, signed them over, and they were placed in foster care.
I've been confined to my home for 2.5, well, going on 2 years, and I'll probably be confined for another 2 years until my appeal is complete.
I've been on house arrest for 2 years now for wanting to be in my daughter's life and being a father.
This is all over the start of a divorce. The divorce attorney lives less than a mile, less than a tenth of a mile from Christopher Morano. So it's very, dubious that she and Christopher Morano hang out together every day, and all of a sudden my ex, along with the divorce attorney, now has a criminal attorney that she's hired to convict me of crimes I never committed. This is what happens in the state of Connecticut, and the judges allow it, the prosecutors allow it, everybody allows this nonsense to happen, and there's absolutely nothing any average citizen can do as long as someone's willing to pay for the abuse.
What is the cause of that?
It's, I know what the cause of it is. It's political clout. It's this man, Blackie Pasoli, who has been involved in Chicago politics for about 60 years now. He runs the show. He runs all of the judges, all of the policemen, and he's made it clear that I should give up or I'm going to lose my life and lose my freedom.
And are you afraid?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever contemplated taking your own life?
Yes, I actually tried last year.
What happened? What did you do? What prevented it?
I was in I was in jail, and my attorney just came in and said that they added additional charges, and that they were now charging me with 9 felonies, and my chances of getting out of jail were slim and none. And I just went back in my jail cell, and I just I couldn't think straight. I just didn't want to live anymore. So I took my t-shirt off, and I ripped it in half, and I soaked it under some water and made a loop out of it, and I put it around the bars, and I jumped, and I woke up to a Chicago fireman who they called, and they cut the t-shirt from my neck, and he actually asked me to pray with him, and he told me that whatever was going on in my life, that it wasn't worth killing myself. And I spent about 2 days in the hospital after that, and then they brought me to Cook County Jail, where I sat for about 4 or 5 days until they were able to go into bond court and get an actual bond for me, and I posted bond and came home.
And aren't you glad that it didn't go through?
You know, after the last 2 years of hell, I go back and forth with this. I've been in hell the last 2 years, and I really don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. I don't see any hope. I mean, I don't know.
So I was working on Dominic Tomasello's story starting in the summer of 2015 through the fall and winter. And as I was getting close to finishing the first story, I received a call from a black number, and the voicemail was left, and the voicemail threatened me, said that I was going to be in trouble if I continued to work on the story.
You're fucking around with it, you like the story, you're going to find out you're going to be in trouble.
That's it.
One more time.
Short, sweet, and to the point.
You're fucking around with it, you like the story, you're going to find out you're going to be in trouble.
So I'm on house arrest for the supposed or alleged crime of threatening a judge. I sent an email to 6 people. This email was never intended for the judge. It was a private communication. One of these people, by the name of Jennifer Verno, took that email. She then recrafted a new document, a text document, a text image document, and sent it to this woman by the name of Linda Allard, who also is funded and works for the court system. In the family court system, she works for DCF. So she then took this recrafted text document and then sent it on to the marshals, the judicial marshals that run and manage security in the court. The chief judicial marshal, his name is Brian Clemens. Brian Clemens has a 2-year pastry certificate from St. John's College in upstate New York. He's the chief judicial marshal in charge of all the marshals in the state courthouse. He then took that and sent it to the state police and said that I had sent it to the judge, and I threatened the judge with that text document, which I never created and I never sent to a judge. So he got his job from his father, who was a big political contributor and a real estate mogul here in the state of Connecticut, and most importantly in Hartford. So his daddy called up a few people, and he's now the head judicial marshal for the state marshals that run all the courthouse security and run all the prisoner exchange within the courthouses, to and from courthouses and to and from the jails. So Judicial Marshal Brian Clemens, pastry chef dude, he's the guy that he took that recrafted email and sent it on to the Fusion Center in the state police. Now, the Fusion Center is a federal agency, but because the feds knew that it wasn't a crime, they didn't convict me. But yet the state of Connecticut and the prosecutor's office said, oh, we need to hurt this person, so let's just convict him of a crime anyways. So I was arrested with 2 SWAT teams that came to my house on the Friday, August 29th. They had 2 up-armored armadillos and about 75 SWAT people here with guns, loaded guns, and pointed at me and pointed at my house, and they wanted to basically kill me. They wanted me to resist in some way, shape, or form. I was actually working for Citigroup that day. I was home. I was just working in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and I came out barefoot. And there was no resistance. I didn't commit any crime. I had no reason to think I committed a crime. And they arrested me for what they said, threatening and harassment of a judge.
After a year and a half, I was awarded full custody. If it was vice versa, a woman and man, it wouldn't have lasted that long. I think there's definitely an issue with the rights of a man when it comes to his child.
Dr. Carlos Rivera, pediatrician, got divorced and ended up paying $15,000 a month to his ex. After paying $492,000 in 4 years, he still ended up having to go to jail for 6 months. Dr. Rivera has been forced into early retirement from his beloved profession due to finances and severe depression. He's been alienated from 2 of his children. He's been left with nothing. Yet, this isn't enough. His ex still wants him behind bars. Again. Even his ex's boyfriend thinks this is wrong.
Do I think you're getting a shaft? Yes, I do.
So how is this happening? How is the system allowing this to go on?
What more do they want from you? They they destroyed your life. I mean, I don't think I'm overstating it. They destroyed your life. They destroyed your relationship with three of your children. Two of your children working on the other 2. They destroyed your career. They created this situation. Now they're asking for the court to come in again. What more do they want?
The hard part is losing the career was stressful, and that's something I could move past. It's the children. Losing 2 of my children to alienation, having the next 2 threatened because they reside with their mother. I never thought that anybody be capable of such cruelty. And it saddens me that I thought at some point her family would stop her and say enough is enough. But unfortunately, I walked past one family member who was giving me dirty looks and stares on the way in. And it just saddens me. I think that how much can you do to a person? And the career and money is one thing, but my children are another. And I pray that this ends one day soon because it's really become difficult.
I mean, what I find unbelievable is they turned you into the bad guy. You're the victim. You are the victim. You wanted to be divorced, move on. You were willing to pay plenty of money. You know, your wife had custody, your ex-wife, you let her have custody, you had your career. Well, you know, they're turning you into the bad guy that you spent 6 months in jail. For people watching this, you've already spent 6 months in prison.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, I used to have a good relationship with professional colleagues and everyone keeps a distance, a pretty cold distance from me now. And after this point, I don't hear from anybody at all, you know, no one to say, hey, what happened? So I'm pretty isolated. And, you know, if it wasn't for my children, I probably would relocate. It's been difficult.
So what we're going to do is, so now you have a court appearance today. I think it's for 9:30 in the morning, up on the 6th floor with Judge Cheryl Joseph, who we don't know. We have at the show. We haven't had any experience with her, and we're just hopeful that she'll do the right thing, which is to just let you go on with your life. Don't let enough of the destruction end it. You know, my feeling, being experienced with the courts, is they're going to adjourn it because that's the name of the game. Make this drag on, and to some extent, hope that maybe you kill yourself. Hope that something horrible happens. They don't have to deal with it, or you just give up, or you have no money, so you're done.
I unfortunately, I've had bad experiences in the past with Judge Luft and Judge Lenoir. I was happy to see a different judge this time around. I have a lot of hope that in this case, Judge Joseph will finally be able to straighten this out because it's, yeah, I'm hopeful.
Well, you know, you're an optimistic type of guy, but you know, the problem is where we are. The place is run by the Chief Judge, Randall Henricks, who's corrupt himself. If you got the guy at the top, and you're not saying it, you probably don't even know him, I'm telling you, the man is corrupt. And there's many more judges. I promise everybody, we're in June of 2016. There are more judges that are going to go down because now people are starting to look at it. And I'm also saying right now, Judge Henricks, who is corrupt, is going to go down too.
Courts have a financial incentive to take our children from us, to take us as parents, most often fathers, but also mothers. They reduce us down to visitors to justify child support order. And when they justify child support order, the state then receives federal funding through what's known as Title IV-D of the Social Security Act.
When the ball stopped bouncing, she finally had enough.
She took me to court for willful contempt to not pay child support.
I would say roughly 350, 400,000 in lawyer fees.
Which was amazing to me because I paid over $494,000 to her.
Parental alienation is such a ubiquitous problem that it has taken family law court, which was set up to help children, and it has now turned it into a business. It is a $50 billion a year industry.
One of the people I worked with, I asked them, you know, what do you, they were an activist, and I said, you know, you're on the ground, what's a big problem you see? And the activist said, biggest problem I see is corrupt custody evaluators. And at that point, I'd never heard of a custody evaluator. I didn't know anything about that. And that was my original introduction into the world of divorce and custody matters. And this activist put out an email or something on their newsletter, got a bunch of phone calls back. And one of the people who called me, it was a couple weeks later, was a guy named Chris Mackney. And I spoke to Chris at the end, the first time at the beginning, or the end of October. And we spoke on and off, and then on December 29, 2013, he killed himself. And if I didn't step in and tell his story would be, his legacy would be that he was a crazy man, killed himself because he was mentally unstable, and all of the things which were done to him as a result of his divorce would go unnoticed. And so that's why I wrote the book. It's called Bullied to Death.
The importance of having a father in your life, like I said, is structure. You know, men, we make the difference. A man can walk in the room and the child will behave. But when the woman tells the child to do something, she may have a problem, but the man don't have to say anything. And I wish I, as a man, as a young boy, I wanted discipline. I wanted to be disciplined. I wanted that structure.
Real turning point in my divorce was when my children, they appointed a law guardian called at the time. Now it's called attorney for the child. Some states call it attorney ad litem, guardian ad litem. And they appointed one who these are just loser lawyers. I call them ambulance chasers. They're people who can't make a living in the field, so they work for a quarter of the price that they normally work. They run around the courtroom with their tail between their legs, sucking up to the judges to try to get appointments while they're there. So they hire one, a law guardian, and she interviews the kids. And here's what an ironic thing is that they always tell you, don't discuss the divorce with the children. Keep the children out of the divorce. This is between you two. And what is the first thing these law guardians do? They come to my children, they say, who do you want to live with? Who do you want to have custody of you? These are 10-year-old children. How do you put this burden on a 10-year-old child? This person should be charged with child abuse for doing this. This is just the worst form, but it gets even worse. So they asked my 3 children. One is my stepson, he's the oldest, from a previous marriage. And one of the problems actually was that he said, look, I don't care who I live with. I love my mother, I love my father, and I would live with either one of them. I would be happy with either one. My son, who I had a very, very close relationship with, we had a lot of things in common. He was a very empathetic child. The only thing we didn't have in common with it, he was a lot smarter than me. But as far as his empathy, his love for animals, his love for nature, just a very caring, sensitive person, and we really bonded. We were very, very, very close with each other. And, you know, I love him with all my heart. He was just a great, really, I could almost say he was a perfect child. And he told them that he would rather live with me. Then my youngest one, my daughter, tells them that she would rather live with my mother, but it's okay with her mother, but it's okay if she had to live with me, she would be okay with that too. And then the problem is, so now we go back to these meetings, and the law guardian tells us what the children said. So now my ex-wife, man, this looks bad for me, because now her biological son is saying he doesn't care if he has to live with me. My son is saying he wants to live with me, and my daughter's saying she'd rather live with the mother, but it's okay if she had to live with me. This looks horrible for her. So she goes on a vicious campaign to turn these kids around, to change their mind. And that just destroyed the children, because of course the courts say, don't tell the kids what we say. But she did it, realizing there's no repercussions to what she did, because really now I come to know she was probably more advanced than me, or her lawyer was smarter, and told her, look, they don't give a shit what women do. You can lie, commit perjury, break every rule. They're not gonna put you in jail. You're not gonna lose custody. Don't worry about it. Do whatever you want to do. So she went on this path of trying to turn the kids against me. In fact, I heard her one day tell my son, if you are ever nice to your father again, I will never love you. I'll never talk to you, and you will be dead to me. This is well documented in my forensic report, where she denied it, and I said, well, I'll tell you what, if I can prove it, then I'll give up custody. If I can't prove it, I'll give up custody. If I could prove that it's true, I would expect that you would give up custody too. And the law guardian said, well, that's it. I mean, the forensic psychologist said, well, that's a good deal, because if you didn't do it, take Gary's deal. You'll get custody and he'll walk away.
The majority of America's social ills are due to fatherless homes. But the corruption in family court is what's been the key factor in this horrific and ubiquitous problem. Every child deserves to be nourished and loved by both parents.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
I miss you, man.
I miss you too.
How you been? How old are you today? Huh?
7.
Yes, sir. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, man. Hey.
Yes.
What you doing?
Nothing, just walking around the plaza.
Walking around the plaza? Huh?
I said, we just walking around the plaza looking for a store for me to go get my money, use my money on a toy.
Oh, how much money you got?
$7.
Oh man, I gotta give you some money too.
Oh.
You in Atlanta? Why you keep hanging up?
That's my mom. He keeps taking the phone from me and hanging up. Yes, it is.
Man, I miss you so much, man. I can't wait to see you.
I have to see you.
Huh?
Say bye before you hang up. Alright, bye.
What?
Bye.
Why? Why you gotta go? Why you saying bye?
Well, I've been treated like a criminal. I've been lied to, lied about, humiliated beyond anything I could have ever imagined. And I've been treated like a piece of scum by every judge involved in this case. As I put this story together and pieced together and had to put it on a graphic because it's so complicated and showing the ties of the people involved, I started becoming more aware that this happens all the time. These are the attorneys that at the firm that represented me: Drew Parker, Rob Parker, and Doc Halliday. Doc and Drew had been partners for over 30 years, and after my trial and what I described earlier, their partnership was dissolved, again, reportedly because Rob Parker was having an affair with Doc's wife, Mary. This is my ex-wife's attorney, G. Edward Murphy. Moving over, this is the Peoria County Court Administrator, Rena Parker. Again, she is the wife of Drew Parker and the mother of Rob Parker. If you follow the arrow over here, you can see that her tie to Joe Billy McDade, and that he mentored her in 1978. And then moving over, you can see that Joe Billy McDade and Mary McDade were married. At the time I created this, I thought they were still married, but my understanding is that they're divorced. But Mary McDade still has over a 35-year tie to the Parker family, and yet she was a deciding judge on my appeal. This is a picture off my wife's Facebook page, my ex-wife's Facebook page, with her and Mary Halliday 3 weeks after my divorce was final, obviously celebrating their success in Las Vegas. This is Judge Michael Reisinger, the judge at my divorce trial. He's a racist, that he bases his decisions for blacks on how they dress and their attitudes, and yet he's allowed to remain on the bench. Next is Kate Gorman, who took over my divorce case in Peoria County. Her father is John Gorman, who is also a U.S. District Judge and has worked side by side with Joe Billy McDade for years. You can see that the Parkers contributed to Kate Gorman's campaign contribution. Here is Clarence Darrow, who was assigned my malpractice case against the law firm of Parker and Halliday. He just happens to be the father-in-law, or Sarah Darrow, a U.S. District Judge, who is taking over cases for Joe Billy McDade. And it's no surprise that Clarence Darrow dismissed my malpractice case, and now it's in the appellate court. With my malpractice case being in the appellate court, I fully expect that I'm going to need to have a larger board and add 3 additional judges onto my chart, because I have small hopes that that'll be decided in my favor based on what I've experienced over the past 5 years in the Illinois family court system.
My name is Henry Stokes, owner of Trilogy Cigar Lounge and Tailored Ash. I was blessed to have my father in my life, active in my life. My mother has 6 children, 5 different fathers, and of them, I truly was the only one who had a consistently active father in my life. And so I was, looking at that dynamic, I look back now and see that my mom had 5 boys, 1 girl, and of the 5 boys, I'm the only one who doesn't have a police record, who hasn't been to prison, who doesn't have multiple, baby mothers, the only one who graduated high school, the only one who went to college, the only one who was able to advance myself. And it was really because I had a man in my life to say, here is what hard work looks like, And I was so determined to not disappoint my dad that I stayed away from trouble. You know, even though trouble was easily to get into as a young guy, I stayed away from trouble because of that. And I remember times when I would be in Miami with my mother and my other brothers, and it was just, they had this sense about just doing whatever, because my mom, again, couldn't control them. So there was no make sure you're home or do your homework. You know, they were dropping out of school and really hanging around the older guys in the neighborhood who they looked up to as father figures, but these guys were, you know, some of the hardened criminals, some guys who were heavy into street activity, so which led my brothers into that same space. And unfortunately led to my youngest brother being murdered past December 2015. But for me, I had my dad who would say, you know, get home, get your grades done, you know, make sure you finish school. All those things were important to him, so they became important to me. And I never really had this situation where I was looking for that affection from a man, or looking for that, you know, validation from a man to even show me what a man was, because I had a man who was there, who was picking me up from school, who was at my football games, who was at my practices, and really showing me what unconditional love truly was.
I didn't have my biological father to be there for me, to talk to me, guide me, and help walk me through things. That's pretty much what I wanted. I wanted to be walked through some things. I wanted to be showed some things, but he wasn't there to show them to me. So since he wasn't there to show them to me, I had to do them all by myself. And naturally, I'm not looking for the better things, I'm looking for the things that's fast. If he was around, I think I would have been more able to slow down, to see how he got his car, to see how he got his money, to hear that he went into the service, to hear that he did college, to hear that he had these degrees, because then it would have showed where I was from. But since I never had nobody like that around me, my step-pops did crack cocaine. My step-pops drive trucks and was off and on, off in and out of my life, all my life. So this wasn't no influence. This was nobody that I could go to. So I couldn't see myself going to him. But my biological father, he took time out. He took time out. And if he was there, I'm sure that 15 years that I said I just did, meaning last year, April 2015, got out of the halfway house, I'm positive I wouldn't be there.
So I didn't have to worry about how am I gonna eat, how am I gonna get school clothes. All I focused on was school and doing right, and it completely changed the trajectory of my life, completely opened my eyes to different experiences, and it allowed me to grow into a man versus trying to become a man at an age where you shouldn't even be thinking about that.
Let me be clear about something. The things that I did was nothing to laugh at. These things was real life. These things take life. We shot people, we stabbed people, people died, families was lost. You know, when you have your back against the wall and somebody have a gun to your head and tell you don't have no other choice but to shoot somebody, and the influence is way less than when a person have a gun to your head. So when I'm sitting up there and I'm selling drugs, yeah, we was hard. Yeah, we was doing our thing. But you want to know what? When somebody got that gun at you and they shooting at you and you don't have no choice but to defend yourself and kill somebody, then you do what you have to do. But you want to know what? There's always consequences to that. Because now you're going to sit in prison. Now you're going to sit in a 150-man open dorm, listening to men with other men having sex, with homosexual activities, men violating your privacy, men coming in, stealing from you. You taking showers with all these men all at the same time. You not being able to be next to a woman. You can't be affectionate with a woman. You can't do nothing. You eat, you sleep, you shit when they tell you to.
A father is a diamond. And no matter what the circumstances are with the father and the mother, you cannot diminish the power and the effect of having a father in a child's life.
And the reason why I did 15 years is because my biological father wasn't in my life.
I had a client that I was counseling. It was a 36-year-old man. And at one point, he had experienced fatherlessness. I'm sitting across the table. The guy had hands like sledgehammers. He was huge, he was big, and this was a great big guy. He's like 6'4". And I'm talking to him, and I'm asking him this question. And I say to him, who taught you how to pee? He rears back for a second. He gets confused. He looks frustrated. You can see the range of emotions that are going on through his mind. And all of a sudden, these tears start coming down his face. He's absolutely bawling. And I pause him and I say, what's wrong? Where is all of this coming from? Tell me about the tears. He says, you know, no one ever taught me how to pee. In fact, when I was in middle school and I was in high school, I got teased because every time I went into the locker room in the boys' bathroom, I had to put the seat down to pee. Because my mom taught me how to pee. My dad was never there. They were always fighting with one another. And these are the emotional struggles and things that some people carry with them throughout their lives. And oftentimes they go untouched. They go untalked about. And they're repressed feelings of resentment, of regret, and this anger that people carry around with them.
I feel blessed by the Creator to even be able to sit and talk to you on this platform, because I got an arm full of people, an arm full of them that did not make it. And I did everything they did. We hung together every day. They did everything I did. But some of them will never get to see their children, whether it be through life in terms in prison or, you know, they're pushing up daisies right now. And these are people that I love dearly. These are people who I knew as people despite what society called us. Gang members, thugs, gangsters, whatever. These are people I knew as children when we all ran around poor, playing in abandoned buildings and dilapidated tenement homes. These were kids at one point who were struggling, who were hurting, who were in need of their fathers.
There was another child that was 8 years old, and his mother brought him into an office, and she said, fix him. And it was just her. She had been warring with the father, even though the father wanted to be a part of the child's life. And she wanted this child fixed. One of the teachers had reported and said that we really need him to be classified as ADHD. Now, nothing was wrong with the child, and I talked with the mother, and I ended up talking to the child. Come to find out, the child was acting up simply because every time he got in trouble, every time he acted out in class, the teacher would then call his father. The principal would then call his father, not the mother, but his father. So because he was acting up, because he was getting into all of this trouble, this was a chance and an opportunity for him to see his dad. And that's the only thing he wanted. He didn't need a diagnosis. He didn't need drugs. All he wanted was the attention of the father. So sometimes the emotional turmoil of parents and the resentment and all of the things and the frustrations and disappointments that are going on as parents, we get caught in this windstorm of irrelevance, and we forget about the most important piece of this thing, the child.
At the end of the day, we brought this beautiful life into the world that didn't ask to come here. And so we have to put our all into shaping, develop, nurturing, loving this child together so they can grow up and have a chance.
Just everybody in the process has absolute immunity, which means they have no incentive to behave positively, and in fact they have lots of incentive to behave negatively because there's lots of money to be made as long as there's animosity in the process.
Those type of laws, to me, like I said, once again, give women or men incentive to have kids by people who are either successful or prone to be successful, because then they can go in and legally alienate the parent and force the parent to pay money, which the system wins and the parent wins, but the kid truly loses.
The best thing to happen to the family courts
is movements like this, is people standing up, telling their stories, taking to social media. It's the best thing that could happen because it's bringing awareness, it's bringing attention. Because most people, they hear that, well, yeah, mothers get custody, fathers are on child support. They understand that, but they don't understand the injustice until it hits their front doorstep. Then when it hits their front doorstep, they come in and they're just appalled and they're amazed at the family court system. But so the best thing to happen to the family courts is what's going on right now, is people telling their stories, people here protesting, people here rallying, people here expressing what they want and exercise their constitutional rights to do so.
I can't imagine if I was denied access to my children like hundreds and hundreds of parents that I've been exposed to are going through right now. The heartbreak, the frustration, the anger, the humiliation, the suicides, them being put in jail on a regular basis. I'm going to take the facts that I have in my case where it shows the corruption, the collusion, and try and drive change.
At the end of the day, it's all about the kids. It's all about the kids when they grow up. You know, working where I work, seeing grown men still talks about how their father did them, how the mother not allowed the child to be in their life as a grown man. It's a problem there. It's really a problem. And a lot of times when we have kids, things gonna go wrong. They gonna go wrong. But at the end of the day, we gotta do what's best for the kids. What's best for the kids is having a mother and a father.
So if we want to have healthy children, we want to have a good economy, we want to have low rates of domestic violence, we don't want teenage pregnancies and childhood depression, well, guess what? Family courts, you need to start doing your job.
What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Hell! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Hell!
So we must stand together as woman and man, as we demand the repeal of Title 4D, as we demand the repeal of Title 4E. We will stand together and no longer allow the government to dictate the outcome of our children's lives. We will no longer allow the government to financially gain off of the demise of our families. Changing the laws is one thing, but the repeal is real.
Sorry that I'm not there. It's not that I don't care, but your moms won't let me. One day I know you'll see. It was lies written about me. When you need me, I'll be right here, right here, right here. Sorry that I'm not there. It's not that I don't care, but your moms won't let me. One day I know you'll see. It was lies written about me. When you need me, I'll be right here, right here, right here. We all wanna fight for the equal rights put in the media's light, but people just don't see what I'm talking about. Here really ain't just me. We in 2015, not 83. Ask any professional what the babies need. That's a moms and a dad, not just half of that. And it looks to me like we're lacking that, cause the system is biased and that's a fact. Judge Susan a meanie, didn't believe me out here in King County. My daughter's without me. When a mom wants to take a kid, it's that easy. Ex parte and there's no peace treaty. Christine Robinson was the bailiff involved. Looked at me like this is all my fault. Delayed my time on a 5-day trial. Gave me 2 days, said I would be fine though. Tell me now how they rush this process. The statistics expose this nonsense. 85% in favor of the mom. How can a working man try those odds? Fight for my time, how am I wrong? Stood for my rights, it cost me it all. Held my ground now for my daughter. Show me the evidence why I can't be a father.
Casualties of war. Warriors against the regime.
Buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. If I could have one wish, and that wish would be my kids. We'd be out doing shit that all the other families did. Taking you to practice, Luca to gymnastics. Watch your first backflip, that's the shit that I miss. Tell me what did I do? They don't deserve this. Tell me what's the purpose to reverse this curse which social services has placed upon us. Yeah. Buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. I don't always do what's right, but I do what's needed. I'm the father's right champion, I can't be defeated. Without you in my life, kids, I feel incompleted. The courts are so blind, but I'ma make them see it. You gotta believe it, his daddy loves you both. I just want you to know that. Even though it seems hopeless, don't give up hope yet. Come on, sing it with me now, sing it with me now, yeah. Hold on, Makai, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Makai, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control.
Hold on, baby, Daddy's on his way.
My beautiful wife, Vanessa McLean, for always holding me down and having so much patience. My daughter, Ebony McLean, for your unconditional love and understanding. Ebbs' mother, Jackie White, for never taking me through any of the bullshit that we just watched. My brothers, Mark and Malik McLean, for always being there for me, right or wrong. Imam Fatim, for always keeping it 100 and always loving my mom. My mother-in-law, Edith Quiroga, for raising such a gem of a daughter and always being so cool. And last, but definitely not least, my beautiful, strong, loving mother for giving me life, everything you've taught me, and for raising 3 boys to men on your own, along with any and everyone that has looked out for me or helped me through this process in any way. I love you all.
Casualties of war, warriors against the regime.
Yeah. You know, I know a lot of you are going through the very same things that I'm going through right now. Just hold your head up. Hi, Luca. Daddy loves you. I'm on my way. Hi, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, hi, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. All I know is pain, all I know is sorrow. Look into these eyes and you see that they be hollow. No future for tomorrow, I will beg or borrow. Whatever it takes, whoever's bones I have to break. Even if I have to take fate into my own hands to make sure that we're reunited once again. Come on, sing it with me now, sing it with me now, yeah. Hold on, Makai, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Makai, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. If I could have one wish, and that wish would be my kids. We'd be out doing shit that all the other families did. Taking you to practice, look into gymnastics. Watch your first backflip, that's the shit that I miss. Tell me what did I do, they don't deserve this. Tell me what's the purpose, to reverse this curse which social services has placed upon us. Yeah. Makai, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Makai, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. I don't always do what's right, but I do what's needed. I'm the father's right champion, I can't be defeated. Without you in my life, kids, I feel incompleted. The courts are so blind, but I'ma make them see it. You gotta believe it, his daddy loves you both. I just want you to know that. Even though it seems hopeless, don't give up hope yet. Come on, sing it with me now, sing it with me now, yeah. Hold on, Makai, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Makai, buddy, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control. Hold on, Luca, honey, don't let go. Daddy's on his way and I'm in control.
Hold on, baby, Daddy's on his way.
Has the family court system damaged your relationship with your child? Were you shocked by the lack of due process? You are not alone. For 11 years, Mark Ludwig has led the charge for shared parenting reform. He's met face-to-face with over 700 legislators, hosted over 70 events, and pushed legislation in 31 states. Now he's building something bigger, the A-Team. We are recruiting trained advocates in all 50 states, people like you stepping up for kids and real change. By joining Mark's Legislative Leadership Development Program, you'll get strategy sessions with Mark and guest legislators, on-demand training videos, and advanced AI tools to influence lawmakers. You'll even earn a seat on Mark's legislative team to join us when we meet the lawmakers. Don't just hope for change. Be the reason it happens. Join the movement. Join the A-Team. Visit stlmarkludwig.com and click the membership tab to get started today.
Are you ready to challenge the script? Fathers face immense hurdles in family courts, biases that often sideline their vital role in their children's lives. This isn't just unfair to dads, it deeply harms children, who deserve the love and guidance of both parents. Solicitors often focus on winning cases, treating clients as battles to be won rather than families to be nurtured. Government agencies frequently act on one-sided reports without thorough investigation, forcing fathers to defend themselves against unverified claims. Fathers, don't let this break you. Play the long game. Document everything meticulously. Keep detailed records of calls. Consider CCTV at home for transparency and never react emotionally to provocation. Less is more. Avoid confrontations, never chase or pester, and focus on the end goal. Quality time with your child. Mandatory mediation, shared parenting presumptions, and accountability for false claims are crucial reforms. When fathers are equal partners, children thrive emotionally and socially, developing resilience, empathy, and security. Stand strong, advocate for change, and remember, persistent strategic action can rewrite the future for fathers, children, and society.
It was such like a tug of war with whose side are you going to choose? I realized like it was just tearing me apart.
It was always, you're on my side or you're dead to me.
The first time my dad saw me, I was in my grandma's arms in a courtroom.
It really felt like she didn't want anything to do with me.
It's hard when you have to stop and think that your child wants nothing to do with you because of what they've been taught.
One parent gets to be a parent and the other gets to be, at best, a visitor, and at worst, completely erased. And a lot of it has to do with our judicial system.
What I remember about being in court was having to lie to the judge. Sorry.
It destroys lives, it bankrupts people every day, it tears children from their homes, and just so happens to be a $50 billion a year industry.
If you don't pay your child support, you're gonna go to jail.
Walter Scott decided to bolt from his car. Court documents show he owed more than $18,000 in child support payments.
These fathers are not deadbeat, they're dead broke.
Nothing I said mattered. None of the evidence I brought forward mattered. The judge wouldn't even look at it.
He's nothing like I was told he was.
If there's 22 million adults dealing with this, that's over 22 million children. And the mental health consequences are severe and long-lasting.
It's heartbreaking to me to see how many of you are dealing with this.
My dad was erased from my life.
It's happening all over the world. This isn't a father's rights issue. It's not a mother's rights issue. It's a human right issue.
My daughter here and I have been alienated from each other for the majority of her life. She called me and said, "Dad, it's time to move home," and she came home.
If the court worked in a way where there was 50-50 custody, I'd be happier. I wouldn't feel a void because I've never known a life where one parent wasn't missing.
A new bill would make default custody 50-50.
How come we don't have shared parenting in the law? It's called special interests.
We need more clarity in law to support what is best for children, shared parenting, and this helps move in that direction.
I want to show people that it can have a happy ending.
In about 10 minutes, we're going to leave for the courthouse so I can legally readopt my daughter.
I've seen families heal just because both parents got a fair chance. You don't have to agree on everything. You just have to agree your kid deserves both of you.
Falling softly, the lights are on the tree, but there's a heavy silence where the laughter used to be. The calendar is marked in red, the season's drawing near, but the Grinch is at the doorway freezing out the cheer. The phone stays on the counter, the ring is turned to low. The messages are mounting, but you'll never let them know. You wrap the house in bitterness and lock the garden gate, trading Christmas spirit for a heart filled up with hate. The children ask for daddy, or they wonder where mommy had stayed, but you brush away their questions like the plans that you delayed. You tell them that they're busy, or they didn't care to call, while you hide the very heartbeat of the meaning of it all. Oh, you're playing at the hero while you're acting like the thief, feeding on the tension and the children's quiet grief. You've stolen every phone call and you've hidden every sign, building up a wall across a disappearing line. Yeah, the Grinch is in the hallway and he's wearing your disguise, stealing away the holidays right before their eyes. Yeah, you're turning green in your tower of pride, keeping the love of a parent outside. You've stolen the Sundays and the holiday cheer, because you're the Grinch of the atmosphere. You think that you're winning by locking the gate, but you're feeding the child on a diet of hate. A parent isn't property, a child isn't a prize, but I see the stolen moments in the sadness of their eyes. You're counting up your power while you're tearing them apart, stealing away the magic with a cold and Grinch-like heart. The stockings hang in balance, but the joy is spread too thin, because you won't open up the door and let the other in. You might own the winner schedule and you might hold every key, but you're the one who's losing in this lonely victory. Oh, you're playing at the hero while you're acting like the thief, feeding on the tension and the children's quiet grief. You've stolen every phone call and you've hidden every sign, building up a wall across the disappearing line. Yeah, the Grinch is in the hallway and he's wearing your disguise, stealing away the holidays right before their eyes. Yeah, you're turning green in your tower of pride, keeping the love of a parent outside. You've stolen the Sundays and the holiday cheer, because you're the Grinch of the atmosphere. You think that you're winning by locking the gate, but you're feeding the child on a diet of hate. The tree is bright, the fire's warm, but the air is turning cold. A story of a holiday that never should be told. You've won the day, you've kept them close, you've had your selfish way, but the Grinch is all they'll remember when they think of Christmas Day. Yes, that is all they will remember this Christmas Day.
Say that there is a normal person. She or he sees their family, their mom, their dad, their dog, My perspective of family, I live with my mom and my stepdad. My other brother lives with me. My dad hates my mom. My older brother hates my mom, and I can't see either of them. It's not fair that any family goes through this. It breaks up your family, makes life harder, and you just don't see the world the same.
Every 60 seconds, a child loses contact with one parent permanently because of what's going on in the family court system.
One parent gets to be a parent, and the other gets to be, at best, a visitor, and at worst, completely erased.
It destroys lives, it bankrupts people every day, it tears children from their homes, and just so happens to be a $50 billion a year industry.
It's an epidemic that people don't realize that this country and other countries are going through. Nobody wants to talk about it until it happens to you.
This isn't a father's rights issue. It's not a mother's rights issue. It's a human right issue.
My parents' divorce was so messy that after I graduated from university, I moved literally halfway across the world to Argentina. Anything I could do to get away from them. But divorce and its effects on kids kept following me. And I made a film called Erasing Dad, Borrando Papá, that exposes the discrimination fathers face when they want to be in their kids' lives after divorce. The film's release caused the law in Argentina to be changed so that moms and dads could share joint custody. It also helped me to heal and reconnect with my family, and I returned to the United States. I wanted to make a follow-up film, and after a post on Facebook, my inbox was flooded with desperate pleas for help. Why were all these families reaching out to me, a filmmaker? Why were the family courts unable to help them? I decided to tell the stories of the ignored victims of family court, the children.
I was only 5 years old. One day we're all good, we're all happy, and then the next is like, oh, my dad's no longer in the picture.
I didn't really know what was happening at the time.
My first memory that I have is my parents fighting.
I have more bad memories than good memories.
The day my dad moved out was extremely hard. I was crying all the time.
When I was born, my parents were in the middle of a divorce. So the first time my dad saw me, I was in my grandma's arms in a courtroom. My mom only had one photo. It was a picture of him, and he was holding my sister Chelsea. A lot of me wanted to have a relationship with my biological father. I remember asking my mom every day, has Dad called? Has Dad called? She kept telling me, you know, maybe he's just busy, and then that turned into, he's not your dad. I was informed That basically he was poison to me and he would manipulate me if I was ever in contact with him. When I was reading the divorce file, though, there was a lot of things I didn't know happened. There's flaws in the system. I've never known a life where one parent wasn't missing.
I think that as a child, like I kind of knew it was coming subconsciously. You know, there's moments that I have flashbacks where I could see, you know, the door close. I could be standing in the hallway, just hear them screaming, so I just kind of disappear. So when my parents got divorced, I was 12 years old. My father was like, pack your things. We're gonna go, you know, visit your grandma for a little while.
When they left, he pulled him out of school, and I didn't know what to do. I was so overwhelmed with what was going on. I was living up in Pennsylvania because I was in the military. They ended up in Virginia.
Karen, my stepmom, I also call her mom, she came into my life when I was about 14.
Initially, I was there practically every weekend. So the visits started to decrease every month, and then I was stopped. Sometimes it was because the children would call me and say they didn't want to come. Sometimes I would get an email saying, well, the kids don't want to see you this weekend. It was signed by my ex, but it sounded like his wife.
I was just so confused. It really felt like she didn't want anything to do with me.
I can't even really answer why the whole thing happened. I was never on drugs. I had no criminal background. I had no psychological issues other than being heartbroken because I lost my children.
Me and my older brother had a really good relationship most of our lives. And we would play video games together, and everything was normal, like a normal sibling.
My older son always looked up to his father. My ex-husband and I separated, and at that time, my son realized that if he didn't side with his father, likely he wouldn't have his father in his life. So he had to choose mom or dad. And I think it was a survival mechanism, and he chose his father.
It just seems like one day out of the blue, he's just angry at her.
He would come home from their dad's and say I was horrible and demand whatever their dad wanted at the time.
Then he would always say, like, I want to kill her.
That wasn't my son, but he was being so influenced that that's how he had to act towards me.
Oftentimes she just starts crying on my shoulder, but I don't know how to help her.
I get reminded every day, like, your dad sucked.
My dad and my stepmom sat me down and discussed with me how awful of a person my mom was.
I don't think my mom wanted me to have any contact with my father.
Growing up, I learned to hate him.
As I got older, my dad said, you owe your loyalties to me because I've been here for you and your mom hasn't, and your mom left you.
It's a constant reminder because I am my father's child, so.
I began studying parental alienation approximately 3 years ago. I started looking around to people who have been affected by this on Facebook groups and support groups, and I didn't get any answers. I thought it's time to put some serious scientific attention to this problem.
Parental alienation. The set of behaviors that a parent will do to try to distance their child or hurt the relationship between the child and the other parent. Okay, so these...
It can be very subtle. They can refer to the other parent in pronouns, completely undermining their role as a parent. The custodial parent really colors the way that child perceives events. Obviously, you trust and love your parent, and you want to believe that what they're telling you is correct. That child is then expressing and parroting back what they're hearing.
How many of you have had it happen to you? Just by a show of hands. That's about, I'd say about 40%. I ask this of every class that I teach. It's heartbreaking to me to see how many of you are dealing with this.
I was trying to estimate the scope of the problem, and we conducted a poll in order to do that. 13% of these adults reported feeling alienated from one or more of their children, and what that comes out to is over 22 million American adults are feeling like they are being alienated from their children. If there's 22 million adults dealing with this, that's over 22 million children. And the mental health consequences on that child are severe and long-lasting.
I therefore find that X is an alienated child and that he has been alienated from his mother by the words, actions, and behavior of his father. The Child Custody and Access Report found that Brandon was alienated. I knew something was wrong before that. I just hadn't heard of a name for it. The judge did take away Dad's access for a month as sort of a warning because of behavior that was going on. So the judge was really swift in his actions. But the problem is, if one parent wants to make things difficult, it's almost impossible to get things in front of the judge. If they're not turning up for their court dates, if they're hiding from process servers and things, they can drag it on, and the judge can't do anything about that.
I've went to about 4 counselors. The counselor, he asked us to draw a picture of how we felt. I drew a house split in half with Brandon and my dad on one side and me, my middle brother, and my mom on the other side. And it was just cut in half.
I ended up leaving high school in my second sophomore year and went to beauty school at 15.
See how your layers kind of cascade together now?
My ex and I divorced while she was pregnant with Ashlyn, and then we had a big argument over the phone, and the next morning I was served with a restraining order. This was a permanent order of protection.
Kept everything. It amazes me that I go through all of this, and nowhere in here does she say I'm a bad father. Our divorce is our divorce. What we went through, what she did to me, what I did to her, what our relationship was, has nothing to do with our children.
honor, I wish it to be known that all I am after is to have unsupervised visitation and joint custody of my daughters. My children are very important to me, and I am very important to them.
This was the worst paper I ever had to file.
He's scared to continue any type of attempt for visitation because of some threat.
I feel it's best to withdraw my petition for visitation.
Although I have not been afforded the opportunity to see my youngest daughter, I love both of my children.
My ex-wife will go to any extreme in her vendetta against me and others. Therefore, I withdraw my petition and pray the situation will change in the future. And I will become a part of my daughter's lives.
It's just hard because you're, reading a letter that your parent feels hopeless.
I lost him.
Here, I don't know when's the last time you've seen this.
Peanut head.
I mean, they're just pictures of his life. Look how cute you were, though. I should give this to you. We had a good 4 years where we were just extremely nasty to each other.
It was almost like this enmeshed situation through a divorce where it was like team mom or team family in Virginia. My family started asking me about the divorce and my choice. I felt like my support system was right there in front of me, so it was a pretty simple answer at the time.
You can always look back at a situation and say, oh, I probably could have done this and, been a little nicer about it or welcomed her more, but had better conversations. But no, I think she disappeared on her own.
Oh. This is a transcript of when I went to pick my kids up. I rolled down the window, asked Rick if the kids are going to get in the car. And he said, that is up to the kids. They can decide what to do.
No, they do not have to come to the door. They don't, yeah, I think they do. They are old enough that they can express their wishes to you directly, and I can express them to you. I'm not the one who's telling you you can't see them, hon. It's not me. It's never been me. It's them. Really? Okay. You ready to go? Sure. Okay. Cheerio.
I was calling the police, I called the courts, I called whoever I could think of to help me, and they were like, well, no, sorry, there's nothing we can help you with. Unless they do something physically harming the children, we can't intervene with this. I just went through all these emails, and this is all the stuff I had to provide to the court. So I was more angry with the courts than I was with what was happening, because they wouldn't, it was like, it's almost like the thought that there's no gray area. It's all black and white. It was almost like they were looking to assign blame to somebody rather than figure out a way to make it work for everybody. All I wanted was to have a relationship and be able to see my children. And I felt that there had to be a better way to do this, and what I was experiencing was not it.
I think it was about 8 there was a custody battle that happened.
When the divorce was final, I saw my dad every other weekend.
It was supposed to be 51-49, my dad to my mom. Eventually went to I was only living at my mom's.
My mom hired the most expensive lawyer to make sure that she got sole custody.
The family court system is mandated to work in the best interest of the children. But what actually goes on behind the closed doors of family court?
If you watch any of the law shows, you come in today and you're in court tomorrow. That's not how it works. You're talking usually 6, 8, 12 months down the road. And during that period of time, it's very traumatic for children.
Too many cases, not enough judges. I was responsible for over 1,000 cases. Some days I would have 15, 20 hearings.
That you were in fear of imminent serious bodily harm. Isn't that true?
Family court really sets the stage for conflict because that is the nature of the legal process. It's adversarial.
If a parent is angry, I want the parent to continue talking, even though what is being said is not relevant. You always have to listen.
Mr. DeHaven, please make sure the questions are clear and don't ask redundant questions.
If you have a parent who has mental health issues, control issues, that person can keep coming back to court. Even if a person cries wolf, wolf 4, 5, 6 times.
In criminal court, the state has to pass certain tests to file charges, but not so in family court. One parent can bring the other parent back to court for something as serious as domestic violence or as petty as not liking the food they feed their child. Family court doesn't have to find a parent guilty of a crime, only that the other parent is the better parent. So evidence standards are much looser in family court than in criminal court.
They are not looking for clear evidence to support or refute either parent's claims, and that's very problematic.
We have a lot of stereotypes that are negative for the fathers. They're more abusive or aggressive than mothers, that they're deadbeat dads.
Would you agree that's a definition?
We have a lot of very positive stereotypes about mothers being the better parent. However, if a mother works, that is often used against those mothers. The other pattern is that the father will make the mother look like she's crazy, and everybody looks crazy in divorce.
While the courts are mandated to work in the best interest of the child, nowhere in the civil code is this term defined. So judges, custody evaluators, and psychologists can make findings based on opinions that they don't have to justify or show scientific evidence to validate.
Approximately $28 billion has been an estimate of how much this costs a year for family court involvement. It's to psychologists who have to get assigned or appointed by the court to make an evaluation. They get paid thousands of dollars. Expert witnesses that parents have to call. It's an industry because all of these pieces play a role.
I've had at least 4 or 5 counselors and doctors, 3 or 4 lawyers. It's cost close to $1 million.
Because it is civil court, you have no right to an attorney. This presents a barrier to families who can't afford to pay for one.
The attorney I had didn't want to do his job because I wasn't able to pay him in full. He could have talked about the parental alienation and said something referring to that, and he didn't say a word because I couldn't pay him.
I had nobody. And on a $600 a month income, can't afford anybody.
How is destroying a parent financially and emotionally in the child's best interest?
Nothing I said mattered. None of the evidence I brought forward mattered. The judge wouldn't even look at it. I mean, like, literally wouldn't look at it. My ex said plain and clearly that there was nothing that I could do to get to see my kids. And the judge asked me what I wanted, and I said, I want you to find her in contempt of court. And the judge wouldn't do it. He said, that's the children's caretaker. And I said, what am I? And he goes, you're the financial support. I get a phone call from my ex. she said, your children want to see you. They want to be in your life. And I said, how soon can you come over?
When I first met my dad at 10, I remember pulling up in the car and he was like smiling like ear to ear.
My wife was elated. My other daughter was excited.
My dad took my sister Carola and I and Chelsea to go do like a family photo shoot thing. And I just remember feeling really happy because we were all together.
God, it was such a blessing.
It was actually a very good visit. We met at a park, so they were able to play on the toys and feed the geese.
I knew he was somehow family in one way or another, but it's like I didn't know him. It didn't really feel like a father-daughter thing because I didn't have that sort of connection with him.
I think I was 4. They got to come stay for a little bit. We used to play Polly Pockets together. He made me feel very secure about every issue I ever had growing up, wondering where he was. He got a tattoo on his back of my birthday, and I was informed by my mom and my stepdad that that tattoo got removed, and it hadn't. The visits with my dad ended kind of abruptly.
My ex said, you know, with what they take out of your checks for child support, I know that you struggle. And I would like to help with that. So I have an idea.
The last time that I remember seeing my dad, he was signing papers.
Ashlyn's crying, I'm crying, and I've got my kid's stepdad telling me, don't worry, I'll make sure she never takes your children away from you again.
By that point, Robert had been their dad for a few years. It just seemed like the next step.
I knew something big was gonna happen.
I've got her sitting there telling me, it's not going to change anything. You're still their daddy. You're still their daddy. And the minute the papers were signed and the car doors were shut and everybody drove off, that was the last time I saw him.
The purpose of me meeting my father when I was 10 wasn't really about what I wanted from it or anything like that. It was just to get the adoption to go through.
I signed my rights. I'm ashamed, I'm embarrassed, I hate myself every day for it.
It sometimes felt as if my parents wanted me to choose sides. Like, they'd be like, what do you think?
They basically left it up to us whether we wanted to see him or not.
To pick a parent at 5, I probably wouldn't know who to pick at all.
His knees are.
Oh,
yeah.
That was wave, go wave.
I found out that Brian was adopted by Karen, I believe, through an email. Ooh, okay. I was angry and heartbroken.
This is that when you adopt somebody, everything about the person disappears and it all starts over.
I think she was like much more like making a bigger deal than I was. She was really excited and felt like she was like pretty nervous, or maybe a little nervous to ask me.
So on it says certificate of birth. Like, I gave birth to you on this day. That's how this is written. Like, it wipes everything else out before that, and now this is your legal document. So if anybody searched your birth, this is what they would see. They would see that I am now on your birth certificate as if I gave birth to you.
To me, Karen was mom, and it was important to her.
It's like that never happened, and this did.
It's an interesting way to make
look
things
at it.
happen, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I really didn't even think about Caroline at the time.
This is a card I sent to my daughter that I took a picture of so she would know that I sent it. And I did that with many cards that I sent them. This was a photo that was taken when she was little. Oh, God. All right. The adoption paperwork for Katie. I received an email from Karen saying that Katie wanted to be adopted also. By that point, she wasn't talking to me anymore, really. She didn't want anything to do with me. It just says who we are and my consent to the adoption.
How do you feel when you read that?
Not good. My daughter testified on the stand and said that she didn't want to see me. And it was in open court. I watched the whole thing. I was sitting right across from her looking at her while it was happening.
As soon as society and the legal system starts to ask a child, who should you choose to live with? Who would you like to live with? Then right away, they are asking a child to make a choice about who's a better parent. And that means one parent gets to be a parent and the other gets to be, at best, a visitor, and at worst, completely erased.
Like, I would just say it's just easier to not talk to her, and it was just such an easy decision. And in reality, there's no way that a decision like that could have been easy. So in turn, that's how I started building my walls. They're like screw you walls, like no one's getting in here. As a kid, we just don't want the stress of having to figure all this out.
I think the parents a lot of times aren't even conscious of the conflict they're creating for the child or the way they're manipulating them. One of the concerns when you interview a child is they come into a stranger's office in an uncomfortable setting. They've been brought here by one or the other parent. The other one's sitting out there. They feel incredibly conflicted. And so I don't know that we get accurate information from children when they come in.
I just want to see my mom.
Sophie, do you want to go see your daddy? Can you tell me why?
Because I don't.
What I remember about being in court was having to lie to the judge.
I had one case that sticks in my mind where the child wrote me and told me that all of the things she had complained about in detail had all been a lie.
My stepdad was going to be my real dad now. I remember telling Mom something along the lines of, I don't feel this way about my stepdad. I don't want my stepdad to be my dad. And she told me that basically that it was too late to say that, and it was out of my hands at that point. I was scared, to be honest, so I lied. And I said, yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm comfortable with this. This is what I want. And I felt a lot of guilt for that for a long time. Like, it was my fault that I felt that way, because I should just rewire my brain and think the way they think, which was that I shouldn't have a relationship with him. I started smoking when I was 12, cutting myself regularly. I don't recall any kind of follow-up or checkup. I was never talked to by a social worker or a psychologist on anything about it. I had a boyfriend. I had a talk with him one day about my situation with my father.
She just felt like she couldn't really talk about her father, Dizzy, around her mother and her stepfather. And I just gave her somebody in her corner to fight for her decision on whether or not she wanted to pursue it. The worst thing that could happen is, you never talk to him again, but the best case scenario is so much brighter than that,
I contacted Dad. I was on the phone with my dad for the first time since I was 10, and it was like the most crazy feeling. Then I found out that my mom and my stepdad started listening to our phone calls. I got into a very vicious argument, and I ended up getting kicked out.
She had called me and let me know that she was homeless. She was 14. And I have no legal right to drive up and pick her up. She's not my child, according to the courts.
They came to pick me up, my stepdad and my mom, and basically told me that if I wanted to live in that house and have a happy family, I needed to cut ties with my real father. The family kind of changed after that. Things were different. People weren't really acknowledging me. People were treating me poorly. Yeah, I felt like I was the enemy in my own house.
About 60 or 70 of these interviews. Just like with domestic violence, people blame the victim. What did this parent do? They must be doing something to make this child not want to see them. It shows an ignorance of what human development is like and the power that a parent has in that child's life and how they perceive the world. This child has been brainwashed. They hate that parent, or they inherently don't trust them. They don't like them, and they don't have a good reason for it.
My dad had my brother snoop through my mom's paperwork.
And I got to the point where I resented going with my father. I would yell at him. I would say, I hate you. Why are you doing this?
It was always ingrained in me that my mom was the enemy and that I shouldn't want to see her.
And how much of a liar she was, and all these terrible things about her that I knew wasn't true.
What goes through the mind of a child trained to hate a parent? We talked to Candace, who was brave enough to come forward.
I became deeply fearful of my dad. Iranian culture is not exactly popular in the United States, and my mom showed me that film Not Without My Daughter.
We're not going back, we're staying here. I want us to live in Iran.
And told me this is what your dad's culture is. They're all kidnappers, they want to steal children and hurt women. She really wanted to erase our identity. It was really a very slow process of conditioning me into accepting statements that I otherwise would not have believed. My dad would go to hug me and I would reject him. And I confronted him every chance I got to scream and yell at him about why he was a bad person, why his culture was so bad, and rejecting everything that made him him. When I was at his house, when he would manage to get visitation, I would go through his papers. I knew what I needed to do when I was around his information, and that was to steal it and give it to my mom so she could get him fired and this and that. And that's what she would do. She would call these companies and make accusations pertaining to his national origin. That's one of the hardest things, because there was a lot of abuse in my house growing up with my mom, and those scars are there, but the scars of guilt are just as powerful. And I can't take it back. I can't get time back. And no matter how many times I tell myself, or someone else tells me, that there was nothing I could do, that I was going to be powerless to this campaign of denigration, and thinking, I need to tell somebody. And the thought that would always stop me is, who's going to listen? They don't listen to my dad. He's an adult. Who's going to listen to a 10-year-old? And then what's going to happen to me? They're not going to give me to my dad. And I don't even know that I know him anymore. What if some of the stuff my mom says is true? What if I'm wrong? I'm just a kid.
After half a decade in family court, a drastic ruling. No contact between the father and any of the children until family therapy had been completed. As the courts often don't diagnose alienation, the judgment made the local papers, which published the entire 120-page ruling.
The ruling was made that he should enter a family reunification program and have temporary no communication with the father. I believe that the father had no intention on Brandon participating in the program. And so there were plans made for him to leave.
We get a phone call. He's in England.
After the ruling, Brandon ran away from home at age 16. His father claimed he didn't know where he was, but he was given money and a passport and resurfaced in a family friend's home in the UK, his father's birthplace.
He wanted all the orders dropped for him to be able to just go straight back to his dad's house. That would be the only way he would come back. I'm going to read the CAF-CAS report from Child Protection Services in the UK. Brandon said nothing that helped in my understanding of what has caused the breakdown of his relationship with his mother. The judge in England decided that he could stay there and he would be made ward of the court and that she could not force him to get on the plane to come back.
What a stupid judge. Like, you basically just ruined my life.
It is just like a death. You completely lose your child, but it never ends. It's like walking around with a knife in your heart and it just keeps getting twisted.
My sister was very similar to my mom, and she became very angry and hated my father.
Growing up, we never had that relationship as brothers.
My dad basically took my little sister away, and he moved away.
I haven't seen my brother probably since I was 1.5 or 2.
After I hit like 5, I didn't see them again until she was 18. I just remember when my dad got a phone call from the two of them, orchestrated by somebody else, saying that they didn't want to see us anymore, and I took it personally. I had this like permanent idea that my sisters didn't want to be in my life. I tried to reach out to Chelsea on like 3 separate occasions, and she told me she didn't want anything to do with me.
Did she give you a reason?
She didn't give me a reason.
I never knew that. How old were you?
It's 10.
I never knew that. Sorry.
It's okay.
What did your message say?
I'm Carla, your little sister, and I miss you.
The last time I spoke to my older sister was through a message that I sent her on social media.
She'd been at odds with mom and dad for a while. There was something she said that just rubbed me the wrong way, and I just shot her a message and let her know, that really upsets me. I'm uncomfortable with this. I need some space, just because I needed to not be a part of that. And she put it on my mom as, you know, this is you telling Chelsea what to do. This is you pulling Chelsea away. The Facebook post, it was like a picture of an angry woman, and it was something about, go ahead and disagree with me. I'll just say you beat me and you'll never see your kids again. Don't get me wrong, I totally agree that there's always a bias in a divorce court. Sometimes the men, you know, are made to look like the bad guys. It really sucks. But he kept deflecting this like towards my mother. It made me angry. And I let him know, you know, hey, I don't appreciate you talking about me like this. I don't appreciate you talking about my mother like this. You know, I'm my own person. I have my own life up here. You know, I have Robert who's raised me, and I consider him my father, and I'm sorry, but that's that.
My parents fought about everything from who pays for the sport.
They are the kind of people to fight over money a lot.
My dad wasn't helping out whatsoever, and my mom was like, no, you know, you have 4 kids.
Decided to, you know, file child support, and that takes, you know, most of his money out of his check because he's working at a grocery store. So what is that, you know? Nothing.
I was childish, immature, and angry. You're not going to let me see my kids, I'm not going to give you the money. And it took them about 3 or 4 months to find me and garnish my wages. And I got $12.45 that paycheck, $2.05. This is my favorite. I got a paycheck for 0. I paid her off, and now I'm paying California off. The money that I'm paying goes directly to the state. You know, I mean, it could go for anything. I mean, garbage collecting, pothole repairs, I have no idea. I just know that the state continues to take money. Not a dime of money that I pay out to child support goes to any of my children. Not a single penny. I owed so much because they charged such a large amount of interest that it just built up and built up and built up.
Dizzy isn't the only parent who found himself in debt to the child support system. The child support system can lead to parents being erased. Child support creates a financial incentive for parents to fight for more parenting time. In many jurisdictions, more custody time means more child support, with even one extra night making a huge difference. States also earn more federal dollars to enforce child support. And if shared parenting means no child support, then there is a disincentive to grant joint custody or to make it the default option. A parent can lose their driver's license, passport, and even be incarcerated for not paying child support. But because it's civil court, you have no right to a public defender. And the worst part? In many cases, the support doesn't go to the kids. The state keeps flat fees, percentages, interest payments, and will hold on to all of it if the custodial parent receives welfare. The billions of dollars spent on child support enforcement could be spent on programs that help families, like mediation, mental health services, and enforcing custody orders.
We are at the Shasta County Child Support Division office to make my final payment on child support. That's it. I am over this frickin' place. And if they weren't so nice, I would drop 2 fingers up at this building.
No one comes out saying, I want to be a bad parent. I want to be a bad dad. Life circumstances as well as things that happen to them do that. And most of that is about economics. You know, we have to change our perception and our vision of fathers.
The idea of the deadbeat, especially the deadbeat dad, is an outdated and incorrect idea.
Anybody in here want to share a situation where they're paying child support, but they're not able to see their children as much as they would like to?
All in all, for all my kids, I pay $1,175 a month in child support. And I have seen my twins 2 times in 9 months.
I wasn't able to really put up much of a fight in court because I was making $30 every 2 weeks.
These fathers are not deadbeat, they're dead broke.
When I speak to some men who vent their frustrations about the child support system and why they're angry, I explain to them that child support is a business. If you don't pay your child support, you're gonna go to jail.
We heard from dozens of parents who said the state's child support system is broken and failing families.
Turner paid a total of $1,935 in child support. But News 5 Investigates learned his ex only received $1,386. And while the Department of Human Services would not tell us specifically where it was deposited, they did tell us they kept it.
The officer told him he's a deadbeat dad, he's under arrest.
The system of child support and how we put that into place are barriers to successfully having fathers involved with their children's lives. That's not the intent, but that's certainly the result.
They hold your passport if you're back behind on child support. And CDL too, right? CDL, and they take your driver. How you gonna do that?
Registration on your car?
Yeah, cause you back on child support.
Yeah.
I'm a parent, married, 2 children. And my responsibility as a parent never goes away whether or not I'm working or not. You can't have a child and not take care of your responsibility.
When it came to Walter, my brother's situation, my mother them had rescued him several times.
From?
Picking up his rear in child support.
Okay.
They paid it up, caught it up, and he would always get back behind again. And even when he was continually paying.
Walter may have been behind in his child support payments, but he was involved and active in his children's lives. His children were staying and visiting him the weekend that he was actually murdered.
The other big story we're covering tonight, the police shooting death of an apparently unarmed man.
Today in North Charleston, the anger boiled over.
We just want this thing to change where no other family would have to suffer the way my family is suffering right now.
The deadly encounter between Walter Scott and police officer Michael Slager began with a traffic stop for a broken taillight.
It was a fateful decision. The moment Walter Scott decided to bolt from his car.
There's no justification for what I see on that video.
I don't know why Walter ran. He took that to the grave with him. But I think that's where the child support may have played a part. It wasn't like he was trying to hurt his children. He was caught up in the system.
A warrant had been issued for Scott's arrest. Court documents show he owed more than $18,000 in child support payments.
Can you get a court-appointed attorney to represent you in a child support case?
No.
Only in a criminal case. It's about access. Access of money. But does the judge give the father
information about what his rights are as a father.
Like 40 people in there, he moving cases in and out. He ain't got time to educate you.
And you have no idea that you could get joint custody, shared custody.
That's not their job. The ultimate goal in family court should be what? The child's best
To
interest.
preserve the family.
Yes. But if the dad is not in the child's life, how's that preserving the family?
Because I don't think the current system is created to preserve family.
No, it's not.
I think the current system is created to make it more punitive to parents.
Once he got out, the child support was still being due, but he was not able to pay because he lost his job for being arrested. How does the system expect you to catch up when you're locked up? He'd already been arrested twice prior to him getting murdered. I believe Walter was not a deadbeat dad. After paying thousands of dollars back, then still being behind, there was no catching up. So what do you do? I don't think a man should have to die or feel so upset about the child support system that you don't care and you're gonna run for your life.
I didn't have the father figure in my life. I didn't know how to be a man.
If he was really present in my life, I would probably, not be chasing boys.
As far as relationships go, I have a lot of trust issues now.
I don't see the point in allowing someone to get close to you if at the end of the day they're just going to hurt you.
I cause a lot of depression, anger.
I just can't call him dad right now because he was never there.
How would the lives of these children have been different if the courts assumed that both parents should be equally involved?
A new bill making its way through Lansing would make default custody 50-50 for both the mother and the father following a divorce.
Public support for it is huge. The legislators told me that they had more calls to support the shared parenting bill than they did the football stadium.
This bill sets the stage so a child, which is in their best interest.
Residential responsibility is the best for the children.
It presumes both parents are fit.
We need more clarity in law to support what is best for children, shared parenting, and this helps move in that direction.
In any family, whether it's a man and man, women and women, it doesn't matter. There's a yin and a yang, and that's what makes a family work.
Put in there your research. A default shared parenting plan would be when two people are separating, it would be presumed that both parents will have an equal role in terms of decision-making and custody with their children. If there is abuse or some other problem, then you would have a custody evaluation happen.
We now have abundant research that shows that children do much better if they have shared parenting.
It's even more important for children who are going through divorce to have a healthy relationship with both parents because it buffers them from the conflict.
We just assume that children who move 50 times a year would be more stressed than those who live only with one parent.
The packing did suck, but I got to see them every other week, and now looking back, I appreciate it a lot more.
I am convinced that the Swedish system where you don't have any money to gain from a divorce is beneficial for children. We have a system where very few separating couples go to court. Most people just solve this between themselves.
We have this form. It's an agreement that we share the custody of our son.
You just print it out, sign it, and send it.
We don't have to go to court or hire a lawyer or anything to do this.
In Malmö, Sweden, sisters Eleanor and Anna have spent equal time with their parents since they separated over 15 years ago.
It works, does it? We have two different lives, more or less. You know, you have your life at mom and your house at mom, and then you've got your life at dad's. I find that really fun.
Hungry.
The 21st.
In Sweden, it's not really a decision. It's very hard to remove the guardianship from one parent. That parent has to be really, really unfit. Otherwise, you know, you're stuck with them.
What parents discuss in Sweden when they split up is how the children should live more than money.
It's obviously not perfect. If one of the parents doesn't want to cooperate and makes it difficult, then they're always going to do that. But if the basis of the law is going to be split evenly and both parents are going to be involved, then at least you have a better starting point.
Think about the child. It's not just what you want, it's what they're going to grow up with and what they're going to have. And this is their life too, it's not just yours.
Great news is also that if the marriage itself was more conflictual, but you learn to get along better afterwards, kids do much better.
If default shared parenting became the norm, the legal system could be more focused on things that really are significant, documented child abuse cases. It would be wonderful if people thought, this is sort of where we're starting, and only if we prove that we cannot do it, that's when we have to move to this adversarial process. It would really change the face of how people manage divorces.
When parents can't reach an agreement on their own, mediation can provide an alternative to a courtroom trial and help them work together in the best interests of their children.
My theory on litigation is if any custody case gets in front of a judge, there is a mental health problem. Either one or both of the litigants have mental health issues, or possibly the lawyers do.
If you spend 2 or 3 days saying everything bad you can think of about the other person, and I award some sort of a joint custody arrangement, it's hard to undo the damage and have people walk out and parent together. Baltimore County decided to put on court staff, mediators who worked just in the courthouse, just doing court mediation. I don't know of another court that has on-staff mediators that can provide high-quality outcome.
She'll make some recommendations to hopefully assist the family in resolving it amicably and without the need to try the case in court.
I've seen it many times where parents go in angry, aggressive.
Tell them that they're
Yes, you
drunk.
do.
They know
Stop.
you are.
What is it that would help you to move forward?
And by the end of a mediation session, they're actually helping each other.
I mean, at the end of the day, you'll have a trial and a judge will make a decision. Somebody always feels like they won, somebody feels like they lost. They don't buy into the outcome. It's not the best way to get to a good result. You want a child to have as good a relationship as they can have with both parents. And you want it to be as smooth as you can make it.
There's a lot of incentives to keep things the way they are, particularly by the American Bar Association and other folks.
There's a lot of money in divorce, and with shared parenting, there's less conflict, fewer billable hours.
Pay up and you're on your way to getting rid of that vermin you call a spouse.
There's very real potential for this state to lose federal funding, and I'm talking millions, possibly hundreds of millions of dollars. This issue has not been addressed by those in favor of this law.
What's in the best interest of the kid is not to worry about how much federal dollars we're going to get for food stamps in this country.
ridiculous.
I represent the Family Law Foundation. The foundation is respectfully against the bill.
In Florida, when the bill advanced through the Senate and the House and was on its way to the governor, the Bar Association spent $110,000 to hire emergency lobbyists to defeat the bill. In North Dakota, they've been sued and lost because they misused $70,000 to run an advertising campaign against the shared parenting ballot initiative.
Until the system is redesigned to help families, Ashlyn, Lauren, Brian, and countless others will attempt to heal their families on their own.
My advice to parents divorcing with kids is to be respectful to each other and watch how you act around your children.
I would ask her if she could keep my siblings and I out of it. I know she didn't do it intentionally. They need to always let the child know that there's love and support no matter what happens.
To just be there for your kids.
Don't be afraid to ask for help.
By the way, I have a new line of essential oils I'm carrying now, geared for beards. I was right in the middle of doing a hair color. I turn around and here's my wife Kelly and my other daughter Caroline, and then I saw her.
And he dropped his hair dryer and just ran to me. And we both started crying, and the whole salon started clapping. Like everybody knew the story.
It was like a scene out of a movie.
It was awesome. It's probably one of the best moments of my life. It's amazing living with my dad. He's great. He is someone that I can always talk to. He's nothing like I was told he was, not even in the slightest.
I'll go through anything and everything with you, side by side. Just like I said, when you decide to get your GED and we do it, I'll go with you and I'll do it too. My daughter here and I have been alienated from each other for the majority of her life. She called me and said, "Dad, it's time to move home," and she came home. Well, I made the mistake when she was 10 years old to sign my rights away. I never got to see them again.
Which was part of the deal.
Yeah. In about 10 minutes, we're going to leave for the courthouse to file paperwork so I can legally re-adopt my daughter. So she will be my daughter once again in the eyes of the law. Whereas in our hearts, we know, and it doesn't matter, she's my little girl. If something was to happen, she wants to make sure that myself and her stepmom, soon to be on the paperwork, her adopted mom, will be the ones to make those tough choices if they ever need to be made.
I think she's always gonna be my mom, and I'm always gonna love her. It's just, she kind of lost the title of mom.
To just want to totally cut out one set and go with the other set, it was hard. After a while, I felt like since I had kind of done a similar thing, maybe I just need to back off and give it some time and go from there.
If you could talk to her right now, what would you tell her?
I could talk to her right now. I don't even know what I would say. I would just be so happy that she's talking to me.
Sometimes when you see children as they grow up choose a side, perhaps even going towards the parent that they didn't grow up with and rejecting the parent that they did grow up with, what they're trying to do is avoid conflict. It would be great if they could find a way to have relationships with both parents, and as they grow up, be able to explain to both parents, I'm not getting in the middle of this, I'm going to have a relationship with both of you, and I don't want to hear it, basically. But I don't think that all children feel that assertive even as they grow up.
After a decade together, Brian's dad, Rick, and his stepmom, Karen, divorced. Once again, Brian found himself torn between two parents.
I believe I was about 22 when Karen and Rick got divorced. For like the first few months, like of the separation, like I would flip-flop, like, no, my dad's right, so I need to stand by his side. I need to be loyal to him. Then I'd be like, Karen's right, no, I need to stay by her. I think after so many months, like, I realized, like, it was just tearing me apart. And that's when I was like, I'm not gonna deal with their shit.
Hey, baby, how are you?
I think that's probably why, like, I was able to have that relationship with Caroline as well. It's like I could choose this route of what some people would call loyalty, or I could choose the route of having my own independent relationships.
And your sister was sitting in the back seat. Guess who that is?
It's a good-looking kid.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing me. Now that we do have a relationship, I look to try to find some of those good memories, and it's been exceedingly difficult. Seeing these, I feel like I don't remember any of them.
It had nothing to do with you. I wanted to get down there, and there were times where your dad and Karen would tell me that either you didn't want me to come down or you had stuff going on. I wasn't able to force myself in there because they wouldn't let me.
I think that where I sit is like the child. I wanted you there to have someone nearby, knowing that I could go there when I was ready to. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, I didn't know that you felt that way. I didn't think you wanted me there.
I can understand what you're saying. And I get it. I mean, you have to, as an adult, you're thinking about like taking care of yourself and trying to figure it out and move on. It's like, how far do you push?
At one point, your stepmom sent me some pictures that we had taken with us in it, and she cut me out of the pictures and sent me the other part back with a note that said, thought you might want these, Kay. And it destroyed me, and it broke my heart, and I didn't know what to do.
It's not like I cut her out of him, because obviously in the photo album there's lots of pictures of her. The people that I was with were just like, oh, we'll just throw them away. And I was like, no, that's kind of weird. Like, I'm just gonna send them back to her.
I've judged you guys, I've judged all of you for different actions, and it's like, we still don't always mesh at the same time, and we have our disagreements, but I learn more from those than I do from being alone. And I don't like that more than having to go through it and just forgive and move on.
Life right now is just forgiving and moving on.
It's so much, like, it's so much easier just not dealing with people's shit.
Yeah. I don't know if I ever had a desire to win, because I didn't feel like I ever could. But I did have a desire at some point to be right. All that stuff doesn't matter anymore. What matters is where we're at right now. I think that was the best thing that happened to me in a really long time.
Hearing
you call me mom.
Why are you trying to talk to your brother so much if he's so rude?
I'm trying to talk to my brother because he's my brother and I miss him and I love him, and I'm trying to convince him to snap out of it, you know?
She feels like her only solution is to try and talk to her brother and convince him to come back.
My actions do not put me in the wrong, as your mom has caused me so much trouble over the years. I want a relationship, but if you cannot respect that I don't want anything to do with her, then we will have to wait until you're older to talk. I said, it kind of seems like you hate mom more than you love me. I did have to grow up a bit faster and cope with all of these big words like alienation. You can tell Mom that I now have this conversation of proof that you've been alienated against me. I think I might send this to my lawyer because I'm not alienated, you are. I said, why can't we just be normal siblings and talk about normal things? Even though we aren't normal, why can't we pretend like we are?
I never believed this could be possible. To be here today. Ash, you don't just live here. Today we get to fix the wrong.
How do you think Chelsea will react?
I forgive that she doesn't care, and I've moved on from that. And I just have no interest on the subject. But it's different when you're a dad.
I don't know. I have to focus on the daughters that are here, that need their dad, that want their dad. So, that's where my focus is. All right, we're off.
I am writing this letter regarding a legal adult adoption between my stepmother and my birth father.
My biggest fear here is that because I sign my rights away, the judge is going to look at this case a little bit differently.
My birth mother alienated me from my birth father for over a decade.
I mean, I'm a father that, quote unquote, voluntarily relinquished my parental rights, and now I'm trying to get them back. How are you doing?
We didn't have it back. I was trying it off. I'll drop it.
You know what? I am preparing myself for anything. Because, I mean, there's an order of protection in place right now. I mean, that's on my record. They run my name, they see an order of protection. It's going to list who it is. It's going to list the children. What if the judge says no? I can't even think about that.
This adoption is the missing piece to my puzzle. Not the ending to my story, but a new beginning. Sincerely, Ashlyn Marie Lerner.
Okay, so congratulations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm glad you all got back together.
Me too. Thank you. Thank you.
How about a picture? You know, I do recall this Lerner case. I think I may have had him in front of me when I was in my family law assignment. It was a very emotional adoption.
I love him so much.
It's interesting that Ashlyn told me one thing that bothered her was that nobody ever checked up on her to see how she was doing.
You know, in family law, we only address what is in front of us. We don't go check up and say, hey, how did that work out? We don't, we're so busy and there's just no avenue to do that. We expect if people are having problems, then they are to bring that issue to court so we can address it.
What if getting help to reunite with your erased child didn't depend on you going back to family court, hiring a lawyer, or navigating a complex legal process on your own? What if all the resources spent on child support enforcement and adversarial court trials were spent on promoting shared parenting, affordable mediation, and access to mental health services? Until then, children like Ashlyn, Lauren, Brian, and Candace are reaching out to erased family members on their own. With no help or resources, the results can be bittersweet.
It's weird when I think about the fact that Ashlyn and I don't legally have the same parents. But I know she's still my sister.
Filming these kids has taught me that even if a parent isn't perfect, and none are, erasing a parent does lasting harm. We need to stop assigning blame and start helping parents to be in their kids' lives.
It has been 8 months since I've seen my children. It's been over 4 years since I've been able to hug them, hold their hand, or take their picture.
I haven't seen my sisters for 4.5 years.
I haven't seen my daughters for more than 5 years.
I haven't seen you in almost 2 years.
My son here, who's 3 years old, has not been able to meet his 2 other siblings.
They went to me when I was a baby.
We wanted to tell you how much we miss you.
I want to let him know how much his dad loves him.
I just wanted to share some of the pain that I felt.
Te extraño mucho.
I love them, and I'm here for them.
We were best friends.
Je t'aime beaucoup.
I want you to come home.
And I want to just see your smile again.
And I'm sad to say I'm an erased mommy.
I'm an erased dad.
I'm an erased sister.
And I do believe that one day we will reunite.
I took my time getting off that plane. Thought to myself, is this a good idea or just insane? All this way for a man I've never met. His name ain't even on my birth certificate. He's nervous too, I bet. So much inside me I would like to say, but I'll just say,
baggage zone. I couldn't feel any more alone. Is this the way she felt the last 18 years? Thinking I chose not to be around. I had no idea until she found me. And now she's standing here. I didn't want to let the words get in the way, so I just said, hey.
Hey, I'm glad to finally meet you. Share my story, what I've been through, to find a part of me that I never knew. Time and distance seem so small now. Kinda takes my breath away. How much of me I see when I look at you. A new chapter in my life began today when you said, hey. I know that this must be so hard for you.
I think it's so brave that you asked me to.
I wasn't sure of the right thing to do till I heard that little word, then I knew. Hey, I'm glad to finally meet you. Share my story, what I've been through, to find the part of me that I never knew. Time and distance seem so small now. Kinda takes my breath away. How much of me I see when I look at you. A new chapter in my life began today when you said, hey. A new world opened up for me today when you said, hey.